seen the show before, but at least that was something I could see. And now Kowalski out in the open takes down Cab, and he takes down Quinn as well. What is this? It's this one off with the first kill. It's going to be his teammate killed. Irish knocked down. J7 finishes the both off. The balcony! Rolex spraying through the smoke, gets one. Federal as well, going to be dropped off.
Welcome back, everyone, to the final 2 days of the PUBG Mobile Pro League Americas Season 2. Like I said, the final 2 days, it's week 4, and at the end of tomorrow, we'll know our 16 teams moving through into the finals. And quite like the teams, like my favorite type of peanut butter, it's crunch time. I'm Jason Kaplan, your host here, and we have to bring our experts in to start talking about what's all coming up today. We got Seven, we got Glitter, both looking great today. Seven, I didn't think anyone could outdo me today in my shirt, but you know what? You're doing it.
No, I'm definitely not. You're definitely doing both of us here. Sorry, Glitter. You're looking nice, brother.
I mean, Glitter's looking good too,
myself.
but yeah, I mean, she's a step up our game when it comes to how we're looking today. Anyways, moving past that, I'm sorry, Glitter. Let's take a look at our overall settings, right? We're into our last 2 days, and this is obviously the toughest time for every single team out there right now. I think probably one of the toughest 2 days in their entire career up to this point as we take a look at our first page here in overalls. And Glitter, of course, Team Queso still hold on to that first place.
Oh yeah, I mean, look at their overall points. It's 569 points compared to second place. G25 is at 448. I mean, Queso has been not only holding on to the lead, but just they've been increasing it somehow. And I don't really know how they're managing to maintain this momentum. Hopefully they can continue to do so in finals, because if so, it's going to make for some insane matches. But then looking through the rest of the rankings here, we've got B4 still in third place, not too far behind G25. Honestly, they might be able to pass them here today, depending on their performances. Alpha 7 in fourth, after they've started to step up as well. Tempo Storm in fifth. Loops moving up a little bit here in the rankings. And sixth place, finally also getting their very first chicken dinner here on our last play day. Ace 1 in seventh place, 7. And then, of course, XSET moving up into 8th place and rounding out the top 8.
Yeah, good to see those teams there, and good to see Klaze Esports finally get that win. But now here, this is when it starts getting spicy for me. 9th through 16th place, like anything can change, and you're gonna see what we're talking about in a little bit. You see there, Wildcard Gaming, you see Execute as well in 10th place. Influence Rage, I want to see more kills out of them today. I feel like the past couple of days, they just kind of slack a little bit on the kills. I feel like they've maybe been focusing a little bit more in regards to placement points. So we'll see what Influence Rage is able to do. Brazilian Rampage has performed really well for me lately. Nova Esports as well. I think I want to see more out of that team. The Unnamed, it's hit or miss. Tribe Gaming, I know we're going to be talking about Tribe Gaming, so I'm not going to say anything. And then we have Cloud9 there to round it off on 16th, Glitter.
I think Cloud9 is actually probably one of the scariest teams for me there in 16th place. They dropped down to 16th after our last play day, and they're currently only 9 points above Metagaming here, who is in 17th place with 304 points. Pittsburgh Knights dropping down to 272 after that in 18th place. BDM Esports at 269. INTZ, Klaze Esports, 19 Esports, and the Defeaters and HQA actually tied down there at the bottom at 197. I think we're probably mostly going to be looking at whether or not 17th through 19th, maybe even 20th, depending on their performances the next 2 days, if they can break that top 16 bubble.
Well, the thing is, there's only 6 matches left for you or 8 matches left for you. As you saw, some teams have 46, some teams have 44. So there's really not a lot of time left for these teams to build up any sort of points. And on our last show day, our last match day that we had happen, we had this snazzy new graphic to show you the safe zone. And that just kind of describes what the teams need to do to hit that safe zone, at least in terms of predicted. So let's take a look at that, and you guys get an idea of what we're going to be talking about here on the show, because 354 points, if I'm not mistaken, is the predicted threshold to be at for 16th place. So every team needs to try to pass that. And as you can see here off the bat, we already do have some teams relatively close, but on the other end, some teams relatively far away.
Yeah, so I love this because, this, like you said, it's a predicted bubble, so it's not 100% certain, but this is what we've kind of been able to figure out with quick math. Obviously, when you look at like Wildcard, 3 points away, over the next 2 days, that's something they should more than be able to manage. XSET has really picked it up, so 19 points should be manageable for them as well. As we move down the list, though, I think one of the teams that I'm really going to be focusing on, and I just kind of called them out too in the overall rankings, is Cloud9. You'll notice that they're 42 points away from that predicted point bubble, right? Well, last time when we did this, they were 41 points away. At the end of the day, they ended up 42 points away. They were one of the only teams that did not kind of chip away at that amount of points to break into that bubble, and that's something that I'm definitely concerned about for Cloud9 also when you tie that in with the fact that they dropped down a little bit in the ranking 7.
Yeah, and I think that's the main thing that we're going to be focusing on, and we're also going to be focusing on just average points per game, because that's going to be huge. Obviously, you have teams that are trying to catch up and teams that are trying to stay within that top 16th, but they need to be averaging points per game. They need to average a certain point per game to get to that safe zone, but they also need to be careful because teams in the back, especially that we saw in the last show, a lot of teams ended up stepping it up so that our safe zone bubble actually got increased. It went from like 344 to 354. So something to definitely keep an eye on. As we are seeing here, the points per bubble, you can see Wildcard Gaming has to only average about 0.30 points, which I mean, at that point, you know what? Just secure some kills and you'll be set. Then you have XSET having to average, by the way, the green one, the 7.64, and all the other green ones is what they've been averaging out so far. The yellow ones is what they need to average to get to that safe zone. As we move down the line a little bit more, Cloud9, as you can see right there, 6.8 that they're currently averaging and 6.80 that they need to continue to average if they want to stay there. That's, as you were mentioning, Glitter, I don't know if they're going to be able to do that. And something to keep an eye on is that some teams might end up hunting them down if they realize it's Cloud9, and if Cloud9 does end up starting slow. We also have Pittsburgh Knights, and then we kind of have the miracle teams in a way with BDM and INTZ, because look how much, Glitter, they have to step up their points per game average. That's just insane if they can actually do it.
Yeah, I mean, 16 points essentially a game for INTZ when their current average is only 5.6.
Yeah.
I mean, granted, they had an incredible showing last time, Jason, and we did see them kind of meet those crazy averages, but to continue repeating that is going to be really difficult.
You have to play 3 times better than you've been playing on average in the entire league phase in your last 2 days, whether you have 6 games or 8 games. It's tough, but it's possible ever so slightly, and we're obviously going to find out over the course of the next days if a team can do it. We keep talking about what's all happening, but at the end of tomorrow, like we said before, it's only the top 16 teams get into the finals, and then everyone's slate is wiped completely clean. Everyone starts at 0 points. It's a fresh start for every team out there. But again, as we look through all of our teams so far, I think we're really safe to say that one team is really looking like a main contender for our top 3 positions at the moment, 7. And I mean, we already know what team that's going to be for Queso.
Yeah, they've been looking absolutely stunning the way they have played. I believe Mustache Dave was telling me in the past couple of days they have gotten 71 points, and it's crazy to think that, considering that Team Queso, Glitter, I know we have seen them do crazy things. We've seen them crash into compounds in ways that you usually don't expect a team to do it, in ways that usually if a team does it, they're like, oh, they're definitely gonna die. Team Queso's willing to take that risk. They have actually won those engagements, and I think that's the main reason why I want to see how they're going to perform this next couple of days. I wonder if they're going to continue that confidence that they currently have and take that into the finals, because if they are, I wouldn't be surprised if we also see them in first place at the end of the finals.
Well, the thing is, we have teams in our top 8. I think even technically like top 9. I think Wildcard should be safe. You saw even a couple teams past that. But we have these teams who can just play freely. Obviously, there's still some money on the line if they do get a little bit higher in placings, but they don't really have a care in the world. Whereas teams towards the lower half of our 24 teams, they have to change up their styles. And one team we've been talking about and looking at that have drastically changed up how they played here, from getting really kill-heavy points to be more placement-heavy, is going to be Tribe Gaming. We're going to take a look at them a little bit more in depth as well, because this team, they're not necessarily safe. They have to make sure to secure a lot of points, and I think we're seeing, as you can see from the stats alone, that placements is their goal.
Oh, yeah. I mean, look at, so these are, the yellow bars are their placement points for the entire week, each week, and then the green bar are their kills. You can see in week 4 alone, they've literally in 2 days almost managed to match their overall placement points for week 1. And that was something that we had actually kind of heard when we got to watch the King A interview with Jason, that he had said that, you know, they were kind of starting to realize they needed to focus on placement points, and they had figured out the average amount of points they needed per game, and that was their goal, right? Like Jason had just said, we'd seen them early on, way more aggressive, going for kills, like this very cohesive 4-man unit push. We even saw them try to do that against that when we saw Tempo's 2-2 split. And that seemed to be Tribe's MO, and then they fell off. And I think they're realizing here in this final week 7 that wasn't working anymore. So we've seen them start playing so much safer and so much more conservatively, and it's starting to pay off for them.
Yeah, and it's something that we saw on one of the matches for Miramar. We actually saw them trying to take a fight. This one right here with G3. Usually, when they end up getting a knock, we tend to see teams just kind of go for it. Tribe Gaming has been willing to back out of a fight, and that's something you kind of need to do, especially for a team right now that has been in the consistent 14th to 16th place. But with Tribe Gaming, something I want to see out of them, I want to, especially towards the end of the day, I want to see them be a little bit more explosive. I want them to just not focus on placement points, because at the end of the day, this team is going to be looking to be a top 3 team on the finals if they do making it to the finals. So I want to see some changes. Right now, for me, they're pretty much where they're at. They're pretty much a 15th place team. And I don't want to say that about Tribe Gaming in the future. We've always given them props. We always say how much potential this team has. So hopefully, I'm happy that they're adjusting their style to the circumstances. But once everything changes, if they are able to qualify to the finals, I want to see a completely different gameplay out of them. I want to see them be the champions that they want to be.
Yeah, I completely agree. I mean, they have to, right? If they want to make top 3, you can't keep doing what's only netted you a 15th place position so far. But now we're going to move on into the show here and take a look at the schedule for today. Now, keep in mind, you're not seeing Sanhok on there. We're doing Vikendi, Erangel, Vikendi, Miramar, Erangel today. And we're starting off with Group B and Group C first. So no Sanhoks. What's up, Glitter?
So Seven and I were talking about this before the show a little bit. And obviously, we're going to be watching Queso over the next couple days. But when we went back and checked that graphic that we had done for Queso's individual map stats and to see how they were performing on each map, they were only averaging 0.4 points on Vikendi.
And the funny thing is, we brought that up
multiple times.
Yeah, well, we brought that up, right? That day, and we noticed it. And then that exact day, when we got to Vikendi, they got chicken dinner, funny enough. But it's very true. That's definitely one of the weaker maps. And the same aspect of this is, if you're a team that's really good on Sanhok and who thrives on Sanhok, getting kills, getting good placements, you now don't have that available to you anymore, Seven.
Yeah, and that's, I'm so glad you mentioned that too, because guess which team has actually performed relatively a lot better in Vikendi in comparison to the other maps? Tribe Gaming. Tribe Gaming has gotten, I think, multiple 3rd place finishes, multiple top 5 finishes. They have had some 10 to 12 place finishes here and there, but I feel like if they are able to, if they end up playing both Vikendis, this is a huge opportunity for Tribe Gaming, since they're currently just there within that reach of not qualifying. Maybe with some of the lower teams end up stepping it up and passing them. So hopefully, we always talk about teams taking advantage of whatever the game gives you. Well, guess what? Now you get to play, hopefully, 2 Vikendis. This is the time to definitely take advantage of that.
Well, what about another team here, Glitter, that we're going to have to mention, because back in World League, we saw something not work out for them. I mean, Seven's wearing the shirt colors pretty much. I think I'm wearing it just the inverse version of it. Cloud9, week 3 of league play, they got hunted down and they weren't allowed in the Super Weekend. Right now, 16th place. They could be hunted again. They could be hot dropped. Do you think it's actually going to happen here? And do you think Cloud9 have the potential or have that idea in mind of changing things up?
I obviously don't know, but if it were me, I would say it's going to 100% happen.
Right?
Just because Cloud9 hasn't performed well yet doesn't mean that they don't have the ability to. Obviously, they've been one of the top teams for a while now, so the fact that they haven't performed well in this specific season, the opportunity that can be taken by literally, top 6 because they're definitively safe. If any of those teams want to try and knock out a potential contender, because like we've pointed out a few times, the points get reset for finals, then this is literally the perfect opportunity to do so.
I mean, out of all the teams there, 7, like Cloud9 is going to be a team that's played in finals before. They can play with the pressure. They can excel in these kind of formats. Also, it's very reminiscent of what happened in America Season 1, right? They didn't do too well in the league play. They go into the finals, they just shot up.
Yeah, exactly. So that's why I'm so excited for this first couple of games. I want to see how Cloud9 is going to be able to start. I want to see if they actually start with a win, which is something that I know they're capable of. But then, as you guys were mentioning, they do have that chance that they might need to adjust their drop locations, because teams, even teams from the top or teams from the bottom, they might be trying to make a name for themselves. You have Helping Quit Addiction currently in last place. Nothing is going to happen with them, so why not try to make a little montage that you can go ahead and post on your Twitter, and then people will start recognizing you. We have seen players do that over and over again, taking up those big teams, those big players, just so they can get a little bit extra clout from it. I wouldn't be surprised, honestly, if Cloud9 starts very slow here, at least the first 2 matches that they end up playing. On the 3rd match, I can definitely see them being hunted down by some of the top teams.
So you know what worries me is I asked Uneven over the 2 days, I was like, hey, are you guys expecting teams to start hot dropping you like we had in World League? And he said, no, not really, because back in World League, you had placements to worry about, you had money to worry about. And then I said, well, worst case, if they do start coming after you, do you have a plan ready? They said, not really. There's not much you can do if teams start doing that. And I don't know if I fully agree with it, but I at least want to give you guys the info of what he did say to me. Because, I mean, I think you have to go for the Hail Mary play, right? Literally just drop somewhere completely different, because you could not afford to have a 0-point game right now if you want to make top 16. It's not going to work for you. You're not going to make it to the finals. So we'll obviously see how Cloud9 do in this first match today, but you two have to get out of here so we can actually start this first match and get it underway. And you guys at home need to be tweeting to us as well at Esports PUBG with the hashtag PMPL. Let us know your thoughts about the show. Let us know your thoughts coming into the finals. Maybe you want to tell us the top 3 teams you expect to make it through into GC. But what I can tell you is our commentators need to come in here so we get this game underway. It's Environment and Mustache Dave, and honestly, this day and tomorrow has so much potential for so many upsets, so many crazy games, and I think a chance for us to see which teams can be champions and which teams they just have to sit by the sidelines here in Virum.
Yeah, I mean, it comes down to this. The last 2 days left. If you are on the bubble, every single game you need to go in like it's your last one. If you're a team who's safe, you're not safe. You are absolutely not. This is not the time to relax. In fact, this is like, oh, we did it. We made it to top 16. We can. No, literally not. Literally the opposite, because every single team is going to be gunning for you. And we have seen insane point changes in 48 hours. So go now, go big or go home. It comes down to this.
Okay, well, Dave, do you agree with that, actually, the go big or go home? Or do you think you're one of these teams that are kind of on the cusp of just kind of play consistent, play for placements? Do you maybe in the same kind of note, do you expect any teams to try to pop off here in those positions of potentially being knocked out?
No, for sure. I mean, I've spoken to a couple of the players behind the scenes here last couple days, and those teams that are not in top 16, those teams that are looking to kind of match those points in the predictive bubble, like you guys have been talking about on Death, like this is their moment. Like they have no option, right? They have to go big or go home. I know, what was it, yesterday, EMEA, we saw a chicken dinner with 20 kills. Like that's the kind of game that a lot of these teams that are so far down there at the bottom, the Knights, BDM, INTZ, like this is what they need. Not only 1, but maybe 2 or 3 of those pop-off performances. So it's go big or go home. I have to agree.
That's the thing, right? Is that you're saying they need to not only do this once, maybe twice, maybe 3 times. If they haven't been able to do it during league play so far, when we've had so many matches played, 44 or 46 for these teams, realistically, in Virum, can you expect a team to be able to pull that off so consistently with only 2 days left?
I mean, G25, look at that first week of play. 200 points,
You're not wrong.
points, whatever it was accrued. So we know it can be done. They have 10 games. I mean, there's 10 games over 2 days. They're each going to play like 7 or 8. That's an opportunity there. You know, a cup 2 or 3 chicken dinners is a tall order, but it's not impossible. This is clutch or kick. Are you going to step up to the plate when it matters most? Are you going to prove that you're a pro, that you deserve to be here? There's a spot, the global championships on the line. This is the time for these players to prove that they deserve to be here in the PMPL, and I want to see it.
All right, real quick, Dave. We talked about Cloud9. We talked about the potential to hot drop them. I want to hear, do you think they're going to be hot dropped here?
For sure.
Thank you. No, I honestly thank you, because what I said about Uneven, I was surprised to hear him say they don't expect teams to do it, and they don't really have a plan for it. In Virum, I feel like that's not necessarily the greatest mindset to have right now, realizing you could
tell you the truth.
Maybe let's divide it up, right?
Tell you the truth. I mean, I'm going to be honest. He's just not. Yeah, he's not going to tell you. Obviously, no. They've obviously talked about this. They've obviously considered this. This isn't the first time it's happened, but they're also not going to give it all away. I think we'll find out though when we see it in action.
Well, why don't we find out right now as we kick off the first match of the day? It's on Vikendi, and it's brought to you by Virum and Mustache Dave.
Yes, we're jumping on board to sponsor this first match. Is that how it works? I like it. I dig it. I wasn't going to attempt to swoosh him out today. Look, you know what? All the luck needs to go to the players. I don't need to take any of it here, Dave. Let's get into this very first game. And starting things off a little bit chilly. Let's hope the players start off hot, though, as we're getting into Vikendi.
Yeah, very cold here today. Very cold. We got 2 Vikendis, 2 Erangels, 1 Miramar. So with, like you mentioned, Group A, Group B, they both have 6 games to go. Group C with 8 games to go. So it is down to the wire, Paul. I mean, this is it, man. This is do or die. This is the end of the line. Hopefully for some of these teams looking to, get on into that bubble, they can do so. They can do so in these final matches of PMPL Americas.
Yeah, and if I'm looking towards a couple of the squads, like you mentioned before, Meta, PK, BDM, INTZ, those are the squads we're constantly going to be coming back to see how they are doing in all this. As we take a look at our first playing path, first circle is not the worst Vikendi circle I've ever seen. I'll take it. I'll take it. It's pretty chill. It's pretty tame. We'll see though what the questions are, and I'm looking down towards C9, and they're not necessarily alone. But I don't think Loops is going to hot drop them. I think that would be silly.
I mean, everybody knows that Cloud9 goes to Vihar. So even if you don't plan on, quote-unquote hot dropping them, meaning like dropping Vihar, we see a couple teams, dropping near Vihar. And with zone number 1, like you mentioned, it is as solid as it gets here. Normally we see about 40, 30% in the water, circle number 1. That's not going to be the case here today. So we're going to get on into it. Best of luck, Cloud9. Hopefully you're not going to be gatekept. B4, though, already popping off.
Ooh, yep. Taking some shots towards defeaters. Already connecting and finding him. Ghosty going to be returning to that incorporeal form. We'll see if Fishy will belly up here in just a second. As Pedro is going to look to continue to lay down the hurt. Already 1 kill going over towards B4. And man, I got to say, B4 is one of these teams that I am just, in watching their growth, watching them progress from a solid, consistent team to a team that other players fear, has been so fun to watch.
Yeah, I mean, they're a great team. They have been definitely blossoming here this season, season 2 of PMPL. Last season, they were good. They were a heavy contender, but something has changed. I mean, their experience definitely showing here, showcasing all of the players. They just seem to be able to pop off right here. Fishy, Duelo, from the defeaters, they're going to be somewhat separated from one another. Maxon pulling up in the back lines of this one. If I am defeaters, defeaters, one of those teams, they need about 3 pop-off performances. So I definitely appreciate them putting themselves in this situation to possibly acquire 4 points early game. So I 100% back this decision from the defeaters. The thing is, they need to pull it off successfully.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, you got nothing to lose. You're tied for last place, you know what I mean? Like, at this point, let's go. Use this as amazing practice and experience playing up against some of the best teams that you can possibly compete against. And we're seeing potential play here onto Maxon, getting popped out there, taken down by Duelo. So nice shots. I don't know what it is about this compound, Dave, but it seems to be the helmetless compound, because I'm pretty sure literally 1 single player has a helmet out of all of them. So headshots, aim for the head.
Aim for the head, and with the Tommy gun, the faster rate of fire makes it even easier to just let that magazine just let it rip over here. Nenebete, AKM on the flip end of this one. Quick confirm, quick thirst right there. On to defeaters. We see some shotguns being utilized. The double barrel shotgun, you love to see it from Pedro.
You only need 2 shots, right? We've seen it before. We've seen some crazy fly and jump shots. So we are seeing B4 trying to stabilize now, trying not to lose too many more members. Richie, though, able to do a good amount of damage on Mixer, not even having a vest here to try and defend himself. But Pedro, with that shotgun, like you mentioned, is going to be the brute force needed to try and execute defeaters here who are still holding on. Richie playing around the walls. They're tracking him, of course, with the audio, looking for jump shots around the corner. Playing peekaboo, Dave.
That double barrel shotgun, I mean, if I'm not mistaken, one shot to the body with the level 1 vest, like that's about 90% of your health. Richie, though, yeah, defeaters. Like I mentioned at the beginning, we'll get back to HQA, another one of these squads kind of down there at the bottom, needing to really risk it for the biscuit, as some people would put it. They could be pulling up right here onto Brazilian Rampage.
Yeah, Brazilian Rampage is one of these teams that is safe, but definitely within striking distance, potentially, from some amazing performances from some of these teams. So stabilizing here would be absolutely massive for them. We are seeing Garcia being taken out here. Sentry, though, nice shots around the corner. Kiwang was down to a scrap of HP and now dropped completely. It all comes down to Skies. Can they find the shots? Yeah, it's one down. Skies still good amount of HP to work with. Can he find some more? Sentry will get the shots, though. Jump shot to start that off. And only losing one single member. That was huge here for Brazilian Rampage.
Yeah, so, I mean, if this was like a week ago, HQA, Skies, I would have said, hey, Skies, you know, there's no reason to push that. Your 3 squad mates already knocked down, bleeding on out. I mean, all the odds are just stacked against you. But since there's only 2 more days to go, HQA, they need these pop-off performances. So, hey, Skies, send it on in there. Try to get the squad wipe. Try to get the dub, come out on top. That's exactly what they needed. Unfortunate, not able to find it here. Brazilian Rampage, not even enough time to heal on up. Tempo kind of cruising on right by with this snowmobile. They only got 2 right here. It looks like they were just doing some scouting, trying to reposition. Loops on the same exact pathway as Tempo.
And shots were actually taken here. I'm kind of surprised. There are only 2 members of Tempo Storm here, and they've now given their position away. We're seeing B4, though, taking some shots as well in the kill feed. There has been so much action here, Dave, to start this off. I also want to note the teams in 23rd and 24th. The teams, like you said, who needed to pop off were the first 2 teams taken out in this game. I appreciate the gusto. I appreciate the energy from these squads, both just barely unable to pull it off. But now, because of those shots that Tempo did take there, I don't know why. Maybe they assumed they'd been spotted. I don't know if that's true or not, but all I know now is absolutely confirmed. We can see multiple fights breaking out, both in our picture-in-picture and on the feed right in front of you as Influence Rage is taken down. B4, they are down to, I think, 1 single player remaining. And as you can see in the background, more of these teams are looking to get in on the execution. The action as Execute is rolling up.
Yeah, Execute looking to get in on the action. We see them pulling up in the back lines of this one. They might be able to third-party the other side of Tempo, the duo, the split right here, HH and J7. They got Loops right in their crosshairs. The thing is, once when they start to take those shots, I mean, Execute are going to be looking right on top of them here. Very interesting little split. And Tempo, we saw them. They got in this situation because they had Spec kind of doing some scouting, right? They got caught off on the scouting. They got pinned down. Just unlucky that Loops were doing the same thing. Loops, though, on this, they got 4. Kowalski looking to maybe get the flank here. Very interesting maneuver coming on out.
Yeah, Kayovsky on the wide flank. The shots onto J7 are oh so clean. Only need a couple bullets to get that one done. He's looking for the other member they know is down there, which now means that Spec needs to try and make something happen, but he's going to fall as well. Federal, the headshot to secure that. J7's going to get confirmed. Oh, man, and that ditch became a coffin as Loops just executed the 2 members of Tempo Storm who were down there. And speaking of Execute, they're taking a look at this from a distance. They may try and get involved.
I mean, 10th place right now, Execute, you definitely have wiggle room to work with. So even if Loops, you know, get a knock on you and instantly push you, I mean, I wouldn't be too sad. I think the upside is, hey, get a couple kills, get a couple points early game in your nice and comfortable compound. Ooh, kill switch, trying to take some shots right there. On top of the roof, I believe was getting shot from an alternate angle. Yeah, forced to kind of pull back and dip on into cover.
Yeah, that's the exact dip that Loops has found for themselves now. And it's so interesting when we do pull up the mini-map, just to sort of take a look at how... We have a lot of circle to work with.
That's what I wanted to talk about. Yeah, the mini-map.
Everybody is in the center of this circle. Everybody's in the center of this circle. Look at this. Look at those. Thank you so much, observers, pulling this up. Look at how clustered all these teams are. It was all about getting in early, taking over a compound, which is what Loops has been known for this season, but they didn't actually take a compound. They took a top of a hill, they slowed down because they were getting shut up by Tempo Storm, and then taking over that same compromised position that they know is compromised because they just abused it, they lose one member. This feels like, I feel like I'm getting indecision here from Loops. You kill those 2 members from Tempo, you back up, you reset, you take a compound. I don't know what they're still doing there.
You know what Bayo's doing. Bayo sees a tasty snack right there, looking to get the shots onto the feet, trying to get the flush onto its fate, kind of steal that one away. I believe one of the members from Loops were able to get that knock, and hey, that's the perfect opportunity. Loops, they're going to be pulling on back, heading more or less into Villa, into cover. I mean, right before this, they were on top of a hill, you know, kind of exposed, and not something they want to see themselves in here. And yeah, back to your point. This, I'm getting a lot of like week 1 vibes. You know, week 1, a lot of teams, they went straight into the middle. Like, it was just a no-brainer play, like go into the middle, hope that the zone favors you. Week 2, week 3, we saw kind of a 50-50. You know, we saw teams playing the edge, we saw teams playing the center. But I think this is what we're going to start to see here the last 2 days. We're going to see teams not currently in that top 16 look for those early fights. We're going to see teams in the top 16, try to play safe, go center, you know, just play passive, kind of wait it out, and really see where these zones will take you.
Absolutely, and by getting here early, by being proactive, you allow more opportunities to react. If you're on the edge and you get a hard shift, you are going to be more easily compromised by that hard shift. But if you're in the center, you've got a little more flexibility, you've got a little more wiggle room, and also you've been keeping an eye on the squads that are coming in around you. You have a better track on what path you need to take to get to safety. So I definitely, I'm agreeing with the decision here. PK is sort of the only team rotating in late, but because they're the only one, this rotational path has been left pretty much uncontested. It's totally fine. But there's a whole northern end of this circle. I mean, if we see a northern circle shift here, this center of the circle is going to become chaos.
Yeah, and that's what we're hoping. I mean, as far as us, you know, watching, that's what we're hoping.
I was going to say,
definitely not what the players want.
For that.
Definitely not what the players want. Okay, Villa. Okay. Oops. Remember, they pulled back on into Villa after being shot at from Execute. PK pulling on up. Same thing with Ace and Klaze.
And now we're seeing the shots come out from Ace, looking to try and confirm these 2 down members of Klaze here. Focusing, just sitting right back behind the cover of this door, throwing out the molly, trying to pick that one up as Ace is slowly but surely able to try and make their way in through this. Rambote is the last one standing here for Klaze, fighting on the outskirts of Villa, like you mentioned before. This is going to try and be the execution. Mafioso, though, one of the top fraggers on this team, is down. But Dudu and crew are going to look to go in the double peek with Myth there as well, forcing them out with the Molotov. Beautiful execution there, Dave. That was textbook.
Yeah, burn, baby, burn. That's what Ace won. That's what they were saying. They said, flush them out, burn them out. And that is exactly what happened. That's textbook right there. Looking at the Knights, Blade and Trickster. They might have an idea. Somebody's in here. Maybe not, actually. Now they will. Dadden going to be popping up from that corner, going for the spray down with the barrel. Unsuccessful with that Blade, making the breach on into Villa. Can they continue to push on top of Loops? There's only one up. Oh, Loops done at the hands of the Knights.
Yeah, and this was the war of attrition. I talked about it earlier. Losing one player out that they probably shouldn't have did cost them. And then losing another. I mean, Carrillo almost just clutched a 1v2. The drop shot there, that was absolutely stellar. I thought there's no way in the world he wins that fight. But just the sheer weight of numbers. And I talked about the fact that PK was able to get in. It wasn't really an uncontested path, but they went into this area that was congested. But they fought Loops for it, took Loops down. Loops, of course, who only, recently been pulling off the chickens, so being able to shut them down before they can build any momentum today on a map they've traditionally done very well on, I think that is a huge win for the Knights.
Huge win for the Knights because they're in 18th as well. Like, the Knights, unlike the Loops, the Knights, they don't have the option of getting taken out early. Like, they just cannot afford it. I mean, that's just the truth. If they do, they can kiss their finals dreams goodbye, right? On the flip end of that, Loops currently in 6th place on the overall leaderboards. They're chilling. They are chilling.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, Loops is untouchable. They're almost at 400 points coming into the day. They're fine. They're going to be in no matter what. But the thing is, for PK as well, this is a new squad representing this roster. I mean, Pittsburgh Knights, you know, was a staple in North American PUBG Mobile for so long, had a solid core roster that was there. You know, players wanted to move on, wanted to make some changes, brought in this brand new squad for them. The first time playing under that PK banner, being able to make it into the top 16, make it into the playoffs, that would be such a huge victory for them in this org. That would be validation incarnate right there, Dave. That would be really cool to see.
Yeah, it would be. They have, hey, they got, what, 6 or 8 more games to go to really cement their names in the history books right here for the Knights. So let's see if they can do it. Already getting a couple kills underneath their belt. That's the exact start that they need here. But if I am the Knights, I don't think I pump the brakes there. I think I keep pushing in. You know, I keep sending it on into a centralized location, keep taking these fights because you need those big games. I mean, that's just the fact. You can't get a squad wipe and be like, okay, guys, we're good. We're good. Like, no. I mean, there's so many points. There's so many points behind, considering that the other teams ahead of them, they're playing in the same exact games, right? So unless those teams ahead of them get taken out real early on, get those goose eggs, get those 0 points, like the Knights, they're going to need to play their hardest until the very end tomorrow.
Oh yeah, it could very well just come down to that wire, the last few games. And one of the teams that's standing directly in their way, of course, is Cloud9. Going to be given a little bit of a gift here, as Bayo is going to be able to pick up that lovely care package, bringing that on in. And Cloud9's actually in a really good position as well. They've got this great overlook, high ground position. They're going to be able to watch all these different directions, see the way they're spread out there, looking fantastic. But PK now are in another decent spot. If we see a southern circle shift, they are going to be in a great position here down in Villa. And Ace already did lose one member from that little scrap earlier. So if they are going to pick a fight, taking one with a team that's already wounded, we saw that with Loops, would be pretty solid here for them. But I think a lot of it's going to depend on this next circle. Everybody's posted up. Nobody has a reason to move yet. It all comes down to this next shift.
Yeah, and they have a couple of vehicles to work with. So if they have been paying attention to the kill feed, if they do, pop a head off from Ace, they should know, okay, there's only one more up. I would like to see that instant push with those vehicles. Another 2 points in the bank. Ace, they're playing safe. They're playing safe. They're hoping nobody looks in their direction. Execute as well. All kind of spreading on out from their compound that they were able to acquire in circle number 1. Next zone's going to pop on up here very shortly. Who's it going to favor, Paul? Well, there we go.
Oh,
out there to the west.
Okay.
Looks like everybody's pretty safe, though, besides Tribe and G25.
That's probably one of the friendliest circles we could have seen. That favored a lot of players outside of Garoka there. The sort of mountainous area there to the south, just northwest of Villa, could get very interesting. A couple of compounds there that could have quite a lot of value, but you've got to be aware of the terrain around them as well that could potentially punish that. So we're taking a look at, is that INTZ just down there? Being a little bit of a snake, HH24 as well.
There's only 2. There's only 2.
Only the 2 left, so they're playing this real slow. They have to. This is the way. HH24 is now is on the edge. But talking about, this is the fight I was looking for. This is what I was looking to see. This Pittsburgh Knights is pushing into Ace, and Flash wins that fight. Oh my goodness, beautiful play here from them. They're definitely feeling themselves after taking down Loops. The big play is now continuing this as Dudu is in a rough position as Folkeson is going down as well. And we are seeing the collapse coming in from PK. Everybody's going in. Dudu able to land some solid shots though onto Trickster, but he can hear the footsteps coming in from all around. And was I wrong, Dave? Were they only down to 2? Did they lose another member? Oh my goodness. Well, now they're down to 9.
There you go. There you go. And that goes to show you the awareness that the Knights have on this kill feed. They got that one knock. They sent Blade. They sent Jad G to kind of get that flank, get that maneuver going, flush them out, take them out. Another 2 points on the board for the Knights. This is a phenomenal start from the Knights. I mean, I'm happy right now because honestly, teams that are not qualified, like I want to see them pop up, Paul. Like that's what I want to see. And the Knights, hey, they are delivering so far.
They are indeed. And speaking of delivery, one fresh member of Tempo Storm, Quinto. Okay,
you saw that?
Did he just go down backwards? Did he just go?
Yeah.
Okay.
Hey, 200 IQ. 200 IQ.
Yeah, can't crash if you're going backwards, guys. I don't make it the laws of physics. It's just how it works. All right? I've never seen a car. I've never seen one break. I've never seen one flip over going backwards.
True story. Tensa in the ravine, the death ravine now, pretty much by themselves because HH was spotted behind this tent. G25, they might think the remainder enemy might be in that tent, but no, INTZ, Death Valley chilling. Next zone does going up, so okay, it's gonna go a little down there to Villa, Cloud9, INTZ, Alpha 7 up there to the north. They're gonna have to push on in here very soon.
I don't know what it is about today, Dave. I feel like these circles are boogieing. They're moving. I feel like the second we get comfortable, we're seeing fights, we're seeing action, and then we just got to keep right on going. I love it. And I talked about this on Tuesday. I was like, I kind of hope we get back to the pace of action we saw in week number 1 because it was so entertaining to watch. There was so much fighting happening. And you mentioned it. I feel like we're getting back to that a little bit here because of the way teams are playing these rotations, because of the way teams are realizing they have to step up and play for points, not just for placement, which means they have to go for these kills. They've got to go for these squad wipes. We are seeing so much action to start this game. We're down to only 11 teams left. Normally we'd be at 14 or 15 at this stage, even a week ago. This is fantastic to see. I love it because it's also going to mean that teams, because they've done the damage already, can play these next circles out a little bit more methodical. It'll be slightly less chaotic, which means we can maybe see more interesting sort of 4v4 engages with less crazy third-party action.
Yeah, I mean, that's just going to be the name of the game, right? I mean, the teams that are currently not qualified, like they need to find these early fights. They need to get into the engagements. They need to win them quickly so that they are not third party, regroup and just keep going. Just keep going. The teams that are in that top 16, chilling in a compound. Cloud9 currently in 16th position. They did a little scouting. They wanted to take a fight. Alpha 7 and Infinix, or Influence Range, they're going to be right here.
I mean, Influence Rage, we just saw a simultaneous crash from 2 teams as Cloud9 and Alpha 7 both just pushed in simultaneously. They after fighting off comers on all sides. 2 members of Cloud9 are down. And we're just looking at Durso, the last one standing for Influence Rage. But even if you deal with Influence Rage, Alpha 7 are here, and they still have 3 members up. Both of these teams, through sheer coincidence, crashing in unison. And Law, up on the high ground, could be the one to totally shake up this fight. They know where Durso is. They have tracking with the audio. And TX is down. C9 is going to be able to get out the revives, going to be able to stabilize. But looking at where they are in the circle, Dave, they've got to move on in. The blue is going to be a pressure they have to deal with.
Yeah, Durso going to be burning up right there, burning alive. Bayo, 2 kills so far on the Cloud9. Sanab still going to be back there in the tail end of this one in the smokes. Durso still actually able to manage to stay alive. Bayo tagged right before they were able to get behind the cobblestone wall. Law up there in the high ground, connected, spotted, and instantly thirsted. 2 up for Alpha, 1 up for Influence Rage.
Cloud9 winning this would be absolutely huge for them. They are right on the bubble. As we're seeing Alpha 7 get taken out, Durso was actually able to clean up some kills there. The last man standing for Influence Rage, still not going out without a fight, but a fight he will have as multiple members of Cloud9 are going to push on in. The inexorable collapse. They are pinching him out in the bathroom. The shots are there. How many can he take down? Not one! As C9 able to take the best of that. 4 kills to their name, but what a scrappy fight. And Dave, they do not have a moment to rest.
Bison versus Groza. I think the Groza wins all day long. Tribe over here. I know the Deaths, they were talking about they have been pretty good at kind of backing off of fights here. Looks like they're not going to be backing off this one with the Knights.
No, Knights who've already had such a solid start are seeing it all slip away as C-Cut's there. Looking to just take down Jat G. PK split a little bit. I think caught out on a rotation there. And now the last 2 players here, Dave, they've got such a solid start. They have to now look to try and secure some more placement points. Make it into that top 6 would be ideal here for them. And that would actually round them out a pretty solid game. But it looks like Flash, they still want more points. They still want more. And I can't fault the attitude. That's what you got to do. And Tensa, the last remaining player of Tempo Storm, is being just the spanner in the works here for the rotation of G25. What am I even seeing?
Hey, look at that, though. I mean, talk about the timing. Tensa was able to pop off that last first aid, was able to get on into the Dacia right in time, make it on into the zone without being damaged. Going to be running right on into the 2 members of the Knights, who just lost 2 in the process. Man, this is all out chaos right here.
Yeah, I mean, Tensa's just sort of like, please don't look at me, please don't look at me. Okay, never mind.
Tensa's
right by Tribe. Right by Tribe. They can spare a second to clean up Tempo Storm there, and there's more placement points that we are going to be seeing. As we're seeing now, only 5 teams up, making it into this top 6. That was the goal. I believe PK was actually able to achieve that, but another team that we haven't talked about, Dave, because they've been a little bit quiet, but have still been able to make it here, is INTZ. They're still up in this, making it to the top 5. They're another one of these squads who could go on a miracle run to make it into our playoffs.
Yeah, looking pretty good. Looking for that miracle run. I do see Pauly is in the game. I know the last 2 play days, I know Pauly broke their phone. So new phone, who it is? New phone, who it is? Coming up into that late game right there on the edge. Brazilian Rampage, 5 kills to their name. We got 5 teams to go. Cloud9, they lost uneven, unlucky. Looks like they're gonna be pinned down over here, right on the edge of the new zone. Nunez on top of the roof with the AKM, keeping the whole squad, or at least the 3 members alive, pinned down in that smoke.
Yeah, I mean, Brazilian Rampage won that fight earlier up against Helping Quit Addiction. They lost 1 member in that, but have been able to rack up 1 additional kill since. And with this top 5 position, Brazilian Rampage also in a really nice spot. They're, again, one of these teams that could potentially, if they're not careful, see that top 16 slip away. They're in a pretty good spot, though, and a game like this will definitely help secure that. But Tribe is one who cannot afford to lose anyone else here. As we're taking a look at the shots coming in from INTZ on the flank, but C9 is in a perilous position.
Yeah, Cloud9 are up here. They hear the shots from INTZ. INTZ, they were taking shots. I believe they were able to knock out, maybe get the confirm onto one of the members of Tribe. But yeah, you just said Cloud9. I mean, right now, all they have are a couple smokes. They got 3 boulders, and they're hoping the Brazilian Rampage squad kind of gets third-partied and kind of distracts them. But it doesn't look like that's going to be the case here.
No, what is going to be the case, though, is Execute moving in towards Tribe. That's 1 member down. Telly, the last one up. The blue is ticking away. Zute positioning this perfectly. But INTZ is coming in to snipe these out. And with that, Telly's just going to deny the point to the blue as Tribe is going down. They just, the way they positioned that, they were focused on the kills. They took down PK, but then they were out in the open, taking shots from too many different angles. Couldn't rotate up. Didn't have the utility in the smokes to make it in. Really unfortunate here for them. Unfortunate also for the push of Lil Boy. Bayo not getting down by that nade. The blue as well, able to continue to push on in, finding the shots. Benitez is going to take that win. But Pyro from the black back playing anchor. And that is actually just going to be C9 out.
The corn suit just too strong right there. They might have been able to get one of the thirst onto INTZ, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe. But Execute, I mean, week 2, they hit a wall. You know, they hit a wall. Week 3, though, they started shooting on up, and now we see on week 4, this has been a squad. They've been consistently getting really solid placement points. They've been consistently getting kills to go with it. I mean, this team, complete flip from what we saw them kind of performing week number 2. I know they got a lot of fans in the chat. Execute, you love to see it right here. And they are actually looking to possibly get this dub here. Zute in one of Dave's top 10 bushes right there. Let's see if Zute can catch him off guard. INTZ, they're going to need to push on out of that compound across the road, across the field.
Again, it's going to come down to now how much utility they still have left. The smokes here are going to make a big difference because this is a firing range. Not much cover to be had. Kill switching crew pretty much have this in their sights. We still have them checking angles, but that's the first down there onto Pauly, and I think this is just going to be exactly that. A firing range. Kill's going to be confirmed. 4 members up, down to 2 for INTZ. Vegas knocked as well, and this is just going to be the first game. Props to INTZ for making it here to this final 2, but Execute played it a little bit slower, a little bit steadier. Didn't necessarily take as many fights, but took the last one when it mattered most. That is going to be the first game in the books there. Only 6 kills from them. But you know what? They still got that chicken. That's still a 21-point game, and they've got to be very happy with that one.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, one of the major takeaways on the side of Execute is just the ability to show up to the late game with 4 up. That is so important for me because right there, I mean, having those numbers in the end, it definitely increases your chances of getting that chicken dinner. INTZ, though, coming into this game, 20th place on the overall leaderboard. The second place, not sure how many kills they had, but second place, that's 12 points. Also, great start from the squad here on these final last 2 days.
I think INTZ will finish that with at least 18 points. But as we welcome Jason back, one of the things I think we're going to see as we take a look at this is that just because you saw Execute up there at the top, I think we're going to see a lot of teams all around that sort of 15 to 20 point range. A lot of teams got involved in fights, even if they didn't necessarily make it to the end. That was a crazy game, Jason. That had so much action.
Unless INTZ got more kills in the time it took me to sit down to walk over here, I think they ended with 4, which would be, if I'm not mistaken, putting them at 16 in total.
16.
which is just barely above, like 0.1 points above what they need to average per game. The downside is, though, you had teams like Cloud9 doing better in this game. You had teams like XSET doing better in this game, which means that the bubble is going to continue to move up against them. So in reality, I don't even know if that was enough for them to start clawing away at that lead that they needed to. But it was a crazy game indeed, and we're actually checking with our analyst here in a second to talk about it. But thank you two very much for the first match, and we'll see you for match 2. They didn't even say bye. They didn't say bye. I don't know. These guys have no manners. You know who does have manners? These two. Twitter and 7. Yeah, a crazy game. Let's just take a look at our results, though, from the match. I want to see who got how many points in particular. Cloud9 playing well. Tribe getting very deep into that game. INTZ, 16 points. There we go. But again, I don't know if that's going to be enough for them to start to claw away at how many points they really need to get throughout the days.
Yeah, and I'm glad you mentioned that. As you said, they did need about 16 points per game if they want to get to that safe zone we talked about. But then you had teams like Pittsburgh Knights that just started going off. They were challenging Klaze Esports. They were able to win that fight. And on top of that, they were aggressive, and they ended up with 6 kills. This is a team that we usually don't really see performances like that of. So a lot has changed. You see XSET as well. I think with this win here, they're more than likely going to end up qualifying towards the finals. They can maybe relax a little bit more and try out different tactics with their core 4 now that kill switch is back after missing 2 days. INTZ, I think they performed amazingly with Cloud9. I think they were able to take on fights, and they were able to finish fights whenever it became available, which was really good to see there out of Cloud9. Brazilian Rampage as well with 6 kills. There was just glitter. So many teams ended up with 6 kills, and I know one that didn't end up with 6 kills, ended up with 4 kills. Tribe Gaming, I feel like they still had a great match.
Yeah, honestly, we were talking about this as we were watching everything close out. We've mentioned this a few times on the show. There was no point sponge in this first game. Like, every single team was chipping away at what they were doing. 6 kills across 4 teams, 5 kills and across another 2. Then we look at the third page here. Ace 1, 3 points, 3 kill points, 4 total points. Tempo Storm in 10th with 4. Loops got 3 kills, 0 placement points. G25 down there, only 3 points. Alpha 7 down here, only 2 points. I mean, I don't know what happened with some of those bigger teams on this second page. It was definitely a little bit rough for them. And then Defeaters, HQA, and Klaze rounding out the final top 16.
Guys, okay, I'm going to bring this up right now real quick because I just noticed this, and I'm hoping that production's going to be with me on this. 9th place, 10th place, 11th place, 12th place, 13th place are all in our top 8 at the moment overall. 14th, 15th, 16th are 3 of our bottom teams we have overall in our standings. On the first page, if we can somehow go backwards in this, the top, was it 6 teams, I believe, are all in contention to maintain or overtake a top 16 placing. I think that shows you what teams have really shown up today ready to play.
Yep. Yeah, and I think that's kind of something we expected out of those teams that wanted to be able to make it, that either wanted to maintain their 16th spot on their top 16 or just trying to push for that to that top 16th. I mean, with INTZ, like, that's honestly something I can personally say I did not expect that out of them, and I'm looking forward to see if they can actually do it again, because why not? And just a little bit of a nibit there after that match. 15th place Tribe Gaming and Cloud9 in 16th place. They're currently tying points with 328. The only difference is that Tribe Gaming has 1 more kill than Cloud9.
Oof.
I just want to clarify one thing as well, because I know we've been saying that INTZ, technically they've hit the marker they need to in that match, but that is also based on the fact of every other team in the lobby playing to their average. So if Cloud9's playing better than their average, then that 16 points they got doesn't really mean they hit the mark they needed to. If other teams are playing better than their averages, then INTZ need to play even better than the 15.9 odd points they're going to need per game to average in their last matches. So honestly, it's something we need to take a look at, but it is at least a good sign for INTZ, right? That they are showing they can get second place finishes. They've had it, I think, 3 times now in the last day and, of course, today. And we'll obviously see if they can continue that as we take a look at our Mountain Dew Game Fuel moments from the last match here. And honestly, I think we're seeing out of the top teams, like, kind of how carefree they're being in this. The fact that we had so many teams who are in the top 8 finish in the bottom half of our scoreboard there, I think it just shows that they realize they're safe, so they're just out to get some kills, out to hunt some frags, and make a montage.
Yeah, which is completely fine out of those teams. Yeah. One team out of those top teams, though, that I'm kind of a little bit worried about, that I might not want to see them do whatever Team Queso might end up doing, is G25 Gaming. we really haven't heard that much about G25 Gaming, and I believe in the last show day, they were last place in regards to points just for that full day. So with G25 Gaming, I kind of want to see flashes again of that greatness that they were able to provide during week 1 and a little bit of week 2 as well. I want to see them go off and get those 12 to 15 kill chicken dinners, because I don't think this is the performances they want to go into the finals with.
Well, on that note,
super hot early in the tournament and then kind of slowing down, Jason, I don't know.
They actually put someone else in. They put Cordobez in today instead of Italox. So that's the player that we interviewed actually over our last week. So maybe now they're showing that, okay, maybe we need to make a switch up. Maybe, maybe it's just the fact that Italox couldn't play today. Don't know. But they are showing that they're changing some rosters, and maybe that's kind of what they need to do going into the finals, Glitter.
Yeah, and if it works, it works. We'll see how, I guess, it pans out for the rest of today, if it changes anything for them. I think we do need to give a little bit of love to PK. We just saw the highlight there of their fight with Loops, and I feel like PK is just, they were playing with a lot more confidence today. The fight that they took with Loops went well, and they just kind of continued that aggression. They were one of the squads that ended up with 6 kills here in this first match, and I don't know, Seven, but when we were watching, I was like, where did they come from?
Yes. We were both kind of like looking at each other stunned. We're like, wait, hold on. Is this the PK that we're kind of used to seeing? But we expect that out of those teams. Keep in mind, with Pittsburgh Knights, they need to start averaging 10.2 points a match. They were able to average 10 points in that last one. But as we were mentioning, everybody else stepped up their gameplay too. So those 10 points, even though it's a huge improvement from the 6 points that they usually tend to average, it's not good enough. So we might need to start seeing more crazy plays out of them, which is good for a team, because honestly, if they're able to get in a groove, if they're able to carry momentum, and if they're able to win those gunfights against some of the, I guess in a way, top tier teams like Loops Esports, between Pittsburgh Knights and Loops Esports in the last match, that's going to be a great confident booster if for some reason they do end up qualifying to the finals.
Yeah, and the thing is,
you know what else
Go ahead, Glitter. What'd you notice?
Did you notice too? We had talked all last play day about how Killswitch wasn't playing for Execute, and they were doing really well as far as consistency in their placement points. And Killswitch is in today, and they managed to get the kills as well as the win.
Yeah, he actually. So we did talk to Zute as well during the 2 days, and it was all because of school. He had to go to school, couldn't get all the matches. So but like you're saying, it's nice to see that they took the momentum that they had in the last play day, bring him back in, and they can still put up the kills, still do well as well. On top of that, I think it's a sign of maturity of the team overall. So now take a look at our total damage in this last match. And again, I want to point out Cloud9 one more time, because technically the predicted bubble number that we have is based off of them, right? Since they are currently 16th place, we take a look at their average points over the games. With them doing well, again, it moves the bubble for every other team. But now I'm curious, did they move up the rankings with that last placing that they got, which means another team has now become the bubble in their predicted games. It will change how the entire thing works. But that's a really interesting sign for me, is that if Cloud9 can continue to have good games like this, I think they should be able to make it into the finals.
And it's good too. It's not only good that they're kind of moving up the leaderboard, just maintaining that spot, but it's also good for some of the other teams to kind of make them back off, saying, hey, Cloud9 came to play today. You know what?
Oh, yeah.
Usually something that we saw in PMWL is we saw a player knock down a player from Cloud9 and to say, oh, Cloud9, rush him. Guess what? If you have Cloud9 performing really well today, they might think that twice. They might say, oh, yeah, you know what? Let's maybe not rush him.
I mean, the thing is that I think they're still playing relative to their old style, right? They played very late into the game, just playing for placements. Then they were trying to go for the knocks, but we saw INTZ picking off a lot of the knocks they did get. But another team who, again, was playing very safe. We talked about at the top of the show. It's going to be Tribe, and I believe we have a clip we can actually break down from them, Seven.
Yes, we do. And the reason why we also wanted to showcase Tribe here is because Tribe is going to be playing Vikendi twice today. And remember what I said at the beginning of the show. Vikendi has definitely been one of their strongest maps. And right here, Glitter. Just look, by the way, in case you're for some reason not able to see it, the viewers at home, that's where Tribe Gaming is right there. So just keep an eye at Glitter at the rotation they're going to be doing here. And I'm just going to let you take it away.
Yeah, and the reason we wanted to highlight this specifically is because this is literally what we had talked about for Tribe. You see Tribe is on the east side, and they make one of the widest rotations we have seen in a long time, completely along the edge of the blue, and they go from the east side all the way over into the far west side of this zone. Not only was it setting them up for positioning perfectly in this zone here. As you can see who they're near teams-wise, it got them away from G25, it got them away from tempo, and it ties in perfectly to what we've been saying about them changing up their play style. That couldn't have been any safer a rotation. They got away from any potential engagements. They stayed as far away from the zone as possible by rotating on the edge of the blue, and they got themselves positioned fantastically to pull down more placement points because we saw them end up in, I think it was top 6 maybe position.
I think what was also cool about that is that right before we saw that part happen, Ace 1 was there as well. So not only did they have Tempo, G25, and Ace 1 behind them, they were kind of sandwiched in. I think they cleared off Ace 1 and then they rotated away again, just trying to play safe, right? I think that's what we talked about, towards the top of today, is they're playing for placements, not playing for kills as much. And again, if they keep on this track, they very well could pull this one off. But obviously, they have to worry about other teams. Cloud9, the fact that Cloud9 is doing well could actually surpass them, as you said before, 7, 1 point behind them. Actually, well, they're equal in points, but 1 kill behind them, where Tribe technically has the 15th place still. And now you have that constant battle between not only Cloud9 and the teams below them, but Cloud9 and Tribe. They want to do better than Tribe in every single game and say, no, you're the bubble now. We're safe by at least 1 placing, and consistently try to push each other away. But what about other teams? I think INTZ, we can maybe chat about a little bit here, obviously talking about their good placing, but they were playing
something I just remember.
Safe. What are you going to remember?
Jason, something I just remember with Pittsburgh Knights, the way I remember at some point, Paul and Mustache Dave were able to call out how all the teams were in the center. Remember that sequence there in the last match where everybody was pretty much just trying to find a spot, but everybody was center. Pittsburgh Knights was not even near the zone at that point. I think, remember Glitter, I think they were rotating from outside of the zone. They were actually in the blue zone at one point, but they were able to rotate late. And that's actually a completely different gameplay than what I'm used to seeing from Pittsburgh Knights, because they usually tend to be that middle, that's actually that team that tends to be in the middle and taking on those fights, as we are seeing some of the stats here. So maybe Pittsburgh Knights, not only are they being more aggressive, maybe they're being a little bit more careful at the beginning of the match, loot up, and then they start being aggressive.
Yeah, pretty equal stats between the two teams. INTZ,
yeah, those are really similar.
Well, INTZ have 5 matches left, and Pittsburgh Knights should have 7 matches left, if I'm not mistaken, since we saw 46 and 44 there. But again, imagine we're on to our last day. Imagine we're into our second to last match, and you just played your last game, and one team that could knock you out is in the very next match. I think it's going to be very nail-biting for all the teams out there, and even for us as well. I'm trying to let my nails grow out a little bit so I don't, tear them off too badly, but it's really going to start turning up the heat for a lot of teams, and obviously we're going to see who's going to melt and who's going to, withstand that heat. To remind you guys at home, what's up, Glitter?
Oh.
What's up? What do you got?
This is totally random. I think this just clicked in my head, but did Influence Rage not have like 194 kills before this game, and they just got 6 here? So they might be, I think, one of the teams at the bottom to reach 200.
You're right.
The only team to reach 200 kills. And Seven had called them out for wanting to see if they could get their kills back up, and they're starting to do that.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. They definitely did taper off in the last days, maybe trying to play for placements, but again, showing they can get the kills. And you guys at home can show us what is going to be the mobile esports game of the year. You can head over to the esportsawards.com/community votes and get your vote in for PUBG Mobile. We all know you're going to be voting for the game anyway, so you might as well just get it done right now, because we have a quick break coming up, and that also gives you the ability to take a screenshot, send it to 7 on Instagram at 7WG, and potentially earn some of his shirts. He's actually going to be sending out his shirts to a couple lucky people out there as a thank you for voting for PUBG Mobile, as well as, the bazillion, gajillion, whatever you see you're going to be giving away this time. But we're going to head to that break. And when we come back, we have our second match of the day coming up. And I promise you, next time I'll have a better thing to say about what he's giving away.
Mountain Dew? Squads. There's loot on the horizon for however you find victory. For the combat chauffeurs. For those who strike from above or from below. For the experts in pan-to-pan combat. Whether you're taking a leap of faith or just aren't afraid of a close call. Fuel your path to winner chicken dinner with ice-cold Mountain Dew. And with exclusive loot from Mountain Dew fuel stations. Spawning on a map near you.
All right, we're back here with our penultimate day, getting into our second match of the day, and you can see on your screen exactly what it's going to be. Erangel with Group B sitting out, so we're not going to see the likes of Cloud9 in there, looking to defend themselves with another great placing, but we have Group A, which means Team Case is coming back into the mix. We got the Unnamed as well coming back in, fighting for their chance to maintain their top 16 placing, as well as Group C as well. Loops, I was kind of hoping for a little bit more out of them, I'm not going to lie, in that first match, because we saw them get a chicken dinner for the first time in our last play day. I was expecting some more as well going into these last 2 days.
Yeah, Loops.
And it's
that
Vikendi.
win.
Yeah.
It was nice that they got the win, but it's just still not the Loops that we're kind of used to seeing. At least not for me.
Yeah, I 100% agree. Glitter agrees.
It's just like it's. I don't know. I feel like we've said that about so many teams that we were used to seeing at the top. And now everything's just been flipped on its head. So maybe that's just how this season is. It's not even about the former top dogs. It's about all of the new teams rising to the top.
Hey, it shows that there's so much talent still untapped here
Yeah.
PUBG Mobile. Just because you played in World League once doesn't mean you're going to be one of the top teams, unless you're Queso, I guess, in this sense. But you know what? I think we're about to get ready to head into our next match. We have to say goodbye to you two for now. But don't worry, we'll bring you back. And I swear, Seven, I'm going to have something way better to say next time you're on air here about what you're giving away for people voting in the Esports Awards. You guys can be tweeting to us, though, at Esports PUBG with the hashtag PMPL, and let us know who you think is going to make it into the finals. Maybe let us know who you think is going to be the top 3 to represent the region going into GC, or maybe you want to tweet about these two fine gentlemen joining me here now on the virtual studio. We got Enviram and Mustache Dave. Dave looking for money, Enviram give me a little point out. Guys, we've already had, in that last match alone, so many of the teams in contention. I mentioned this with the analysts. So many of the teams who are trying to fight for top 16 were in the front page. The teams who are already in top 8 on the second page. To me, that really, again, shows that teams are throwing everything they have into the mix here, being safe when they can, and taking the fights only they know they can win in Enviram.
No, that definitely feels like is the case, but it's also showing playing safe isn't always necessarily the call. And it's I don't know, I love to see this sort of conflict of styles and this feeling like we're going back to like the early days of this when teams are still sort of feeling out the point system and the more overt aggression, not being afraid to crash. Like that simultaneous crash, I think was Ace and C9 onto Influence Rage. Like that wouldn't have happened in the last 2 weeks, but where it's happening again now because teams know how much is on the line.
And Dave, I'm getting really worried for some teams, as we saw, like teams specifically like not shooting towards these final zones just to make sure they can play for placings. But then you have Tribe and Cloud9 equal on points, but Tribe has 1 more kill. Imagine not qualifying for top 16 because you had 1 less kill than another team. Do you think teams are going to continue to play this way, then maybe change things up? Do you think maybe they're going to live to regret this down the line?
I mean, at this point, you really can't regret anything. You know, I mean, Cloud9, Tribe, they both went up 1 placement point when it comes to the overall ranking. So if they can just continue to maintain those type of games, slowly crawl up, baby steps, that's all it takes for those 2 teams. Baby steps.
Baby steps indeed, and hopefully those steps can turn into a full-on sprint, though I don't think babies can really sprint because they're just learning how to walk, but we're going into our second match of the day now. It's going to be on Erangel, so why don't you two gentlemen take us away.
Thank you so much, Jason. Sprinting babies. Oh, that's a visual to start off our day. Oh my god.
That's a team name. That's a team name.
That's just sprinting babies.
PMCO.
Right. Let's go.
Hit it up, baby.
Go. Let's do it. And let's also go into our second match of the day here on Erangel. Of course, the tried and true, the staple that all these players know. And 2.0 now, I think the consensus from the community, from the players and stuff, is that the changes, excellent. More cover, more terrain to play around, more opportunities to react to what the opponent's doing, easier positions to rotate. From what I've seen, 2 thumbs up. 2 thumbs up for 2.0.
2 thumbs up. Hey, I put 2 toes up as well. Just all up, because honestly,
all the digits.
All the digits. Because the beaches, the beaches, now they have those hardcover little barricades, the little bowls, the dips to work with, the terrain. Before beaches, if you were to dock on a beach, try to work across the beach, you were dead. If a team looked at you, you're dead. I mean, there's no cover. You just have to run and hope that the opponents just whiff all their shots. Not only that, we see scattered throughout the map, BRDMs, burnt ones, of course, used as cover. We saw some new trenches, some new guard towers, and we've had the opportunity to have some end zones there as well. And it's just fantastic to see. I love it. The new scenery, the sunset, it's all beautiful.
Just the graphics as a whole.
The graphics, yeah, I can go on for days.
My
I can go on for days. Like I live and sleep pretty much in Pachinki nowadays. Zone number 1. Okay, game 1, game 2, circle 1, super solid, man. I mean, these players, they couldn't have asked for a more fair zone in my book. I know we see B4, BDM, they're still going to be sending it down there to military base. You might have a fight down there. Besides that, though, pretty solid. I mean, this is also 2 thumbs up, 2 toes up, circle 1.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, we've seen some circles that have caused teams, say this was down way towards the southeast, down towards Primorsk. This would have been a very different opening circle. Teams scrambling to find loot, teams scrambling to get a vehicle to rotate, but no, this time around, teams are going to be able to be a little bit more methodical, allow them to play their game a little bit more, which I love. Because you hate to see a team go out because the way their drop position didn't work out, and the way the circles popped, and now they've got to scramble and they get caught out and they lose one. It's like, well, I wanted to see them actually play the game to their fullest potential, and I really feel like we're going to be able to get that here. And that's fantastic because it shows the true character of these teams. It shows what they're really made of when there's less, quote-unquote RNG involved. It's just them, their guns, their teams, their teammates beside them, and what they can do with it.
And it's also, all about who's dressed the best. Don't forget, you got to bring your A game. You got to bring your A game when it comes to the skin game. So BDM down there, military base, skins, they plus 5 HP. That's a fact. BDM, we saw them. They're in military base, right smack in the middle. B4, they're near them as well. Nova. The reason I bring this up, because I spoke to their IGL before this game started. Oh, we'll get back to that reason because Swagwin, the Bison whiffing all those 9mm shots right there. Definitely warning, boss. Okay, don't come this way. But BDM, they're looking to be ultra aggressive. This is their words. Ultra aggressive early game in order to get as many points as possible. They plan on playing every single game and just risking it all. They're putting all their chips on the table, Paul. This is BDM. I'm talking about BDM. They've had some poor performances last week. All right, so they're putting all their chips. They're all in the last 2 days. Ask them, are you going to hunt down any team in particular? Like, Dave, we got manners, all right? We're not going to hunt down anybody. Whoever's in front of us, we're going to fight. And I'm like, okay, I respect that. So, I mean, Paul, back to you. I mean, putting all your chips in, taking every single fight you can, BDM. What are your thoughts on that?
It's BDM, and they need 5-0 points. They need 50 points at this stage in a vacuum, nothing else moving, to make it into this top 16, which means it's actually going to be more. I mean, depending on how things shake out, it could be anywhere 80, 90 points over the next couple of days. They need to have an absolutely stellar series of games. So yes, absolutely do it. Because again, it all comes back to, as we're taking a look at a nice, crisp, clean can of Mountain Dew. Ooh, baby. As we're taking a look at this, I take a look at these teams and I say to myself, play to win. Don't play to not lose. That is the difference maker there. It is honestly the mantra that I, in years of casting esports, of years of watching pro players and talking to pro players, so many times they fall into this trap of saying, we just can't let it slip. We just can't let it slip. And it said, no, that's not the attitude to have. Don't just not let it slip. Yeah. Take it in your grasp. Run with it. Because if you're not actively trying to change your fate, if you're not actively looking forward, if you're playing reactive, then somebody else is, and somebody's hungrier for you. You know what I mean? And they're just going to take it from you. You've got to be fighting for it every second during the game.
Yeah, and it starts with doing the do. Honestly, go to that vending machine and grab a do. Put that one back right there. Instant chicken dinner. Honestly. And last point, BDM. Just last thing. Something a little heartwarming from the team. Like, They didn't even expect to be here, Paul. Like, they played PMCO, they qualified, they made it. I mean, they're just beyond themselves to even be competing at the top level of competitive PUBG Mobile. So they're just happy every single day. So regardless of how they do, great job from the squad to even make it here. Looking on into Wildcard, making the pull-up. They looted Severny quite quick. They upped their looting game. I mean, usually I see them, leave Severny around maybe 6 or 7 minutes. They shaved about 60 seconds off. That's impressive.
They're a little light on meds from what we saw there, but I agree, that loot efficiency looking pretty darn solid. They've got the base gear, they've got the kits, a lot of level 3 humps is what I'm loving to see at this stage. And still, yeah, I think you're getting now INTZ and I a little bit earlier going to be able to help accentuate that loop. But I agree. I feel like they've really picked up the pace in the early game because their late rotations in from the north. And the difference is the old wildcard would play passive in the north. You always knew they were going to be up there, but they would always sort of hold it and then react to the circles. But they wouldn't really play proactively. They're moving a lot farther in now than I think we would have traditionally seen from them. And I think that is 100% due to the changes to this. I mean, they're coming in right now. They're in 10th place. They're looking really darn solid. So for them, they just need to play really good, consistent gameplay, but again, not get overrun by these more aggressive teams. They need to fight back at least somewhat with some aggression of their own.
Yeah, I mean, definitely need to fight back. I mean, Slicky currently with 29 total kills. We got Sam, 22, Enigma, 10, Leon with 35 total kills here so far.
Wow.
Yeah, Leon's been popping off. Definitely a key player for the squad. And it was funny, I was looking at some stats. Wildcard, they're the team with the least amount of time in the blue zone. So they're like a cat in water. Like, they do not want to be in the blue zone at all. I thought that was pretty interesting. And then on the flip end of that, Nova, the most amount of time from the blue zone. And Chifan actually almost with an hour in the blue zone altogether in PMPL. So it's kind of cool to see the differences between teams. Yeah, it's crazy, right? The differences, like some teams, they like the blue zone. They can play from it. They're comfortable. Other teams, they do not want to get near it.
And that's, it's all about the long loot and taking, that first tick there. That's so interesting. That is so
1 hour.
Keep an eye on that as well, because they're
that's all the games. That's all the games combined, though.
All games. Oh, yeah, for sure.
All games combined.
Yeah.
Okay.
Of course. But that's still an hour of your life in the last 3 weeks that you spent in the blue zone, just in these competitive ranked tournament games. Wow. Incredible. Incredible.
Well, with that thought, Paul, Nova, 15th. Interesting, huh?
Ooh.
And they're dead.
Yep. Oh. Well then.
Maybe from the blue zone.
I saw one member of Pittsburgh Knights go down. Out in the blue? Yes, I think they were actually out in the blue. Because PK is out in the blue. What happened? What? Okay.
I'm glad I brought it up, at least.
Well, it was relevant. Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah. Well, they don't have to worry about accruing any more time in the blue. Because they're dead. Speaking of potentially dead. Oh my goodness. Nitsu. This is going to be a tricky one. Where are your teammates, Nitsu? Oh my goodness, they've got a ways to go. That's NHP. That's NHP in a dream. And it run! Okay, never mind.
Brazilian Rampage. Love it. Super aggressive. I mean, this is what they promised me, 3 days ago. They said, Dave, we're gonna fight everybody. Like, we don't care. We're gonna just take the fights. Team Queso, Nitsu, finding out the hard way. Oh, Marco, send it. Come on.
I was gonna say ramp it. We had the same thought. We had the exact same thought. Send it up that jump. I have seen some of the craziest plays in all of PUBG and PUBG Mobile off of that particular rock. I'm not saying I've seen backflips on motorcycles into drop shots, but I have. I've seen those. I have definitely seen those, and they're great 100% of the time, and never not great. Speaking of great, we've seen some drive-by action now. Nidabete looking to try and land some shots down range towards Alpha 7. Law was able to get out and reset a little bit here, looking to try and get the med kit off. B4 is coming in, playing together on the edge of that. Nice timing there, Law. Oh, actually able to negate all of that additional damage from the vehicle with the explosion, but he is now sort of stuck out there.
So lucky. Vittu had to reload.
B4!
Vittu had to reload right there before B4 was able to make it on over that hill. Unfortunate, though, Mixer was connected on from Law with the mini. Looks like the entire squad of Alpha, they just got those minis. They're just letting it rip over here. B4, though, I mean, piling all in one vehicle. Unlucky, man. Unlucky.
I'm kind of surprised Alpha 7 did rotate in there, but they were split. They did have Law pinned. That felt kind of flighty to me. I don't think
it felt like they didn't know what they were doing at that moment.
Yeah, you could retreat, you could back up, but there were other ways to go. I mean, they were still very close to the action. They could have taken a wider sweep on that, I think. For all being in one vehicle, that felt like way too aggressive of a reposition, and losing that one member now, that losing Mixera, who's such a key part of this squad, I think could come back to bite them. We'll definitely keep an eye on that. But of course, like game number 1, the action is still heating up here as we're coming into our last 2 days of this sort of open portion of the competition, our league play portion. Because of course, all these teams looking to make it into that top 16, because not just for money, not just for pride, but for a shot at the global championship to compete with the very best on the planet Earth. That's really the goal for these players here. I don't care if you're coming into this to squeak into top 16. Dave, we wiped the slate clean. We know teams can step up. We saw G25 put up insane numbers in just 2 days. I think any one of these teams has the potential to do that. So make it into the top 16, reset your mental, and aim for the top.
Yeah, honestly. And I'm looking, I'm not trying to get too far ahead of myself, but I mean, Team Queso, they have just been unstoppable. I think coming into today, they were like 120 points ahead of second place, something crazy like that. I mean, they're honestly just playing the game like it's the classic right now because they have so many points to kind of work with. And the interesting thing, like you said, clean slate. I mean, that's a huge point to take away, ladies and gentlemen. Like, clean slate. Everybody starts with 0. So can Team Queso, can they maintain their consistency when everybody starts out fresh? Well, we got to find out during the finals. But we got a couple more games to go before we get there. And the teams down there below 16th. We got the Unnamed in 16th. We got the Knights, INTZ, BDM, Klaze. Like, these teams, they are just fighting to keep that dream alive here.
They are, and they need to continue to step up. We saw it in that first game. Teams on the bubble, fighting, struggling to get in there. We'll see if we're going to continue on that trend as we see a decent hard shift here down towards the southeast. Won't be too bad for some of these teams who are already positioned, but I'm looking up towards Wildcard. I'm looking up towards Defeaters, and then, of course, out to the west, BDM and XSET as well. The XSET, who have had such a fun little run here. They were a team that we had like, yeah, this is a super veteran squad. I'm really excited to see them play. And then they were a little bit slow. I'll be honest. They were a little bit slow to start that off. But they've stepped up in a big way here. Another team that's actually done a great job stepping up, the Unnamed, currently in 16th place. They are one of these squads right in the thick of it when it comes to trying to make it into our playoffs. Losing a player here would be disastrous for them.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I spoke to them last week, and Raven said there's been some team communication issues amongst the squad, and they are just looking to tighten that one up right there on the cusp. Execute, kill switch, trying to go for the spray down, trying to get the vehicle explosion on that Dacia right there. Was able to do so, but Team Queso on the opposite end of the hill looking to make the crunch.
Yeah, I mean, Meta in a terrible position there. Abdul played that so well. Actually gave himself an extra second there to survive. There he goes, pops up, actually finds the first down there. The nade's going to go in on Escanor, though. He's going to get absolutely obliterated, but Abdul is going off against all the members of Team Queso. Axel's going to be able to win the shots, though, as Fameboy is taking the shots down range as well. The third party from Execute. You cannot ignore them. They did not go away. I understand trying to deal with the opponent that's right in front of you, but that seems like a little bit of a flub there for Meta. They could have gone on the other side of that hill, I think, a little bit, and now they're basically just down and out. Team Queso with a third party able to pick up one of those as Gazme is just going for the full retreat play. Can Ayala connect? Can Acer connect? These are the questions. Meta does not want to go down here.
That is rough, man. Oh, Slicky onto Gazme with the vehicle explosion. See you later, kid. Back to the lobby. Don't be driving past my screen. That's what they said right there. Let's see, though. Team Queso definitely now aware of Execute as both squads were kind of taking shots on earlier. Axel popping up on that hill with the DP, trying to go for that spray down. Almost was able to get that full clip out, but I believe received some shots from out there in the distance. Forced to go back on into cover.
It's So we pull this out a little bit. If you take a look at the minimap, you can see that wide flank. I think way off on the outside. Who is it? Is it Slicky? I think it is.
Yep.
Yeah, that is the third party coming in from Wildcard. Its fate's already down, but Execute. I love this positioning as well from Zute. Going in with the vehicle, cleaning up. I think he ended up getting some of that loot. He's going to be able to bring that back to the squad because they're looking a little bit worse for wear as the fight is now breaking out between two more of these teams right there in the bubble, of course. It's the Unnamed and Pittsburgh Knights. Pittsburgh Knights who started off that last game so strong now in potential World of Heart. As 3 members are down. This is a terrible spot. It all comes down to Blade. Can Blade find the shots on the multiple members? And no, the sheer weight of fire from the Unnamed will shut them down in 14th place. Dave, that's a disaster for them.
Yeah, I mean, these are the teams 16th, the Unnamed, 17th place for the Knights right there. So the Knights, they had a solid game 1. I believe they were able to get like 6th place. They got a couple kills this game. Unfortunate for them. I mean, at this point, you just can't afford. You cannot afford to get taken out this early on because 13th through 16th place, 0 points when it comes to placement points. So, yeah, it's going to be a tough one. The Knights, they got a couple more games to go here this evening, looking for that bounce back, looking to continue that momentum. Brazilian Rampage, Nunez right here with the DP. Did spot out the rotation from Alpha 7. Alpha 7 still going to be out there on the outskirts. Defeaters, I just saw them a moment ago. They had a 2-2 split going on that east side. Both of those 2-2 splits going to be sending it on into the new play zone, and it looks like one of their duo buddies, one of those, those splits, they got taken out.
That was that to me sort of feels like a hedge your bet kind of play, and the other half of it too. Now lacking that strength of numbers, I think it's actually 2 or 3 there is getting collapsed upon by a wild card. Loops as well able to get themselves into the circle, and that's Richie going down. You can see the shots from Team Queso getting involved. I mean, Defeaters getting shot at by just absolutely everybody there in a rough spot.
Yes!
Oh my goodness, but Slicky, maybe a bridge too far there. I understand trying to go for the sassy vehicle kill, but Team Queso, they're looking to get involved. But luckily for a wild card, able to keep all 4 members up and alive, but Slicky is continuing on the drive-by. Needs to be cautious though, because go around this corner. Slicky, not looking so slick right now. He's able to pop out of the vehicle. He's just gonna go absolutely down. Not sure what that one was. I appreciate wanting to find the next spot for your team, but maybe stopping to heal might have paid off a little bit there.
Listen, in the heat of the battle, when keeping it real goes wrong, they just got that run over just a moment ago. You're feeling good. You're like, okay, I got 1 run over. I can continue on. This Dacia, unstoppable. Unlucky, though, 2 members from Brazilian Rampage were going to be within this dip. Acer able to occupy this shack right there. Alpha 7 pulling up on the other 2 members of Wildcard who did not make the push up with Acer. Oh, another run over. Sanab on the spring. The BM is real.
And now Leon's going to go down as well. The team opted to split and were absolutely punished for it. Alpha 7, they're like, well, I know they're in the smoke, and man, I'm in this vehicle. I think I could, you know what? I think I'm just going to drive through them. And that is what we saw. And now Wildcard down to just Acer. Lil Boy going to look to try and thread the needle.
That's in! Oh, that's it, baby! Lil Boy on to Acer!
And now the next challenger approaches. Dave, we don't have a second to rest in this game. We're playing in the Pro League. And you're praying if you're wild card there that kind of action doesn't happen again, because that was a myriad of mistakes. No, Lil Boy, you did it again! You did it again!
Oh my goodness. Do not go in there. Public service announcement. Don't go in there. Please, Lil Boy. He's got the aim.
Oh, that's now the Death Shack. Please, please do not approach the Death Shack. Oh my goodness. I mean, he lined it up once. He's like, this is the angle. And now I need to do it again. And now I need to do it again. 3 nades in a row, 3 kills. Lil Boy just holding on there for Brazilian Rampage. That little dip right there for them. And now the rest of BR is able to move in with the team. Wow, Dave, the action in this game has been non-stop. Every single time we switch to a new camera angle, somebody's taking damage or dealing it. We're jumping on board with 19, taking a look towards Loops, but Carrillo, it's still Carrillo. He still hits those shots. He still makes those, but they need to be cautious here because with all these teams potentially rotating in, it might not just be one squad Loops has to contend with.
So Loops, this compound not in the play zone. This is interesting because it's not in the play zone, but they're putting out a ton of damage right here from within the safety and comfort. I believe they're gonna probably stick it on out over there for as long as possible, take out those teams trying to make their way on in from that west side. Vitu tossing a grenade. Can we land it on into the dip on top of Brazilian Rampage? There we go. Hey, Lil Boy. Get out my lobby, son. Garcia connected on as well. Sentry chunked down pretty low.
Look at these nades! And here comes the send now from Alpha. This is absolutely the right call. Nunez cooking it a little bit too long there, but here comes the full send, trying to get around behind them. Nunez is really the only one left them standing, but Sentry's there on the outside as well, but Swagwood just going prone, looking to try and find the shots, but Nunez is still up on the edge of the cliff, able to get that one down. Since Alpha 7 may be biting off a little bit more than they could chew there, only sending in 2, not respecting the remaining members of Brazilian Rampage. They're able to look to stabilize, get up Garcia here, and will look like a fantastic series of play from Alpha 7, now falling on their head, but B4 is still still here. No moment's rest for Brazilian Rampage. The Rampage is coming to them, and now Sentry, the last one standing once again for the squad. But B4 is gonna go down? Woo. What?
Hey, you know what it is Brazilian Rampage, Sentry has that US, that level 6 US right there. Everybody's fighting for that bad boy, that pink US right there to the right of your screen. Let's see though, Lol trying to connect some grenades to Knob, making the push on up, going for that drop shot with the AKM. Sentry chunk down and out right there. There's only one more up. Nunez, the last one alive from Brazilian Rampage, going for those toes, going for those feet, going for the vehicle explosion. Nunez coming out on top. 12 kills. 12 kills.
And Sentry stays alive? Are you kidding me? Brazilian Rampage just fought off 5 teams in a row, barely having time to heal between them. This game has been so action-packed, and it does not stop as Loops finish what they started with Execute, living up to the name, going on down, but Loops sending their heads spinning, getting caught out on rotation, and then executed off the back of it. It does not stop as Carrillo is continuing to send the nades through, this time on the BDM. The second one player is down, the next one is up on the chopping block. I don't care who you are, the teams from Brazil today are going off. They're saying hello. Erangel is all about us right now. All comers are getting ripped apart.
Nades are supreme right now. I mean, nades are definitely the key to success. Imagine all that loot though. Brazilian Rampage, there's so many crates near them. BDM kind of sending it right there. Ooh, popping out just a little too soon, trying to get on out of danger. Rafa gonna be the last one alive. Gonna be in that shack. Hopefully that's not a Death Shack 2.0 on their end of things. Team Queso, 3 up, 4 kills so far. We only got 5 teams to go, Paul.
Yeah, and Loops now finally getting punished for this wide rotation out in the open. I knew it was going to happen at some point. They could not be left uncontested for so long. And just the fact that all the other teams were on the other side, so those little rises was what keeping them up and in this. Ayala going to look to try and add another one here, but Carrillo going down to the play zone, unfortunately, for Team Queso. Looking to add to their already impressive 5 kills so far in this game. But speaking of 5, only 5 teams are left, Dave.
Yeah.
As Rafa found himself a little hot, like you mentioned before. We'll see if it turns into another Death Shack. Hopefully not for his sake.
I mean, Little Boy's done, so Little Boy won't be able to, thread that needle right on into that window. I'm kind of hoping for Brazilian Rampage to win right here. They only have a duo, so we'll see if they can pull that one off. Team Queso with 3 up. Nunez trying to take a page out of the Little Boy book. Oh, right there on the outskirts. This, I hate to say it, but this is looking like the Death Shack 2.0.
I don't hate to say it. That's hilarious.
I want BDM to win too, though.
Here we go. No!
Denied. Shack came in the game.
Sweating.
Bam. Swatted.
How sweaty are you right now if you're Rafa? You just sit there and go, please no. Please don't. Don't. Please don't. But I agree. From a story perspective, if Brazilian Rampage could walk away with this one, that would just be absolutely insane. But they've got to go through 3 members of Team Queso. And I talk about tasks that aren't easy. I think about, the trials of Hercules. You know what I mean? And then going through Team Queso when it's a 2v3. They're kind of up there. They're kind of equivalent. The Nemi and Lion, not even close. Just like these names, not even close to making through that door. Oh my God.
Not close, but I believe the door is no more. I don't think it's there anymore. So
it is. That's why this is funnier. That's just an open doorway that they can't seem to get a grenade through. I mean, Little Boy set a high bar. Okay, set a high bar. Here we go.
There we go. It took about 7, but we got it done.
7. I think it was 7. That's fine.
We got it done.
That's fine. We got it done.
Baby steps, remember. Baby steps. That's what we're looking for this game. Brazilian Rampage is trying to make those baby steps. Baby sprints.
Baby sprints. Yeah.
Baby sprints. Team Queso kind of split up right now. Kind of separated. Marco has a nice little boulder to work with. Sentry working their way on up. Ooh, Axel with the MK14, the Bob Barker. That thing shreds. Sentry being chunked down quite low.
And Axel with the ghillie knows exactly where he is. That nade, I think, might be enough to take him down. Is able to get off the med. That's huge. But they have the last remaining member of Loops.
They have zone too. They have zone and cover. Where are they getting these grenades from, though? Oh yeah.
They had, remember
all those
Yeah. The 10 people that they killed to try and get into this situation.
I remember.
There we go.
All right. Ayala pulling up with the U.S. behind the tree. Dadin. Okay, so Dadin's going to be taking some shots right there onto Team Queso. Sentry knows exactly, or at least has a good idea. Going to be cooking that one, rolling it on down the hill. Nunez, Molly going to be blocking that sideline. Team Queso, though, playing this one nice and slow, nice and methodical. Oh! Ooh. Wow!
I am very surprised Dale did not just go down there. But Dadin is looking to continue this one up. The nade is going to be good! Even at range here, that's massive because that's now taking down one member of Team Queso and they're very split, which means they may need to allocate resources to deal with this. Loops could be the fly in the ointment here as that nade's coming down towards Dadin. And it's going to connect, but not quite enough. So he's taking pressure from both fronts now, but this could be the opening that Brazilian Rampage needs. So we're seeing the flank coming in here. They can't tunnel vision too hard down towards Dadin. That is the key thing here as Marco's coming around on the flank. There's the shots that are coming in from Nunez, but that's going to be it. They're going to go down. Yeah. And with the opening knock there onto Brazilian Rampage, their Rampage will finally come to an end. It is now a 2v1 situation for Loops and Team Queso, but Dadin looking the wrong angle, not appreciating Team Queso's position. But this is now a 1v1 situation because Marco has gone down. It's all about Exil, and this is going to be the end. GG, Team Queso able to get the victory here. Not the most high kill game we've ever seen, but 9 kills and a victory in game number 2. The team at the top is looking to extend their lead, not like they need it.
13 kills from Brazilian Rampage right there in 3rd place as well. I mean, Team Queso coming out on top of such a crazy and chaotic match right there. They were able to keep the majority of the squad alive for that late game. And we saw, keeping those numbers up for that late game so strong. Honestly, for a second there, I thought Dadin was going to play spoiler to Team Queso. Yeah. I mean, got that one nice grenade. Team Queso, though, made the clutch decision. They said, okay, let's not pay attention to Dadin. We know it's solo. We got to take out Brazilian Rampage up there with the hard cover, and that's what they did, and that's how they got the dub.
Yeah, I think having the player there with the ghillie suit able to weasel the way around. There was an initial knock, I believe, with a grenade. They followed up on it. Just really solid play there from Team Queso, not to let the multiple threats phase them there. Jason, Brazilian Rampage. What? What?
That was a crazy game. That's probably like a top 5 craziest games here for PMPL Season 2. Easily.
I thought it was a battle royale, not one team versus the world. I thought it was every team's fighting against every team, but it seemed like Brazilian Rampage were like, guys, come on, come test us. It was like the Battle of Helm's Deep going on for them, and they were clearly wiping out all the orcs. I mean, to be fair, also, you can talk about them. You can talk about Alpha 7, just pretty much. How many teams did they fight? Like, they fought against Wildcard, then they moved on to the next one, fought another team, moved on to the next one.
5 teams.
They were not scared, and I think that's what we were talking about earlier at the start of the day, right? The teams who are in the top 8 right now, Alpha 7 is definitely in the top 5. They can afford to play like this. They can afford to ruin days for other teams, and I think they showed exactly how they want to go out their matches in this last match alone. But you two, I think you two need a quick little break. I think you need a long break after that one. I think Dave lost his voice from screaming about a little boy in these nades. We're going to bring in our experts to give him some time off. We got 7 and Glitter, and yeah, Queso might have won the battle, but I think the war was definitely won by Brazilian Rampage.
Yeah. Yeah, pretty much. The nades, the way they were able to defend that little divot right there, everybody was gunning out for them, and the way they were able to finish Alpha 7, I think out of everything holding up before, the grenades as well, I think the way they were able to just finish off their Alpha 7 at the end was amazing. Using the car for cover, being able to heal up, trying to help the teammate that was down too. Brazilian Rampage, where was this before? I mean, this is good though, because this is actually going to put them in even a better chance at making it to the top 16. If I'm not mistaken, as we're seeing here, 23 points. That's impressive. And then we also have Team Queso, which, hey, no surprise there, Glitter. This is something I was mentioning. Team Queso with 24 points, which leads me to believe something I was telling you, Glitter, when we were watching that last match, is that the previous match, the one that we had in Vikendi, I'm pretty sure a lot of those teams were taking advantage that Team Queso wasn't around.
Yeah. I mean, they might as well. If Team Queso's not in the lobby, that could potentially be why we saw how such an even spread, right, in the damage and the kills. But I mean, Brazilian Rampage stepped up to the plate. I know we're going to talk about everybody a little bit more, especially as we look through the highlights, but specifically, they absolutely crush it. We see the second page here. XSET being one of those teams that I believe did go down to Brazilian Rampage, only able to get 3 points. Before going down to Brazilian Rampage, only with 2 points. Pittsburgh Knights also struggling here. It was definitely a lot different gameplay than we saw in the first game. Nova, Meta, Defeaters all with 0 points. HQA able to get a couple, 19 Esports able to get a couple, but Brazilian Rampage. That's literally all I care about right now is Brazilian Rampage after that game.
Well, we have the highs of them, but then you also have the lows here for Meta. They were a team who was just outside the top 16 behind Cloud9, and now with Cloud9 shooting up the rankings with their last match and them getting only a 1-point match, it means it's going to be even harder for them to lock down that top 16 position. But like you said, Brazilian Rampage, I mean, that was fantastic. I think they were already ranked 10th overall, I think before that match finished, and I'm assuming they're going to shoot directly up even further into the leaderboards. Let's take a look now at our Mountain Dew Game Fuel moments in the last match, and it's probably just going to all be Brazilian Rampage. I'm pretty sure we can just, just like hyperclip all of those things into one match, and that would be like one of the greatest matches of all time.
I kind of 100% agree with you on that. I think somebody out there from the community, you know what you need to do? You need to make a montage of all of the amazing grenades that we had in this round, because that was
those were like, organized grenades.
There were so many nades. Yeah, even Dadin too. Dadin being able to knock the player there from Team Queso, which hopefully we'll be able to see here at some point. Like, we haven't seen this kind of nade use, personally, from what I can remember, since PMWL with Footballers. Remember how strong they were with that? That's kind of what they reminded me of here, with just how many nades were thrown. But overall, Alpha 7 being able to get some kills too. They ended up with 5 kills, which is good for them. Remember, this is one team that we've been wondering, can they make a push for that second place? And at the end of the day, these teams that are currently in first place through 5th place, they are in a way kind of fighting for money. Obviously, Team Queso more than likely is going to end up taking first place. I don't think anybody's going to try to challenge it unless G25 goes week 1 crazy again. And there you go, some of the nades that we're seeing. We see Carrillo as well being able to get some knocks. Glitter, what a crazy match.
This was honestly so enjoyable to watch because it felt like every single team was just willing to take that engagement. I mean, we also need to give a little bit of credit to Loops. We called them out. They really struggled in the first match, and then they come back with 9 kills. Dadine able to, really hold down and get some extra placement points for his squad. And these are some of the plays we're actually going to be talking about a little bit more for you guys. It was sheer insanity in this one little divot. And I do not know how after every single engagement we saw happen there, Brazilian Rampage was able to come out on top with multiple players alive. I think that's what stunned me the most, is the fact that they weren't even down to a solo at that point. Telestration, please, help.
Exactly.
I mean, I just love how
I feel right there.
In these highlights, I can pinpoint the exact moment I lost 50% of my hearing in my left ear from Dave screaming so loud about Little Boy and his nades. I was like, oh yeah, that's where I lost my hearing. But no, it was crazy, honestly. And I think this is also like the other aspect of this, is that we have the potential, again, with these top teams, to have so many crazy matches. Yeah, we have the lower tier team, not the lower tier, the lower teams playing safer, but the top teams are just not scared to force fights any chance they possibly can. And if you're a team that can battle out against these teams who are feeling confident that you can win these firefights, you can pick up kills and points just like what we saw.
Yeah, and Team Queso, I think Team Queso is taking on the role of that big brother being a bully, because they don't care who it is. Honestly, at this point, even if they end up losing a couple players, they're still going for it. And then that end right there with Axel being to clutch that 1v1, like mentally, I know Axel has been on point pretty much the whole tournament, but this is like extra fire for a player like that to be able to win those engagements, as we are going to be seeing the total damage here in Loops Esports. Yo, that's actually a surprise. They ended up getting over 2,000 damage. Not bad.
I didn't even realize that they'd done that much damage. I knew they had 9 kills, but that's just impressive. That's the Loops we were hoping for. That's where we'd like them to be consistently, not just every once in a while. Queso obviously doing well there in first place, but Jason even mentioned it. Alpha 7 have a very strong showing up until they happened to come across Brazilian Rampage. But B4 able to put out some decent damage. Execute still pulling down some more kills, some decent damage. So, everybody kind of did okay in like that top 6, 7 area, but the standout really after that performance is obviously Brazilian Rampage. And I just love that even when Queso gets a win, there are still other teams that we can sit here and highlight because people are stepping up.
Yeah.
Well, I think we also have the other end of that. Meta, Nova, and PK performing less than what their average points per game was, which means it makes it even harder for them to break into our top 16. But then let's go back to the good side of it. Let's take a look at our top players in the last match. And if I don't see at least 2 players, oh my gosh, we're not seeing at least 2 players from Brazilian Rampage. I was expecting Nunez and Sentry to both be there, but Axel, hey, there's a reason he's top 3 in kills overall as we see him here as number 1.
Yeah, I mean, it's good to see Axel here. You know who else is good to see here? That we're starting to see a little... Yeah! Heck yeah! It's good to see Carrillo there. And then you have that in too. Listen, I know we've been saying that this hasn't been the loops that were like... I personally haven't... It's not the loops that I'm used to seeing, okay? But this is good. Yo, this is great momentum that maybe they can start building on and carry it to the finals. That's awesome to see them there. As we do see Axel's stats right there. Axel... What can we say about him? Look at the damage dealt and look at the damage received. 83 kills. What a tournament.
I get a little bit scared whenever we show these graphics. I get worried that you guys are never going to come back. And I feel like it's a game of hide and go seek, and I want to look behind the screens to like wave, say, hey guys, I'm still here. There's a clip we want to break down, 7. What's it going to be?
Yeah. I think there's just one that we can break down here, and it's gonna be Brazilian Rampage getting absolutely bombarded by everybody. First of all, I mean, listen, I'm gonna fast forward this a little bit more. You're gonna see Alpha 7 get some knocks right there on Brazilian Rampage. You're gonna see them starting to throw grenades. One thing, the downfall for Alpha 7 was that they decided not to rush together. And you're gonna see exactly what I'm talking about here, Glitter. When they decided to just send it with 2 people, like in this position, I don't think that's definitely not the best one, because Sentry was right there. You also had Nunez. They had no idea where these players were at due to the little divot that they were working with. And as soon as they step into there, look at that. It was just pretty much like shooting fish in a barrel. It made it super easy for them. Now, I think what B4 was trying to do, they were trying to be sneaky and third-party this, but boy, did he end up backfiring, as we're going to be able to see right here. Nunez laying down, being able to knock some players, and then on top of that, you have Sentry being able to kind of step up and get those knocks. I was surprised, though, that B4 didn't try to go for any of the confirmed kills. Remember, if you get a kill, that's an extra point. And then we kind of started seeing more madness here by Alpha 7 Glitter as we saw them starting to push.
Yeah, I mean... What's crazy is, so we still have V2 knocked over behind the car because they didn't even get a chance to confirm that kill yet because they'd gotten rushed by B4. Alpha 7 realizes that there's a potential for them to be super, super low at this point. Somehow, Nunez decides to just fight them on his own, completely take them out. Oh, is this the nade? The nade from Lil Boy coming in? Okay, go ahead. We can run it.
Oh my gosh, I wish I could hear Dave right now. Dave casting that actually got me super, super hyped. So Dave, if you're listening to this, yo, that was awesome. That was awesome.
But I mean, he gets the nade in, right, on Wildcard, and then literally the Unnamed goes straight into the exact same shack where he just killed Acer with a nade, and they just set themselves up to be completely killed with a nade. It was unfortunate for everybody that happened to come across Brazilian Rampage at this moment, but insane performance on Brazilian Rampage's behalf.
They were like, he's not going to be able to do that again. Hold my Mountain Dew. Let me do that again. That's what All Boy was able to do. I think that was, honestly, that was some of the most impressive gameplay I've seen from Brazilian Rampage so far this tournament.
I think Little Boy has a career in the NFL as a quarterback, or maybe a pitcher in MLB at this rate. Let's take a look at a daily report. You can see here, all Rampage, all Brazil, most damage, most kills, most healing, most knocks, most damage received. I'm so glad we checked in on this and showing the dominance right now at Brazilian Rampage at the moment. But at the same time, we have to head to a break here because we got to get our third match ready to go. We got to see what other teams can step up. Maybe we can see some more dates coming through after the short break.
Mountain Dew?
Squads, there's loot on the horizon for however you find victory. For the combat chauffeurs, for those who strike from above or from below, for the experts in pan-to-pan combat. Whether you're taking a leap of faith or just aren't afraid of a close call. Fuel your path to Winner Chicken Dinner with ice-cold Mountain Dew. And with exclusive loot from Mountain Dew fuel stations. Spawning on a map near you.
Well, a game I think Brazil and Rampage and a lot of people out there won't forget for a very long time, but they're going to have to forget it in this moment because we have another match coming up. It's going to be on Vikendi, and Group C is sitting out here in Miramar. Mustache Dave, we're running out of games here for a lot of these teams. My eyes, though, are looking at Cloud9, and they're looking at Tribe here in this next match. Two teams battling to stay out of the bottom, well, trying to stay in top 16, I guess is the way I should have said it. But we saw Cloud9, we saw Tribe perform so well in their last match. Going back to Vikendi, so they get to go back to the match they just played. I think we can see it again here, because the predicted point bubble has changed up to 361. It has risen quite a bit as well. It went up 7 points because of how well the 16th, 15th place teams did. And it's going to continue to rise if teams keep performing like this here in Miramar.
Yeah, I think the thing I'm definitely looking at is this. I'm looking, at our stats here, and I'm looking down the list.
Looks like you're looking at me.
Dinners. I see like 11 for Team Queso. You know what I mean? And I see like 8 for B4 Esports. And you're talking about Tribe, and I'm looking down, and I see a big fat goose egg. The only team yet to get a chicken dinner here. I feel like if there was ever a time to sort of get your team back into the groove, secure with absolute certainty that top 16, by getting a win here on this next game, or in these next games.
But what if, Dave, they're saving all their chicken dinners for the finals?
What if? Good question. What if? Good question. I mean, Tribe, you're talking about Tribe, no chicken dinners. They're in 14th. So I would hate for them not to qualify tomorrow, because they are saving those chickens for the finals. Hopefully that's not the case. I would love to see them get maybe one chicken here, and that can kind of boost them up. I mean, Tribe, Cloud9 still so close to each other down there at the bottom. I know Cloud9, they sat out last match, if I'm not mistaken. They had a decent game, number one, a couple kills. They got pinched out there on the outskirts of that play zone by Brazilian Rampage, if I'm not mistaken, and INTZ. I think if they can continue on with the momentum that they've been demonstrating here today, I think Cloud9 are definitely looking to tighten up their belt and, qualify. That's the truth, qualify.
Well, another team that is looking to obviously qualify through into top 16 that unfortunately had 0 points in the last match is going to be Nova. We had a chance to sit down with G-Fan again to talk to him about things coming into the final week of play. So why don't we take a look? Well, welcome back, everyone. Yet again, we have another interview, this time a repeat from earlier on when we started off the tournament. We got G-Fan coming back in again for Nova Esports. First of all, G-Fan, you have brought us a very special guest. Can you introduce us?
Hi. Actually, his name is G-Fan.
His name is G-Fan?
Yes. So my in-game name came from him.
So that was my next question. Whose name came first, yours or his? Oh, that's adorable. Okay. Well, hopefully you can help answer some of these questions for us over this interview. So to start things off, you guys are currently sitting, I believe, in about 12th place overall. Just curious, how do you guys feel like you've played so far? Do you feel like that placing is lower than you expected? Is it higher than you expected? Kind of how has everything shaped up for you in your eyes?
Placing right now is way lower than we expected, and we still have a lot to process in term-wise, rotation-wise, and fights-wise. Because I don't think we find a balance point where like when to rotate and when to fight. So that's something we need to work on and sort it out like right now.
Okay. So going into the event and then looking at where you are now, what have you had to already, what have you already changed up to this point? And then obviously, as you just mentioned, what you're going to be changing in the future?
To be honest, I think our rotation's on point. It's just by the time we need to fight, and we were thinking about rotation. So that's causes us a lot of games and also low kill points overall.
Okay, and we've also noticed, I know you told me personally that the reason why you brought in Starlight, but can you kind of tell everyone else out there what the reason behind having him play over Boss? Because we know you started the event with Boss originally in the roster.
Because Boss and Suker, they are both new players. They're completely new to competitive. There's still a lot to learn for them. Because unfortunately, we didn't have a second team so that we can pick some experienced players from. We have to pick new players from classic warriors, so-called. So he doesn't really have that much experience when it comes to competitive gaming, and also Star as comms is better than Boss, which can help us in fights and all that.
Okay. Looking at all the teams we have so far, I mean, obviously G25, Team Queso kind of in the battle for first place. Looking at all the teams so far, do you feel like there's any teams who have kind of been overperforming to where they should be, as in they're getting a lot more points than you think on paper they should have been getting? And at the same sense, do you think there's any teams out there who are underperforming who should be doing better than they actually are?
One team I want to mention is G95, because I didn't know much story behind the team. When the first show off, I probably thinking they got a zone blast or something, but after yesterday's match against them, in the match, I think they're really good. They're a top tier team for sure, and they should be getting what they're getting right now. So for a team that don't perform well, I think it's gonna be my team, to be honest, because we are just it's way lower than we should be getting.
Okay. What about the lobby overall? If we can kind of compare it to World League to PMPL here, typically you would imagine, okay, the World League is going to have like the top caliber teams, but it feels like we've seen a lot of skill level increase from a lot of teams out there. So kind of comparing the two lobbies that you've now played in, where do you kind of rate Pro League at the moment in terms of the competition?
The competition wise, to be honest, I think it's 50-50. I didn't find World League is harder than the PMPL, or PMPL is harder, because I feel with more time involved in this game, and each team and each player is getting better and better. For example, in the first PMCO, where China teams dominate, because they are just have the game on their side published long ago before us, so they outperforming any other teams. But right now, since the game is out almost 2 years, I think. I'm not really sure, but with more time involved, as I said, every team is getting better and better.
Yeah. Definitely. I mean, we've seen that out of teams like Execute as well. They've shot up the rankings lately. So what's your guys' goal now over the rest of week 3 and with week 4 around the corner? Are you guys just at the moment aiming for top 16, or are you confident that you'll make top 16, so you're trying to focus on things within the team?
To be honest, aiming for top 16 is not our goal at all, because we didn't even think about we won't qualify for top 16. All we're trying to work on is our mistake and how can we do better, and how can we do the best of ourselves in finals.
Okay, cool. Well, Jifen, again, thank you for joining me. I always love to have you in these interviews. And like always, I want to give you a shout out, or a chance to shout out anyone out there that, some support for your team, any teammates, any special dogs in your lap.
I just want to thank you, everyone in my organization. They've been supporting us, no matter if we do good or bad. They are just always there supporting us. I really appreciate what they do here.
All right,
everybody.
Yeah, no, continue. Go ahead, man.
No, just want to thank you, especially thank you, Octay, our team manager. He's been really helpful with the team and getting us a coach or and everything. So just shout out to you, Octay.
All right, well, Jifan, again, thank you so much for being here. And honestly, I can't wait to see you guys throughout the next weeks. It's still, I know you said you've been underperforming, but it feels like it's always a pleasure to watch you guys play. And you guys always have that explosive power whenever it comes to a match. So hopefully we'll see you continue to make it way through into the finals, and we'll get to see you guys perform there.
Thank you, Jason. Thank you. Bye.
Well, you heard it there, everyone. Not just top 16. That's the goal here. Continuing to push the envelope a little bit further. See if Nova Esports is going to be able to do it here, because they're currently on the cusp. We apologize for the delay, but we're right back into this game, and I'm so happy that were showing an interview there with Nova because they're one of these squads who, Dave, I either feel like I'm raving over them or I'm never talking about them. And there is no in between.
Hot and cold, man. Hot and cold. So hopefully they can pop off because coming into this game, or I guess after this game, Group A and B, they only got 4 more games to go. And it's done. So it's coming down to it. INTZ, they're going to be one of the first teams to drop by now. Cloud9 right behind them. Meta as well. I know we were kind of, discussing, our team's going to drop on top or near, Cloud9, hunt them down. Ooh, I know that was the big gossip of the town. Looking at circle number 1, the classic circle 1 here. About, what would you give that? 42% water-ish?
Yeah, 45. Yeah, I would say it's about 45% land. Okay. Sorry, 55% land. So, yeah. Okay, right there, right, yeah.
Good stuff. Good stuff,
really.
Honestly.
Yeah.
For us,
yes.
for us.
Not for them. For them.
Disclaimer, for the casters and the viewers, not for the players. Horrible for the players. I mean, unless your influence range, right smack in the middle, right there. So they can just, kick back, put their feet up, and really just sit near that fire, drinking the nice warm Mountain Dew.
I mean, yes.
Try it before you. Okay, try it.
Okay,
first.
all right. I like it ice cold traditionally. I like it ice cold. You know what I mean? Then it's absolutely perfect. But hot carbonated beverages. I'm gonna have to try it.
It's good.
Try it. You know what? Can't knock it till you try it. Can't knock it till you try it. I'm on board. I want. No, I need to make it happen. Maybe they'll send me some game fuel and I can try it out. That would be lovely.
Yeah. I mean, I got the fridge, so I'm good to go. You didn't get your fridge.
No? Okay, we'll circle back. Like Dave, we're going to circle back on this. We're going to circle back on this because there's, oh my goodness. Anyway, BDM, starting things off here, and not alone. Not alone for BDM. Rafa, the first, I think, unfortunate victim of the Murder Shack in game number 2.
Looking good.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll see.
I didn't mean to cut you off right there. It's just, it caught my eye.
It did, yeah. Is Mad Max baiting all this loot?
That might be the case. Honestly,
I absolutely think that's the case for the record.
19 Esports, 22nd place on the overall. BDM, 19th place on the overall leaderboard. So that could be a huge fight.
It could indeed. We'll definitely be keeping an eye on that one. Again, all these teams that are sort of, again, I called it the miracle run because they do need to put up just consistently amazing performances. It's not impossible. Not impossible by any stretch, but it needs to be just amazing from them. So we'll definitely be keeping an eye on them. Another squad, though, who's put in the work early on and still had to pay it off, of course, is Wildcard. We'll see how they're going to progress in this game as well. As Mad Max with the loot bait, not going to be nearly enough, not able to confirm the kill. Stuck in a corner. That split drop from 19 just not paying off. Unfortunate.
The thing is, with that bait, the door is open. Doors just aren't open.
Yeah.
Right?
No,
so,
exactly.
I mean, I get the loot. It's like, oh, look at all this loot. I mean, nobody's been here before. Everything's on the floor.
Yeah, maybe they
just
like ran on by, you know what I mean? Maybe the person was scared and just kept running away. Like, that's my thought process when I see that. But
I think if they closed the door, though, they might have been, caught off guard.
Well, then you're exposed from the stairwell. And I think that was the thought process if they came up from the outside. I don't know, man.
It happens.
It does.
We're trying to gas them up, right? Honestly.
That's yes. That's
the viewers, they got us, man. They're exposing us right now. They know.
I'm sorry.
So Klaze and Wildcard. Wildcard, they're going to be pretty safe. 11th place. Klaze, though, 21st place on the overall leaderboards. Klaze and Wildcard, they've been fighting in Volnova all PMPL. Like, all PMPL. So Wildcard definitely aware of this drop. They have the experience with fighting them. But I don't believe they're going to want to take this engagement because Zone 1, so far away from here. Just so far. So I appreciate them. Remember, I told you last game, Wildcard had the least amount of time played in the blue zone. They don't want to touch it. So I think that goes back to just their tried and true strat right there. Don't take that fight.
Yeah, and the rotating early going to be paying off for them there. Speaking of rotations, Team Queso can do that right now. Riding on by XSET, who are unable to connect with those shots. They're going to be grouping up, sort of following suit here. They are already in this next zone, though. I do want to make note of that. But they're getting in very early, quick loots, and then just going to be sort of compound creeping here moving on in. We'll see exactly where Team Case is looking to go because there's empty compounds they could be moving towards, but instead, Dave, they're moving into a fight, and I don't think they know this one member of Influenced Rage is up here. NTX needs to be very cautious because this could be the backstab of the backstab.
Oh, look at this. Oh my goodness.
Well, he needed to connect on those shots a heck of a lot quicker. Now he's just got to try and run, utilizing the edge of this ridge as best he can. The Tommy gun comes in to try and finish the job. Ayala's going to drop there. And now Nitsu with the backstab, and here it comes, the collapse. Perfect timing there from Influence Rage. NTX just played that beautifully. Oh my goodness. Well then, that's just Team Queso. One of the biggest threats in this lobby, reduced to a single player. It's Axel, that top fragging mastermind. Now going to have to try and make something of that game. I am floored. That play from Influence Rage was flawless.
The mommy suit, man. I mean, they camouflaged so well. They camouflaged in the snow so well right there. They had no idea where these shots were coming from. That combined with the suppressed Tommy gun, it was a GG before it even started right there. The big IQ plays. Wildcard, they're on the outskirts of this compound. Meta on the flip end of this one. There's only 2 members of Meta right in front of them. So it's already going to be quite interesting. Okay, Gazme and Rolex trying to get the wraparound onto Wildcard. Ooh, this could be good for Meta. If they play this one correctly and don't lose one of their members early. Okay, there goes Spring. Okay, this is good. This is good for Meta.
Yeah, Abdul looking absolutely solid here. Able to get another knock. The Skimmers a wild card down. Escanor pushing in, taking a few shots, going to try and reposition Leon on the outside, though. Leon, of course, such a big threat for this squad, but they have awareness of where this rotation is coming from. Escanor, Abdul looking to make this 2v1, drop shots around the corner, but Abdul's going to drop. Leon waits both! There was 1 second of timing where he could make that a 1v1, and Leon found it. A critical misplay from Meta. One of these teams right on the cusp, currently sitting in 17th place. Dave, that was absolutely huge. Literally, them making it or not making it into the top 16 and making it to the playoffs could have hinged on that fight right there.
Yeah, very, very unfortunate right there, you know, for Meta. Gazme, no helmet, trying to sneak up the revive, the reset. Obviously was able to take place right there on the side of Wildcard from Leon. Flicky does have the helmet, does have the Thompson. Tommy gun versus barrel right here.
Flicky able to confirm that knock there onto Abdul, making this a true 2v2. No hope for redemption. Meta's just got to try and collapse and pinch the one player they know is here. Here it comes. Rolex is pushing in, setting Slicky on fire, flaming him out, and is able to secure the kill there. Nicely done, taking a little bit of damage response, but here comes Acer on the outside. Rolex in a world of hurt. The jump shot around the corner. Acer trying to land it, take down the last member of Meta. Will be able to do it. Out in 15th place is Meta Gaming. Oh no, Dave, oh me, oh my, that was so big for them. And to go down to a Team 2 wildcard who's already safe, already feeling secure, those points are just going to get sponged up into the abyss.
Yeah, you know, spoke to Rolex today. You know, they said one of their major kind of, you know, factors in their performance here in PMPL has been their communication issues, right? Their communication issues. And I definitely like the play right there. They sent 2 to get the wraparound. The thing is, they were so far from each other that once when one of their members got knocked, they weren't able to get there in time, or they weren't quick enough. We saw Gazme kind of in the back lines just, you know, waiting to the very last moment to make that pop up, and they weren't able to get that support in time. So hopefully they can work on that one. Comes down to just being on the ball of things. G3, okay, heard some shots. Q from the Unnamed. Okay, G3 able to make it on out of here safely in that Zima. Gonna be trying to just get into a safe position. G3 so far away from their squad mates right now.
Yeah,
I believe G3 was doing some scouting, making sure this bridge was safe. You know, relay that information back to the squad mates. The thing is, the Unnamed, they're gonna be looking right down this bridge. So if Tribe, if they send it across that bridge, it's gonna be a firing range.
It is. They're going to be very cautious here. Part of the problem is they don't want to give up their vehicles and swim around. We'll take a look at this, and really a lot of this fight came down to, wait, we're seeing another fight breaking out as well. Hang on a sec, this is Influence Rage going off again. Okay, so more kills being garnered towards them as well. Dave, we've seen so much action. That was the first squad wipe, I believe, there that we did end up missing. We're taking a look now at Ace and Klaze. Klaze, one of these teams down towards the bottom. 21st place is where they're sitting currently. they're basically out of it at this point. They would need just the most stellar series. We would need to see 20 kill chickens back to back here for them to make it in the top 16, but they're not giving up. They're still pushing in, and you'll love to see it.
They need to Klaze it up here in the end in order to qualify. Like you mentioned, Mafioso going to be holding that road. That Dacia is smoking already, so Mafioso can get a couple good shots onto that Dacia. Look at that. You saw the members from Klaze like, okay, no way. We are not staying in this vehicle. Popping on out. They're going to be in the blue right here. Let's see. They might be able to get the one up onto Mafioso.
Yes, that is not... Seba? Oh, no. Oh, no. That was a free kill. That was free. That's like you showed up at the hotel and it's like 9:50 in the morning and they quite haven't closed it yet and you're like, cool, this is free. That was what that kill was. And it unfortunately was not. You showed up at 10:02 and they'd already shut it down. No breakfast sausages for you, good sir. That was just not happening. That's unfortunate.
So no Canadian bacon, right? No Canadian bacon for you either. Doo-Doo trying to throw some grenades on out right now. Yeah, Mafioso able to make it on into the play zone. Still alive. Looks like Ace, they did have one of their squad mates knocked down in the process. Now, the blue zone not going to be damaging them, so they might be able to save their squad mate over here. Seba trying to toss out some grenades over here, trying to get some damage on the board. Klaze kind of separated surrounding Ace right here.
Ooh, Doo-Doo just barely able to start the revive onto Focusing right there. And Seba with the pan crawl out on the outside, but the blue is going to continue to push on in. Neither one of these teams are safe. Focusing actually just go down in all of that. I believe wiped by the blue there, not able to get them back up. Seba's still on the outside, but this is just a constant crawl, the back and forth. Both teams playing leapfrog, trying to get ahead of the other one or land on the high ground. To try and take some shots towards that vehicle, at least try and deny the transportation of Ace. As Mafioso still looking to get some shots back. Neither one of these teams really able to find an angle, find a connection. Seba, though, on the flank is finally able to make an impact here as Mafioso is able to go down. This could be the start of the end for Ace. As Seba, with that flank, able to do so much work. Here's the footsteps down below, almost able to connect the shots, but the blue is ticking away, Dave. They got a timer on their backs. The bomb is about to go up. They got to cut this wire. They got to make a play.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Klaze, they definitely have a lot more to lose here, considering they're in 21st spot on the overall leaderboard. Once when they get a knock, maybe even 2 knocks, they need to just push it, man. They need to push it. They need to confirm these kills. They need to get the squad wiped right now. Myth going to be hunkering down with the barrel, taking some shots. Ram making their way on down the hill, connected on from Myth. Oh no, Seba with the drop shot. Uzi taken down as well. Myth is putting in the work. Orlando saving the day for the squad mates of Klaze. Let's see if we can get this revived. Yeah, Klaze, at the end there to chalk it up, I think they just spent too much time being passive right there.
They did eventually go aggressive, but little stuff like running out of ammo halfway down your drop shot off of the rise up there, and then the reset period after you've already landed. That's just like, if you're going to commit to the fancy plays, you got to hit those. You got to make that happen. Orlando was able to recover for the team, but now Klaze is not going to be in a position to do work. They now have to continue in through the blue. They've got to reset, and then they've got to push to the unnamed through Tribe. So many fights happening right now as 19 Esports and G25 are still going toe-to-toe. Nova, who we saw interview before the game, looking to get involved. This time it's Cat trying to land some shots onto the back of G25. We're going to be able to do so with ease. Those shots look clean, Dave, but they need to make sure they confirm these kills because 19, they're right here, and they're looking to execute. Pepito, I believe the last one standing for G25. Oh me, oh my. In a world of hurt going down, actually I lied, Italox is the only one left.
Beautiful third party right there from Nova to get a couple kills. I mean, G25, 19 Esports, they were right there about to just, get full-blown aggressive one another. But Nova definitely putting a halt to that one. Trick's going to be connected on as well. They're not done. They are not done fighting. They are trying to sink their teeth into this nice, juicy chunk of meat right here. Nova, they need these points as well. Coming into this game, 16th place. So they are right there on the mark. Let's see, these grenades could be on the mark as well. Cat attempting to toss them. Fear in the smokes, just going for some spray down, trying to buy some time for the reset.
This is huge. Those nades absolutely needed to connect. Another down there or a confirm. They just needed to go around the rocks instead. 19 Esports perfectly positioning, but I like this call from Cat here to reset. G-Fen did go down, so they're going to look to reset this fight completely. 19 did lose a player in all this. Nova knows it is a 4v3, and they're very smartly not putting it in a position to make it a 3v3. They're also being gatekept on the edge of this circle. They don't know where the next one's going to go, so they're going to back up, reset, move around. And they know Tempo is also on the outskirts of this because we saw G25 get cleaned up there. So we'll keep an eye on how all these rotations are going to go. But all I know, Dave, is 19 Esports gets a slight moment of respect.
Yeah, and I like the call. I mean, unlucky Nova, they weren't able to clean up more kills than just one. But I like the call to kind of pull back, you know, get that reset, heal on up, because the next zone is going to pop here very shortly. They have their vehicles, they're ready to go. They're playing the long game right here. And I believe they realized, okay, this is just too risky. I mean, if we get taken out right now in 12th, that's only one placement point. And with our one kill, they can't afford it. They're right there, 16th place on the cusp. Nova cannot afford to get taken out early. So I like the call a lot.
As do I. There's a time to go aggressive, and there's a time to reset. That one was the latter, not the former. I'm always a fan of teams going aggressive, but it needs to be calculated aggression. It cannot be something done mindlessly. You need to have a plan in mind. You need to know how you're going to execute it, and the communication needs to be there as well. So taking a look at this next circle, no real surprise, just continuing to center up. All these teams are going to have to scooch in just a little bit, but not too bad for any of these squads. Unless, of course, you wanted to get your hands on that care package and
yeah,
the whole other conversation. Come on, Ran.
Ran.
It's Ran, not Jump, okay? Okay, don't judge them. Don't judge them.
Those are just the unluckiest, too, because, yeah, you know, it's on the roof
side, and it's a lot easier to get up from that anyway.
It's still unlucky, though, because you have to go on a roof. You never know who might be looking. You never know who might be looking in your direction, and being up there on the roof is just going to expose you. But crates, I mean, 100% worth it. That level 3 gear, I mean, that's a game decider for sure. So the next zone did go on up. More water taken out right there. I did see a crate all the way on the edge of the water. That was a big crate if I've ever seen one. Klaze, one thing to note, they did swim in the water to make it on to the land now. They're going to be near Tribe, the Unnamed. Besides that, I'm trying to look around. Okay, Nova making their way on into the zone near Coal Mine. 19 Esports making their way on into the zone near Coal Mine. Besides Rand trying to get that crate, everybody can kind of just relax.
And that's sort of the thing we've noticed, the trend with Vikendi, is that first circle is always just action-packed as teams are rotating. But circles 2 and 3, they just don't shrink that much. They just really don't shrink that much. Like, if you have a relatively mid-send early on, and that's where all the action is, and then you can just chill. That's what these next couple circles are. It's all just jostling for a slightly better position, but no team wants to really overextend. And of course, for the Unnamed as well, they know that this crate's dropping here. You know, we're good to continue to chill, knowing that next circle is having some indicator there as well. So little things like that is going to go a long way. Tempo Storm, of course, seeing that rotating in a little bit towards the Unnamed. And Wildcard as well on the edge, pushing into Cloud9.
Yeah,
Cloud9 going out here.
I mean, it's a 4v2.
Yeah.
What could happen?
We've seen it, Dave. You can't, after seeing that Brazilian Rampage fight, you can't not say it. No, I think Cloud9's in a fantastic position here, especially because they know Wildcard is in position. As we see this next circle pop, it is going to be up towards the north, up towards port. Okay. Which now means that C9's going to have to rotate as well. Wildcard have their work cut out for them. They have a very clear direction that they need to go.
Yeah, and I'm curious, Cloud9, you know, they're not exactly sure who is over here. They know that there's definitely somebody over here. And until, you know, either get a knock or get knocked, and if they've been paying attention to the kill feed, like, then they'll exactly know. But they do need to reposition, like you said. So I'm curious if Cloud9 are going to prioritize maybe getting a couple kill points, or if they're just going to pull back and... Okay, yeah, it looks like they're going to pull back there. Yeah, playing this one nice and steady. Oh, look at... Talk about being nice and steady. Acer with the pan, working their way on up the coastline. Axel from Team Queso. I'm trying to look. Are they the last one alive? I believe so. So they might run in, or Cloud9 might run into that solo member as well.
Yeah, we saw that unfortunate series of kills early on there for Team Queso. Axel, the only one left up, and we're seeing another fight break out. This time it's between XSET and INTZ. I believe we're able to get Polly up, who was knocked to start that off. Juicy taking a little bit of damage here, but Nico there as well. These two running together in these close range fights. If you're XSET, you gotta be feeling pretty happy about that. Polly was not revived, so this is a 4v3 situation. They're going to look to lay out some smokes. XSET going to try and reposition, find a slightly better angle here, but Nico is continuing to put the shots down. As we're seeing multiple members having to reset a little bit here, but Nico taking some shots in return. He cannot overextend for the squad, because one player getting caught out here for XSET on this precipice could be disastrous for them if they need to allocate resources to try and get them up.
Yeah, and we see the smokes right now. Yep. Okay, Paulie was able to get picked up in the dossier, trying to push on INTZ just a little closer. Juicy connected on. Nico trying to save the day, but just a sliver of health to work with, and Influence not too far from this. They are right on top of them as well. They might actually opt to third party this one. This is going to be exactly what INTZ needed to kind of weasel their way on around XSET.
And I believe this is the exact same little area from before that Influence Rage actually cleaned up. Yeah, you can see the bot that actually cleaned up Team Queso. And they're doing so well so far. So INTZ totally bailed from this fight. And I was looking at the map like, what's going on here? Because the colors of the teams are so close, but it's actually it's Influence Rage who are still here. INTZ bailed. So XSET, I think, started taking a fight with another team, not even necessarily realizing it, as they now have another team in the fight. They're going to know it now because they downed Paulie and then were downed by Influence Rage. So they're going to be aware of what's happening, or cleaned up there, because I believe Juicy actually downed himself, which is just really unfortunate. The only bright side here for XSET is they do have the high ground. However, they don't have the circle. It is going to be at their back. They have to rotate on into this. A lot of these teams are going to start to struggle on the outside. Influence Rage will look like a good position for them. If they give up this little high ground ridge position, they don't have anybody up there. XSET could just rain fire from below, but take a look at the back. We could, Durso in position to deal with exactly that. What a heads-up play from Influence Rage.
Yeah, that was huge right there. XSET, they really have no option but to kind of push forward right now and try to survive, as you know, that next play zone is right in front of them. The blue zone going to start to push on in very shortly. Durso, such a clutch spot, like you said, going to be not only looking on top of INTZ, but also XSET. Influence already 9 kills so far this game. Wow. They are doing a great job here. Tensa on the balcony. Did spot out the push from Influence. Gonna be tossing out some defensive smokes right there to block those windows, block those sightlines.
And I also do want to note, you talked about the idea of Cloud9 along the shore running into Axel, the last remaining player. It wasn't of Team Queso. It wasn't actually Cloud9 that ran into them. It was Wildcard, as Axel actually cleaned up one of their 2 remaining players, which now means Leon has to swim all the way out. You can see him there in the water as we're jumping on board between the fight that I was waiting to see for a long time. These teams are moving closer and closer together. It's the Unnamed and Tribe, 2 teams vying for this top 16 spot. Telly with the big gun looking to line up the shots towards the Unnamed, who are very stacked though. Some nades in there, Dave, could do a ton of damage. Definitely want to be keeping an eye on this one. So the Unnamed are going to look to try and reposition, reset this a little bit. Bucky on the backside, going to try and find another angle. You can see the smokes lining up to try and get a flank here onto King A. But there is a high ground and low ground position, a split from Tribe, which could cost them if one of these players does go down. Dave, it's hard to keep them up, hard to keep them surviving if they are split like this. G3 very smartly going to back up and reset, but props to both these teams. Neither one giving up a down just yet.
Yeah, very smart smokes right there from the Unnamed. And I like how once when they heard the shots from the M249, they kind of split up just a little bit, because you don't want to be right on top of each other. You will get sprayed down. Talking about the spray down, Tally going to be making that push. M249 ready to go. It is loaded, 100 bullets. Q on the defensive right here.
And Q gets the better of him. Oh my goodness, I think just catching him out the second he was starting that prone animation, that was absolutely massive. Q with the timing. The C-Gut drops as well. Well, it looked like a great position from Tribe, now being compromised. They were pushed around in towards the circle, taking over the hard cover of the compound. Kinga trying to get some shots up. Is he going to be able to do so? But it's now a 2v4 situation. The rest of them are trying to push around the outside. Can they find the shots? As Tribe goes down! Yes, they do! The Unnamed, without losing a single player, able to summarily execute. Tribe Gaming, the team who needed to win this fight, now down and out in a pure 4v4.
Yeah, I'm not going to tread lightly right there. I mean, the M249 onto Telly just getting a little too aggressive, pushing up kind of by themselves, while the other 3 squad mates were in the back line right there, taking that pretty much a 1v3. I know the M249, you got a lot of bullets to work with, but against an Uzi up close and personal, I mean, it comes down to that rate of fire. At the same time that fight was happening, Tempo, they were pushing Influence, and I believe they wiped them out of that compound. Yeah, Tempo, they were able to conquer that one for themselves. It looks like they are going to be able to get those revives, those resets right there. So it's coming down to it. 5 teams to go. Bayo with the classic Bayo VSS. Letting some bullets rip right here.
And I also want to make one more time before we move on to this next fight. Unless C9 gives us the opportunity, we'll see. We're looking at 13th and 14th, Unnamed and Tribe. I mean, this was absolutely massive for the confidence of the Unnamed there to be able to really show that they deserve to be above Tribe there. Tribe definitely need to shake that one off and continue to move on up, just like the Unnamed is doing right now, trying to get ahead of Cloud9. So many smokes going down. Q looking to line up the shots. Adder also taking shots towards XSET. So all these teams are going to be involved in the third parties. It all comes down to the smokes, the utility. Good position away from the vehicle there as it explodes, but INTZ is still up and in this. They repositioned for the fight earlier on, but they're going to have to deal with tempo as all these teams are getting involved. Dave, this isn't a second or third or fourth party. This is a rave.
Yeah, and look at Pyra. It's kind of a 3-1 right now for Cloud9. Pyra did take out the last remaining member of XSET. Pyra now able to acquire an okay spot for themselves. They're going to be looking right on top of the Unnamed. Pyra's angle could be huge right here in the fight against the Unnamed. But Tempo also taking some shots. Tensa trying to connect under Raven's head. Raven, woo, able to get on into cover right in time. So lucky.
Well, a player who doesn't necessarily need luck, of course, is Adder, who's trying to find a flank there. Get some shots through the smoke. Wasn't quite able to connect, and oh man, that was... I think if Tensa had just realized a second sooner that his shots were clipping onto the rock in front of him, maybe he could have gotten that down just a second sooner. Speaking of downs, Raven is going to fall here for the Unnamed, but still have been able to keep all 4 members alive. C9 is looking to take these shots in this back and forth fight as Uneven is going to go down, and Pyra is going to get spotted out on the off angle. Beautiful shots from Ran, and this is the moment. This is the time. The Unnamed need to push now. They're able to use the slight way this ridge is going down to block the shots from Tempo Storm, but the circle is coming on in. Adder and crew looking to get the shots there. Adder needs to connect. Adder needs to connect. Q, can he find the shots? No! Ring around the rosy! But in the end, the Unnamed do come out on top. Cloud9 falls, and the Unnamed are on a spree. 10 kills and a dream. But Tempo Storm knows they're battered and injured. They're moving in all 4 members in a 4v4 now to send across the bridge. Dave, here we go. Across the road. Let's go.
Send it. Tempo, they need to send it. They need to close this one out before they can heal on up over here. Spec cooking that grenade, getting ready to toss that one. Spec with the Tommy gun on to Bucky for the chicken dinner right there. The Unnamed, huge kills, but Tempo able to use timing to their advantage right there at the end to make the push, secure that chicken dinner here on the Vikendi. What a game. I mean, props to the Unnamed though. I mean, they took out Tribe. They took out Cloud9 at the end. I mean, these are some heavy hitters in the lobby.
Yeah, but I mean, we also got to give props to Tempo. That's how it goes. Props to Tempo Storm, because they had 12 kills of their own. Just the way the action worked out, we ended up missing them, dealing with a couple of squads, but we saw, the teams come in from the north. It was all about, trying to deal with Tribe and then dealing with Cloud9, but coming in from the south, Tempo Storm was sort of that same threat that the Unnamed was, and we just saw those teams just roll through squad after squad after squad, and they met in the middle. But in the end, Tempo Storm came out on top. Jason, what a finale to that game. A classic 4v4, but Tempo didn't let him rest.
See, I feel kind of bad, because I feel like with how these last 2 days are going, it doesn't matter if you're a top 8 team and you get a win, because we're not really going to be ever focusing on that, because at the current state, we're focused on the teams trying to make it a top 6 team. But we also need to keep in the back of our minds of, for the top 8 teams, this is their chance to build up some momentum going into the finals, right? Tempo, they've been really consistent at the start of the league. They're really consistent pretty much in every single week, even with the addition of J7. But that's a good sign for them, maybe going to the finals next week, that they can pick up chicken dinners, they can consistently play well here in these games. Then also, we got to talk about the Unnamed, got to talk about Cloud9, but I'm going to do that all with my analysts. You two take a quick little break. We still have 2 matches to come up today. It feels like we only just started the day, and yet we're over halfway through. 7 and Glitter, can I summon you to come in right about now? Magic fingers. Unnamed, Cloud9. Again, Cloud9 get late stage. They get a couple of kills, I think around 4. Maybe a little bit more if I missed it in the last second, but they get points that they need to get themselves qualified. And I think this is the Cloud9 that we need to see come into this last week 7.
Yeah, and things are starting to fall for them. They are able to get those kills towards the end of the game, and this is something that I hope at some point they end up adjusting. This is a lot of stuff that we've been talking about throughout the whole tournament, saying how some of the teams actually switch their tactics to just go a little bit more after kills. It seems like to me, that Cloud9 is still stuck on the mentality that they have had on previous tournaments as well, just focusing on those points. I mean, right now, it works perfect because that's all they need. They just need to be able to get, what was it, like 6 points or something along those lines. So this strategy works perfect for that. But if they do qualify, I don't know how it will work if they want to make it to PMGC. We do see there Tempo Storm as well, 27 points. Glitter, this is one team that especially once you saw, you're like, yep, Tempo Storm's gonna win.
Yeah, they just had the best positioning. They were playing it the right way, so I felt really good about Tempo Storm there in those final moments. The Unnamed, though, able to pull down 10 kills and also Influence Rage. We just, I'd called them out earlier for being able to start getting more kills. 9 kills onto Influence Rage as well with 11 points overall. XSET not able to get any kills, but still some decent amount of placement points. And then Wildcard and Klaze running out the top 8. They're both with 5 points apiece. I mean, not terrible, not too fantastic either, but, Wildcard's in the position to be safe. And then looking at the second page here, there's definitely a lot of upsets. Tribe Gaming only able to get 4 points. That's definitely not what they wanted. Hopefully the other games will kind of balance it out, though. 19 Esports with 3. Surprisingly, Team Queso on this second page, I think for the first time in a long time, with 3 points. Metagaming still struggling. Yeah, it is. It's not their best map. Metagaming also still struggling to hit their points threshold, like you pointed out earlier, Jason. Nova Esports, BDM, Ace1, and then G25, 0 points all the way down there at the bottom.
Yeah, I'm honestly starting to get worried for some of these teams, considering how the matches have gone for them today. Again, Tribe, only 4 points, but then again, they were, I think, in like 13th place going into that match. And as long as they stay ahead of the 16th place team, they're going to be fine. But obviously not doing as well as Cloud9 are so far today. But I kind of wonder, where are the other teams that step up? INTZ, they got a good amount of points. I believe 12 put up on the scoreboard there, but it's still not quite the 16 points per game they need to average throughout the entire last matches to have a chance to break through in the top 16. But it's becoming very close between a lot of these rosters. And speaking of rosters, G25, it's not working out for them so far today. It seems 7. They put Cordobez in for Italox, whether it was school or some other reason. Maybe they're trying to warm him up going into the finals. But G25 still have not been able to unlock that first week form.
It's scary, man. Like, this is why I was mentioning earlier. I know they made that roster change. So far, it hasn't really worked. At this point, what it's starting to look like to me, and this is just a pure guess, it's just starting to look a little bit like desperation. They're trying to maybe try out new stuff with different players. And I feel like at the point that we're at, it's a little bit too late for that. I feel like this is not the time to be switching around players, trying different stuff. I feel like they should go with their core 4 that we were just able to show there, and hopefully start changing some stuff up with those 4 players. But as you said, it could be something else. Maybe they just want him to get a little bit of reps in before the finals.
Yeah, I mean, consider it's not working out. Any changes right now would be nice. But then again, you kind of wonder, I want to see that first week performance, man, out of them. 224 points. Let's take a look at our Mountain Dew game fuel moments in that last match. And obviously, we're going to have probably a lot of tempo into this one because we saw how many kills they're able to get. The Unnamed, really, I think a big match for them, to be honest. I think we really can't underestimate or understate, I should say, how well they really did, considering they did have, I believe, a tough time in the game before. Remember when we had Brazilian Rampage nade them out in that little outhouse. But Influence Rage, like, it's kind of funny to me, Glitter. This team, I think at the start of the day, or after the first match, they were 12th place, if I'm not mistaken. This team has gone from being pretty much bottom of the table up to like 12th place. They've kind of like snuck their way there.
Yeah, and it's because they've stepped it up on the kills, and then this was the clip that I was talking about for Queso. You see them going out very early, getting snuck up on by Influence Rage. That's kind of how they started their kill spree there, but this is what they needed to do. We know we were talking about which teams are going to be able to kind of hit whatever point threshold they need to hit and which ones aren't. Influence Rage is definitely making sure that they're pulling their weight here. And I just want to point this out too, Jason. We were saying that INTZ hit what they needed to in the first game, got close in this game, but it wasn't necessarily enough. But if I recall correctly, Meta was one of the teams that was actually above INTZ in the standings, and Meta has been severely underperforming. So while some of the other teams above them are meeting their points average or possibly and then some, I don't think Meta is, which means when we're done at the end of the day, we might be able to see in the overall standings, but I think INTZ is going to be sneaking up on them.
Yeah, honestly, the way INTZ is performing, they're being able to maintain that goal that at one point thought it was maybe impossible. This is great to see out of them, and something I wanted to also mention in regards to Influence Rage, as we are giving them props into how consistent they have been able to keep their fragging. G25 Gaming right now has 219 kills. Influence Rage currently has 215 kills.
Let's go.
That's how consistent Influence Rage for what they have to work with. Keep in mind, I think it was 1 week that, as we do see some of the highlights here from the Unnamed, in 1 week, G25 Gaming was able to get 100 kills. Then they were the first team that kind of passed that. So it goes to show the drop-off that G25 Gaming has had, and also how consistent Influence Rage has been able to be with their fragging power. For Tempo, I feel like this is a great win for them. You see King Air right here being able to knock some people, and this was just such a huge win for the Unnamed when they were able to actually kill the Tribe Gaming, because they were behind Tribe Gaming. It is one of those teams that they're currently fighting with. You see Para there being able to clutch it. You see Tensa being able to knock some of those players there from the Unnamed, and that was actually a huge play by Tensa, being able to kind of find that person, being able to knock him and allow them to push up a little bit or reposition themselves to ultimately end up getting that win, Glitter.
Yeah, and you can see the angle, and this is why I was so confident that Tempo had. You could see the angle they had down on the other teams across the road from them. They were able to take out everyone around them, and then all they really had to do was just focus on moving forward. They allowed the Unnamed and Cloud9 to kind of fight it out. Once that was done, they were just able to take advantage of the damage that the Unnamed had already sustained, as well as the fact that they had a better, kind of position in the zone, and they won.
All right, Glitter, you said something during those Mountain Dew Game Fuel moments about seeing the overall standings at the end of the day. What if I told you we had the power to show them right now? So you get an update of what's currently going on in our 16th place for all of these teams. You can certainly see 1st through 8th, we're going to have Team Queso in 1st place, of course. Execute actually sneaking their way up into 8th place. Just want to point that out really quickly. But even Tempo surpassing G25. I'm not sure what the O was to, but I'm hoping I hit it in one aspect.
Yeah, it was Execute. Good on Execute. They're only 5 points behind Ace 1 as well.
Yeah, that's crazy. And remember, Ace 1, that previous match, they ended up with just 1 point. Ace 1, the drop-off from Ace 1 that we've seen, in a way, is still kind of going because they've just been losing points since that amazing week 1 that they also had. With Tempo, though, I mean, yeah, I was going to say with Tempo, I mean, getting 2nd place, G25 losing that 2nd place as well. This is money that's still in play for these teams. Something to keep in mind there.
Well, let's take a look at the second page then, so you get an idea currently what's going on here. Brazilian Rampage in 9th place. Looking down the list, Nova. This is what's unfortunate, because they had a 0-point first game. Wow. And they didn't perform too well, I believe, in the last game. So that does put things a little bit rough for them, but Tribe luckily having a little bit of a buffer here.
And with this here, you see Cloud9, the day that they have been having, has propelled them to 13th place, and a very nice cushion, I would say, between themselves in that 16th place spot. With Nova Esports, today has just not been their day. They are currently holding on that 16th place. Tribe Gaming, we mentioned how they've been able to readjust their play style. So far, it's working for them, maintaining that 15th place right there. XSET has fallen off a little bit. We see Brazilian Rampage go up too. Influence Rage continuing with their performances. This is one team that we always talked about, how much potential Influence Rage can actually have if they get down their rotations and their just placement points down to a T. We see Meta Gaming right there with 306 points.
20
the gap.
INTZ is all they need to cross 16.
That's what I was, okay, so this is what I was talking about. Metagaming's been underperforming, and now INTZ is only 4 points behind them, which would put them right outside of the bubble. And like you said, Jason, only 23 points. That is incredibly manageable.
Yeah, I think it's kind of hard to...
so.
The thing is, they have 3 matches left, though, Glitter. So 3 matches to get 23 points to break through to 16th, but they also need some sort of buffer, right? Because they have Meta on 48, so Meta's going to have an extra game over them. So not only do they need to cross that threshold of a 20-odd-something points, they also need to build up more on top of that. So they need to finish out strong, and then they can potentially have a chance going into tomorrow to be able to get into top 16. But I'm hearing our next game is ready, so I'm sorry, guys. I know we had so much more to talk about, honestly, with the standings there, but we have to head to a short break. And when we come back, we're kicking off match 4, our penultimate one of the day.
Mountain Dew?
Squads, there's loot on the horizon for however you find victory. For the combat chauffeurs, for those who strike from above or from below, for the experts in pan-to-pan combat. Whether you're taking a leap of faith or just aren't afraid of a close call, Fuel your path to winner, winner chicken dinner with ice-cold Mountain Dew. And with exclusive loot from Mountain Dew fuel stations. Spawning on a map near you.
Thank you guys for coming back. I always feel so lost without all of you here to watch the games as we have our 4th game ready to go with Miramar coming up, and it's going to be Group B sitting out. So Cloud9 not going to have a chance to play here in this game to defend their position, but we do have, I believe, Group C coming back in. We've got the likes of Loops looking to keep building up some momentum. We got Execute as well looking to defend their newly placed position, but also PK. One of the teams we didn't mention towards the bottom, the 3rd page of our overalls, who are currently struggling for a chance to work their way up through the leaderboards. And honestly, right now in Virum, it's going to be tough because every team is trying to squeeze out every last drop of points they possibly can from this delicious chicken dinner. That sounds gross, actually. Chicken juice. Anyways.
That's a visual. I mean, look, it's a visual. In any case, to your point, real quick, PK started off the day really strong. I had high hopes for PK. They took multiple back-to-back fights, they wiped a couple squads. But it's INTZ, who I think has been flying under our radar, that I think we really need to focus on as well. We can see PK, they're doing solid, but at still like 150 points in terms of average damage done than a lot of the squads we're sort of seeing that they're needing to be contending against. And that's a kill and a half. That's going to add up. But INTZ only slightly ahead.
I almost want to see it, honestly, out of INTZ to be so far behind at the start of our 4th week to potentially bounce in our final game for them. But you know what? We still have to have them have a good performance here. We still have matches tomorrow as well for them. In the meantime, let's head into Miramar. Let's kick it off, guys. The 4th match of the day.
Thank you so much, Jason. You know what, Dave? You didn't get to add in your thoughts. Give me your thoughts as we get into our 4th game. Dave, talk to me.
I think Marco is going to come into this game, try to get those 8 kills so that all of Team Queso are the top 4 on the frag list, the top fraggers of PMPL. That's what I think. Thank you for asking, Paul. Thank you for asking.
You're so very welcome, because nobody cares about that. I care. I care. All the fans of the mustache care. All the fans of the mustache.
Let's go! Mustaches in the chat!
Do you have? We need to get you a global mustache emote, or just I guess you know. Do you have a mustache emote?
I mean, I'm already.
I feel like that's a misbranding opportunity. If I'm being totally honest with you, Dave, I feel like that is an opportunity. You know, we'll talk about it later.
Talk about it
later.
There's a lot working behind the scenes. All right, I don't want to give it all away here, Paul.
Okay. I'm sorry. Get a little hot myself here.
I thought you signed the NDA. What happened? What? You'll hear from them later.
Okay. I thought it was a friend DA. Okay. I just thought it was a friend DA. All right.
Okay. Baby steps, man. Baby steps. So yeah,
baby sprints.
Baby sprints. There you go.
Baby sprints. Let's go. This is my new favorite term, by the way, because it means that you're going to be going. Have you ever seen, like, we're going to weeb out here for a second. Have you ever seen the show Attack on Titan? The way the Titans run? That's what I imagine when I think of baby sprints, just for the record. So for all of you in chat who know what I'm talking about, get a giggle, and let's get into this next game. Let's take a look at what this next circle is going to give us. Miramar is one of those matches that often starts out a little bit slower. And with this circle, we may actually see some action, particularly towards this southern area, Dave.
Yeah, we might. We just might. Nova playing really safe, going to be dropping out of the plane last. They're going to be all the way down there on that prison island. They got the defeaters right in front of them, going to be, you know, putting a halt maybe to their easy, clean rotate. Also, we saw the last time we casted Miramar, Wildcard and Meta. We saw Meta wipe the floor clean with Wildcard. We saw Rolex, we saw the drop shot from above. Let's see if that fight will have a round number 2 here down there in the south at Los Leones.
I don't know what it is about Wildcard, but unless it's Severny, they never just like drop solo. They always go with a team. I don't know what it is about this squad, but they always seem to be in it. Speaking of in it, Axel?
In it?
Did he just really?
More or less really what happened to Alpha. Did they not spot out that easy kill? They definitely spot out Yala right here with the S12. 2 shotguns. Oh, man. Wasn't able to connect onto one of them. That would have been so nasty. if Alpha got taken out from the shotguns right there.
Could you imagine? Like, no helm, no vest, just 2 shotguns and a hope. Oh my goodness. But I mean, at least now Team Queso is going to be able to try and rotate into this. I just don't know like they're not. This was maybe not the most optimal drop location here. Nitsu with the SK. Oh my goodness. Going to be helped out there by Marco. And now Alpha 7, they may have been blessed with 1 kill, but I think that's the only blessing they're going to be receiving is look up at the rocks. The hills have eyes, Dave, and it's Team Queso.
Remember, Marco needs 8 kills to be their number 4 on the overall kill leaders of PMPL. So we see Nitsu with the Mutant and the SKS. Nice little loadout right there. 7.62, very strong here. Marco trying to reposition while Nitsu keeps them pinned down in this death shack. Nitsu not able to get picked up yet. Dead, actually. Okay, dead.
Yeah, that's interesting. We'll keep an eye out now. As Team Queso is just looking to pinch on in. No vest, no helm. But the second you pop your head out, somebody else is going to rip it right off. Marco is here with the spray. And that's Meadows, just an inch away from an inevitable demise. As Team Queso played the angles perfectly. The bait? Oh my good. There's a reason they're in first place. And I think that exemplified it.
Alpha 7, though, they really played that one too scared, though. I mean,
oh yeah,
they played it way too scared. I mean, you could see them shivering in that shack. They shouldn't have allowed Team Queso to even get that close to them, honestly. I mean, just pop on out of that shack, take some shots, because this is early game. Remember, no one really has vests. No one really has helmets. So 1 or 2 bullets could have been the deciding factor, but instead they just, they're in that shed like, they're scared, like, you peek. No, you peek. No, you get them. Yeah, man, they let Team Queso just, take full advantage of that one right there. I mean, I guess that goes to show you the respect that Team Queso have in the lobby. I mean, it makes these players shake in their boots.
It's a little bit unfortunate there as well, because that could have been an opportunity. Could have been an opportunity now. Swagwin, I mean, that was basically just a glorified vehicle delivery service. This Team Queso literally just drives away in the truck, and they're like, okay, thank you. Swagwin's got his work cut out for him. That's all I have to say. We'll keep an eye on how that path goes. As we're jumping back on board with a potential conflict we identified early on, of course, it is Meta and Wildcard as well now. As the hang on a second. Loops have been looting this entire time. Team Queso have not. And now...
And this is awareness. I mean, Loops, they saw the kill feed. They saw Team Queso in the kill feed real early on, and they immediately go and push Team Queso's drop spot right here. This is very smart from Loops.
What a heads-up play, and Nitsu doesn't even get the nade off. Carrillo around the corner, able to pick that one up to take a little bit of damage in return. This is 2 members down, and now it's just Marco on the outside. Well, this is your opportunity to get 8 kills. Unfortunately, you just got to do it solo. Pops out of the vehicle, they're chasing it down, letting it roll down the hill. Potentially he's trying to bait, go around the corner, but no vest, no helm, no dream, no hope for Team Queso. And that early fight shouldn't have been punished. It was the heads-up play from Loops. Dave, you absolutely called it. The awareness, the spatial awareness of this team to identify what the potential rotation path was going to be, what the drop spot's going to be, and then to kick them while they're down. Loops is ruthless.
Yeah, I mean, they might not have known exactly where Team Queso fought Alpha 7, but they decided to hedge their bets. They sent it right to Team Queso's tried and true drop spot. I mean, everybody and their mother who watches PMPL knows Team Queso, go Hacienda. And it just paid off so much right there. Loops able to get a couple kill points, get some more respect. And trust me, ladies and gentlemen, in the chat, like, I'm not being harsh on Alpha 7. Like, if I'm in this game, if Team Queso are pushing me, I'm shaking as well. Like, I'm scared. I'm scared too, all right? I'm just being real. But when it comes to Alpha 7, and when it comes to the overall leaderboard, I mean, they got room to work with. So, if they get taken out early, they're going to feel fine. But in my opinion, you want to practice for the finals, right? Like, you don't want to get locked up. You don't want to get scared when it comes to the finals, because Alpha 7, Team Queso, they're definitely going to be making it to the finals. And I felt like that would have been a nice little opportunity for them to kind of, get some practice against, I mean, I guess the best team in the lobby right here.
Yeah, and I totally agree. I don't think it's necessarily too harsh to say at all, because what they literally did is they sat in that shack to such a point that they allowed a full surround. there was time. There was an opportunity to try and poke out, and I understand that, again, one bullet can decide it. So, I definitely see both sides, but I agree. I would have loved to see a little bit more aggression there from them, but in either case, Team Queso takes them out, gets taken out themselves. The real winner here is Loops. That's the biggest takeaway. The real winner here is Loops.
And the awareness from Loops as well. Just the awareness. And I mean, Loops, they got the experience, man. They've been in PMPL before. Like, they are a well-oiled machine when it comes to this.
Not just been in PMPL. Not just been in PMPL. They've won PMPL.
They've won it. Yes, they have. And, a lot of people have been kind of, what's going on with Loops? What's going on with Loops? So I was looking at their stats. I was looking at the numbers and trying to kind of decide myself. And I noticed they have a player Golden. So they have 5 members, and they've been rotating Golden in from the bench. Golden played around 10 games so far in PMPL. So I believe maybe that's why, we do see Loops. I mean, as I say, 6th place, it's not that bad. They have, 232 kills. Like, they're in no means doing bad. But I'm saying maybe they're trying out that 5th member, giving them some play time here. And that might be, a factor in why we don't see them constantly getting those chicken dinners. Look at this bus, by the way. I mean,
it's glorious.
It's beautiful.
It's absolutely glorious. But I do want to follow up on the point you said there, Dave, because I think it is important to note, like, there's been a conversation happening in the world of esports right now, a lot about scheduling. We're talking about it a lot in the Counter-Strike scene, but it's also something that we should be talking about here is the idea of, like, these players are playing a lot of games. We went right from PMPL into PMWL, back into PMPL again.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, they haven't had a lot of time to rest, really. They've been going all out in terms of schedule here. Obviously, they're doing something they love, playing, what they're passionate about with the best teams in the world, and that's fantastic. But having a 5th player that you can rotate in, if some of your squad is starting to experience a little bit of fatigue, a little bit of burnout, is so critical. So I love the fact that they're doing the work. They're still putting themselves in a position where there's no doubt they're making it in the top 16, but they're also being able to bring some other players up, give Golden that opportunity on the big stage. So I think this is heads up across the board. I know there's a lot of staff and a lot of support there for infrastructure for the Loops team, and I'm really glad that they're sort of taking this preemptive approach to supporting them. And to me, it shows really just how much they care about the health and safety of their players.
Yeah, and we've seen that with multiple teams here. Execute with Zute, we saw J7 from Tempo. Like, a lot of teams really taking this time to kind of flex their 5th member and give them some game time. So it's really nice to see. Really nice to see. Ooh, Jet G on that buggy, trying to get on into safety. Looks like one of those tires are going to be popped. Rafa with the spray down on the Scar over here. This is BDM taking shots at our squad.
Don't spray with Scars. We've seen that before. Acer.
Almost
fine. He's fine. He's fine. This is fine. Totally fine. Didn't see a thing.
Oh, man. What a day, though. What a day. I mean, today you got tomorrow, and then it's done. Like, these games have been just great, and I'm having a good time. I hope everybody watching is having a good time. INTZ, as the desk mentioned, having a good day.
Yes. Unfortunately, not going to be seeing them in this lobby, but still gotta give shout outs.
Bringing it up, though.
Right on the cusp.
Bringing it up, though. Why not?
Oh, no. Absolutely. No, I mean, I've casted INTZ now in multiple different games. They're just, such a staple down in LATAM. They're one of these really powerhouse rosters of squads. So it's great to see them doing so well here in PUBG Mobile. Speaking of doing well.
Oh,
all right.
A little bit of damage.
We take those. Wasn't enough. We take those, though.
A little bit. Here comes the follow-up right here from Acer, trying to get on into that window. Brazilian Rampage, at least the trio that is still alive. Yeah, they're not going to be standing in the same position as they were just a moment ago. Oh, but the vehicle explosion. Yep. So that's a little BM right there, but you got to do it. You got to do it. Nunez, SKS in hand. Leon with the pan, trying to sneak on up.
And we'll see if Wildcard can do a little bit to try and shut down whatever momentum Brazilian Rampage might try to be landing. Nunez's shots have been clean today. I mean, squeaky clean. Looking really good, but Wildcard very smartly knowing they have them pinned with wide flanks. Spring is here. Spring shots from distance Oh my goodness, Slicky and Spring. I've had the opportunity to cast these guys on multiple occasions, and seeing them thrive and shine here in the PMPL has been absolutely fantastic. But it is Leon, of course, though, who I don't think gets enough love. We were talking about it earlier. He actually has a ton of their kill points, Dave.
Yeah. I think the most.
The most, yeah.
If Nunez can get the 1v4, I'll shave my head so I can be Mr. Clean, by the way. I'll shave my head.
Oh,
be Mr.
perfect.
Clean. Just putting that out there.
Okay, all right. I'm not going to hold you to it, though. I'm not going to hold you to it. But it'll be fun to see. Mr. Clean with the mustache. I'll take it. The mustache stays. The mustache stays. But we are seeing this collapse. Now, the question is, how many nades do Wildcard really have at their disposal here? And they need to be careful because Garcia is doing a great job of watching these flanks. Wildcard, though, wanting to get these kills, wanting to move on up and in. Molotov, though, doing a ton of damage to Garcia, actually. This is actually really, really big. This initial damage done, he's got to try and watch this as they're just continuing to move on up. Wildcard doing a fantastic job of pushing their way into this compound, trying to manage the angles, doing so much chip damage in response. Brazilian Rampage, Garcia is able to get off the med, but Nunez goes down, and Dave, this is the opening that Wildcard needs. Are they going to push it? Let's see.
Yeah, here they go. They're going to be making the push. Slicky with the pre-fire has a good idea on where Garcia is. Getting the spray down, cleaning them up right in time. The blue zone going to be pushing on in right now as well. So Wildcard definitely executing that push in the perfect time that they need. Slicky going to be popping in that bus, going to be sending it on into the play zone with a couple kill points, with some additional loot in their bank right there. Ghosty from Defeaters taking some shots onto one of the members from 19 Esports. Defeaters, looking to really, pump up that gas here, get that win, get those 20 kills that they need to, keep their dream alive in PMPL.
Yeah, I mean, a 20-kill game here potentially could take them up even to 22nd place. So they can still, really push their way up. 19 Esports would be the ones that actually take it from. We're jumping on board with both of these squads, trying to keep all 4 members up. But speaking of a team that doesn't have that, it's, of course, look towards... Actually, no, B4 did keep them up. PK did as well. I was going to say Jat G is going to go down and not make that the case, but he's actually able to stay alive a little bit longer. Mixed air, though, with the shots. Nicely done, as Jat G is going to fall. Pittsburgh Knights they just can't afford... They do not want to go down here. They do not want to let this end because they are so close and so far.
Yeah, exactly. So close, but yet so far. Exactly. Trickster trying to line up these shots with the snipes out here. Going to be popping into the vehicle with Flash. You're looking to maybe pick up Blade on the way as well. Reposition, just avoid that fight. I don't believe they're able to exactly pinpoint all the positions that B4 were holding, so they're going to be playing it just a little safer. Defeater's Fishy trying to get the vehicle explosion, trying to get that hard cover. Asta tosses a grenade. The double from Asta.
That bounce was perfect, like a bouncing Betty, just right there next to them. That's going to be the second one to follow up with Duelo. It's just got to run, and that's just Defeaters gone. 19 is like, yeah, we're in 22nd place, guys. We have had some struggles, but you're in 24th. Stay there.
Stay there. Yep, stay there. Sit down. That's what they said. Go charge your phone, right? Go charge your phone. All right, go charge your phone. Oh, man. If I'm Defeaters, no BM, I think my next couple of games, I'm just going to hot drop the team in 16th position. Might as well make it spicy. Meta, Gazme taken down right there. Okay, it's going to be Cat from Nova right here on the high ground, peeking that hill, immediately spotted by a duel.
I mean, this is huge too, Dave, because Nova 16th, Meta 17th. Wow, 20 points is the difference here. So if Nova could shut down Meta right now, that would be massive. A couple more points, being able to get the third party on to HQA as well. Could be huge. Boss needs to be careful, though. Just hit the shots. Yeah, because that's the rest of the squad coming in. Boss not respecting that at all. That's some road rage there from Landland. Oh my goodness. Nova way too spread. PK goes down as well. Lots of fighting breaking out here. But Nova need to focus on the task at hand, but they can't tunnel vision because look at what's happened from their flank. Boss was the one who was supposed to hold it, but he tunnel visioned the 1 kill and completely gave up this position. And now Nova Esports is in for a world of hurt. Landland is laying down the punishment, but if Meta wanted to, they could potentially capitalize on this, but Cat holds strong, at least for now.
Yeah, what a spray right there. What a spray. Yeah, Nova will be getting sandwiched by both HQA and Meta. right here. It looks like AZ from Nova actually sent it on into the zone. Cat kind of pinned down. Oh, AZ spotted, taken down and out. So Nova, it's coming down to the wire right here. They were taking the fight with Meta, and it kind of all fell apart. A duel connecting onto Cat. It's up to Sheep, and a buggy. It is smoking. It is missing 2 tires, and not only that, the position right now that Sheep Fan is able to acquire for themselves, not the best. Open field.
When you say not the best, it's one of the worst. It is not a good one.
Worst.
Trying to take some shot at HQA, the team that really helped to put Nova in such a terrible position. He does have one of these little hay bale lockers. Is there a term for this, Dave? Help me out.
Cover from the sun.
He's in cover. Yes,
It's
that one.
hot on Miramar. It's hot on this right here. It keeps the hay nice and crisp. You know, you don't want the hay to get too hot.
Crispy hay.
Right there in the middle. Yeah, the crispy hay cover. That's exactly where Sheep Fan is. And, you know, fortunate for Sheep Fan is going to be in this zone, but the blue zone going to be closing on in. Sheep Fan going to be taking some shots onto Abdul, missing them. Forcing Abdul, though, to get on into the opposite hay bale shade coverer. So we can have a nice little skirmish right there. Hopefully, hopefully Sheep Fan gets blessed in the next zone though. Like all things to the side, like joking aside, like Sheep Fan right now needs this circle to favor them. If not, that field has a couple hay bales, but it's wide open. It's going to be nasty to make your way across.
Especially because Meta is getting wiped out. Like the rest of the squad's in a lot of trouble. Like Abdul stopping out now in the blue, and this circle is. Both these players have to move, but it is pretty favorable to them. And Meta goes out. Nova actually outlives them.
They do. But Loops are looking right over there. Loops are looking right over there. And what I like to coin the hot dog building here on Miramar. And they're using that roof to get some really good set lines. They recognize the push from Sheep and Eagle explosion right there as B4 trying to make the breach.
Trying to go in, trying to find the shots into Wildcard, who've been taking fight after fight after fight, and it may finally start to have caught up to them this spring, the last one standing. We're going to see Pedro on the outside. Pedro gets the shots. The drop switch are there. We're getting third party coming on in. Who is that? The shots from Rage. Is it Sheep Fan? Wait, no, who is it? Who is it?
For the third party.
It's BDM. Oh my goodness.
Yes. This is great. This is great. BDM, they need these kills. They need these kills. BDM going to be right there on the edge of the play zone, and they're hoping to gatekeep XSET as well. XSET coming into this game. They still got 4. Rep that set, by the way, but they need to push on into BDM if they want to continue to live.
And I'm looking at this circle, the way this is wound up, and the work that Loops put in earlier to make sure that Team Queso didn't stabilize, they have really not had to shift this whole game. They have been able to play from the center, which is their new play style. They've been able to just sit at home. They have the most valuable piece of real estate in this next circle, and they've got decent eyes on where the rest of these teams are rotating in from.
Yeah.
Defense finally going to drop. Nova's finally going to go out, but at least they outlived the team that was chasing them, the team that was hunting for them, gunning for them, trying to take that spot. So keep an eye on these next teams as they're moving on in. You talked about XSET, Dave. They're the next one up to bat.
Yeah, BDM, though, kind of pinched, like you mentioned, from Loops. If BDM work their way on up the hill to take this fight with XSET, they will immediately be spotted from Loops. So they're kind of pinned down right here. XSET looking just to make it on into the play zone, using the terrain to relocate. Very smart. Execute, by the way, up there at the top. By themselves, chilling, still with 4 up. Execute have been doing so well here today.
Yeah, and another team that's actually in a really solid position as well is the Unnamed. They've sort of just snuck on in here, but they're another team. 13th place. It's definitely still a squad looking to defend their spot. Teams could take it from them, but another solid performance like we've seen here from them earlier today. You know, not able to get that chicken, but, you know, still, they've had a pretty solid performance overall. And another one here could do wonders to really just help them breathe easier to know that they're not going to have this top 16, the rug pulled out from under them.
What's even more interesting is that we have 5 teams alive. 4 of those 5 teams have the full squad up. So we see BDM getting peppered right now. Looks like it's going to be up to Duck to try to get these pickups. But yeah, I mean, 5 teams to go. 4 of them have the whole squad. It's going to be crazy. It's going to be a crazy ending.
Oh, yeah. Because, I mean, often one of the reasons that these late game circle fights, devolve into such chaos is because, you're fighting one person, you're getting shot by another person, but now there's this higher level of coordination because it's all 4 of your teammates next to you, probably fighting another team of all 4. It means that we're getting to see some really cool interactions in terms of team play, communication, strategy that you don't normally get to see in these late circle situations because it just evolves into chaos so easily. This is going to feel, I think, a lot more methodical. Speaking of methodical.
You nailed it on the head right there. I really like the position that Execute currently hold. They're going to be overlooking the Unnamed compound and Loops' compound. I believe Angry was able to spot that one out, or at least have a good idea. They're going to be right there on the edge as well. Looks like Loops going to be pulling up using their vehicles and these hay bales for cover. Federal immediately spotted. Shots taken. Now aware of the position of Execute up here. Execute looking to press this.
Oh, and Execute with a wide wrap. This is such an interesting play from them. It's a little bit risky, but it offers them so many more opportunities to get aggressive. Like we're seeing now, is that In's going to drop, but Killswitch is going to fall as well. This is the problem. Potentially engaging with too many teams at once. Killswitch is the one the furthest away. Zute is sort of playing the middle point here from both of these ones, but neither one of them is going to be able to pick him up, which means that Killswitch is going to go down. BDM finally drops as well. I think XSET looking to clean that one up, but the Unnamed, the ones in this little compound, in this building here, able to put so much pressure on all the other teams around them. Dave, low-key, they're one of the teams to beat in all this.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, their building is just so strong right now. Execute, though, I know they lost one, but I really like how they're using the terrain right now. They know nobody's going to be behind them. They have a nice little ridge. If they do decide to take the fight, they pop on over, they take the shots. But before popping on over, one thing to know, Execute, they were throwing grenades. They were throwing them from the safety and comfort, knowing the fact that nobody had sight lines on them with their current terrain. So Execute playing this one really smart here. Looks like Loop's going to be in the field, just smoking it on up, trying to survive here. And XSET, they've been on the edge. They got this wall for cover. They got 4 up. They've been kind of watching all this, gathering all the information.
Yeah, XSET could really be the team to just come in and totally turn this game on its head. If they're not careful, it's all going to come down to where this next circle shifts. Who is going to get it? Who isn't? And it's going to be a little bit of Loops and a lot of Execute. This building is not going to be in. The Unnamed are going to have to move. And XSET, they have a long way to go.
They do. I believe they might have some vehicles if they do opt to use it. We see the smokes being deployed. Looks like XSET attempting to create a smoke tunnel so that they can make their way across that field on into the Unnamed and take the battle, the much needed battle. All right, they have 3 vehicles, not opting to use them here. Going for the run.
Leaving them all behind. I'm kind of surprised. The damage they did to Loops, I'm kind of surprised they didn't take the vehicles and actually send around and try and usurp Loops' position there. I think they're worried about the Unnamed trying to take them out here, but instead, they're just pushing it onto this compound. The down is already in. All 4 members pushing into the compound. This is XSET going off. Juicy's going to go down, though. Rand's trying to survive, trying to keep it a hold on for the team, but Angry is still up and in this. It only comes down to Q, the last man standing. 3 members are going to be pushing in on top of this. Can they get the downs? That's 1. Q is still standing strong. Who is still left for XSET? It's nobody, as the Unnamed is able to hold their ground.
Oh my goodness, the third party from Execute, just so strong right there. XSET breaching that compound all together, just non-stop firing shots back and forth. Q coming out on top with the clutch. Got 3 kills. Loop still alive over here. 10 kills to their name. Grenade onto his fate. Gotta be careful.
Loops, I thought they were out, but they're reminding us so poignantly that they are not as the nades continue to go on in, not finding it around the hay bale there. That would have been absolutely massive, but it is Zute looking across. A little bit of mispositioning from the Unnamed at the end there. Allow Execute to pick up one of their downed members in that small play. But Q is fired up, and he is saying, Zute, what you doing? If you shoot, you better not miss. And now Executor pushing up onto this. Carrillo is here as well. Carrillo is going to fall. Nice shooting underneath the tractor, which means that one less target that they've got to deal with. But this is now Dave, a 2v2.
2v2. They're tossing out some grenades. The Unnamed trying to unleash as much damage as possible.
Over the top?
Let's see. It's Fate really low right here. Really low right there. All right, they're going to be just rolling on down. Oh, 2v1. Fanboys, the last one up for Execute.
Yeah, Fanboys has got to try and reset here. Maybe we're going to look to try and get off the res. He's not going to have time, though. Splitting up, trying to find the angle, and this is the Unnamed hot off of that defense. But Fanboys finds the shot, but finally gets taken down. The Unnamed weren't able to get it done earlier, but me, oh my, this time they find it. 9-kill chicken dinner on Miramar. A stellar hold against XSET and an incredible execution into execute.
Beautiful, beautiful. And really, I feel like that winning play right there at the end was Q. Had the hard cover, had that wall, had that hard cover to take down Zute. And Zute was kind of holding that off angle, looking right on top of him. So that was such a clutch knock on the side of the Unnamed. I believe if Zute was able to get maybe 1 or 2 more shots off right there, that could have been Execute's win. Regardless though, Execute still played the terrain so beautiful there towards the end. The Unnamed, they're just so strong though. They are so strong today.
I think I'm really getting the sense that the Unnamed is one of these momentum-driven teams. If they win a fight, they're more likely going to take the next one. They're the snowball rolling down a hill that starts an avalanche, and I'm definitely feeling it right now for them. Super exciting. But Jason, there were a lot of fantastic moments in that last game. I cannot wait to see what our analysts have to say about that.
I mean, the Unnamed now, like, again, this was a second place finish last match, a first place finish here. They didn't really have that many kills, at least going into some of these final zones, but we're seeing the consistency out of these teams, and we're seeing really what it means to them as well. The fact that they're adapting their strategies from week 3 to week 4, specifically playing slower and then trying to pick it up towards the very end. I think we're really seeing like that strong focus out of each and one of these teams at the moment. But I do have to say goodbye to you two, but don't worry. We'll see each other one more time today. We're all going to be going to our last match here in a little bit of time, but we're going to bring in our analysts to help break down this last game. It's going to be 7 and Glitter, or as I like to say, 7 Worlds Explosion and Glitters Gaming, as we're going to be looking at that last game. Honestly, I was surprised to see Loops kind of fall to the wayside there, but again, credit to Execute. As you pointed out before, 7, they didn't have kill switch in our last play day. Now they have them, and they're still performing really consistent, really well.
They are, and you know what's the big difference that I've seen out of this team? The way Zute is playing. Zute is giving me now more confidence that he's able to win 1v1s. Zute is giving me more confidence that he's able to hold angles, as he was able to actually hold some off there on that last match. We do see the Unnamed with the chicken dinner, 24 points for them. What? We see Loops Esports with 20 points as well, Execute with 8 kills, and out of those 8 kills, 5 kills were Zute's kills. So it's a huge improvement for Zute overall, and it's so great to have such a veteran player for that team to also start performing so well and not just relying on the young guns. You see BDM Esports there with 11 points. XSET, I felt like they've been playing super passive. They really haven't been focusing that much on kills. It might be trying out different strategies, not sure there, but not the best day out of them so far. Wildcard Gaming there with 8 points, B4 Esports with 7 points, Nova Esports with 6 points, which Glitter, Nova Esports definitely needed this points.
Yeah, those are going to help out because they were kind of right on the cusp, as we saw earlier. Then looking at the second page here, HQA actually able to get 6 points. 19 Esports pulling down 4. Queso struggling yet again, only able to get 3. Alpha 7 also not having the best game with only 2 points. But I did really want to point out, this was one of the extra games that Metagaming had up on INTZ, Jason, and they were only able to get 1 point. And then you've got Brazilian Rampage, PK, and Defeaters down there at the bottom, and Brazilian Rampage pulling a 0 after their stellar performance.
I mean, the thing is,
but I'm really stuck on meta.
I think we know who you have your guns out for today. But the thing is, for PK, and I think for meta as well, it's kind of, we've seen games like this happen during league play, right? I think they're still playing technically to their average points per game that they played during league play so far. The problem is they need to be playing even better than then, as they want to try to get themselves a chance to make it through into our top 16. You can see here currently the points some teams are behind, and Tribe extending their lead up to 11 up against Nova in between our 15th, 16th place, but the gap between 16th and 17th here, it's getting a little bit wider with Nova getting those 6 points in the last match, 7.
It's definitely growing here. You see Metagaming now 25 points behind, INTZ 30 points behind. Like, this is a gap that we thought it was going to be, honestly, I thought it was going to be a lot closer even at the end of today. But it's good to see those performances. And Nova, the reason why I mentioned that Nova needed those points is because before this game, on the last 2 matches that they played, I think they have only scored 2 points. I want to give also some credit there to the Unnamed, because they have raised their points, their average points per match by almost a full point, which that's impressive considering what's on the line. So it's good for a team like the Unnamed, for them to be able to step it up in such a huge way when it's needed. Love to see it.
I was like, what was that? Yeah, but the thing is, they also passed Wildcard too. And you have to kind of wonder, Wildcard, a team that everyone feared coming into PMPL Americas, a team that was on the radar of even Loops when talking back to them, they have kind of started slowly slip down the leaderboards. But I'm really curious because they have said to us they will be fielding their full 4 going into the finals. But I don't even know who their full 4 is going to be anymore, Glitter, because we've seen Enigma playing for them, we've seen Leon playing for them, we've seen Leon actually playing more than Sam as of recent times for them. I really wonder what they're going to feel, but it reminds me of G25 with Cordobez coming into the lineup here today.
Yeah, I mean, we're probably going to just have to wait and find out, see whatever they end up feeling most comfortable with for finals. To be fair, they did get 7 kills this game, which is significantly better than the rest of the game so far, but they just weren't able to kind of match that with their placement points. So I don't know if they're testing out different play styles as well as different rosters, or if they're just kind of trying to skate by and saving it all for finals, which is potentially an option. As long as they don't slip too far down the leaderboard, then they should be okay, but they don't want to continue to lose another place here, because if they're in the 11th now, we still have one more day, and some of these teams continue to step up, it could get a little bit dicey.
They'll lose a little bit of money, but it seems like they're just getting their warm-up sets in right now, and then we'll go for that PB later on in the finals. Let's take a look at our Mountain Dew game feel moments in the last match and really start to break down some of these, maybe start to talk about some of the overarching storylines we have currently going on, because we have seen some other teams step up. We've seen Queso, I don't want to say necessarily slow down, as we see Alpha 7 again. Whenever we see them fight, we always see them on the move and any car they can get their hands on and looking to crash the party.
And I think that this fight right here just spoke even more volumes of how confident Team Queso is feeling. Usually, like, teams just don't take those fights. They're like, oh, we lost a player, you know what, just let him be. But Team Queso went for it and then ended up winning that fight. And then that kind of, it goes to show the awareness that Dave and Paul were talking about with Loops Esports, because Loops Esports knows that Team Queso tends to kind of loot around that Hacienda del Patron area, and they knew that they were a player down, so even more, why not just rush him in? So love to see the awareness there from Loops Esports. And in the past game with Loops Esports, Carrillo ended up with 4 kills, 614 damage. So love to see it. Love to see that our previous MVP of previous tournaments is finally starting to wake up. We see Nova right here with the points that they definitely need. This is good to see them being a little bit more aggressive, going for those extra kills, extra points. And I think this is something I want to see more also, Glitter, out of some of the teams that are currently within that 16, 17, 18 spot. If you do get a chance to get a kill, go for it, because earlier, remember, at some point today, the difference between some of those teams, even if they were tied on points, the difference was just 1 extra kill.
Yeah, and you know, we're getting to see some highlights here from GFan, and not only did we get to see the interview that Jason did with him earlier, but GFan was actually almost half of his team's damage this time around. So definitely seeing some of the players starting to kind of pick up the slack a little bit. And it's nice to see Nova willing to start taking those engagements, because, you know, the last couple play days we saw some crazy heal strats coming out of Cat, and kind of watching that passive play from Nova, and I like this aggressiveness a little bit more. I think they still have more in them to give, especially because we've seen it before, whether it's in this season or in other seasons. So hoping that they can kind of figure that out by finals and maintain that top 16 spot. I really hope that they don't drop down at all. Like you said, the points from this game are going to be huge for them. But loving a little bit of the change that we saw here in this game for Nova, as we do see the final moments here in this the zone here. The angle that Zute had on the Unnamed, there was a point in time where I really didn't think Unnamed was going to get out of there, and then when Korea was able to get a knock on Fate, I was like, this could potentially turn the tides. As soon as the Unnamed took Zute out, though, I felt like it was kind of all over from there.
Yeah, and I love the teamwork that the Unnamed was able to show there. As soon as they ended up getting that extra knock there on Zute, they just went for it. They knew it was a 2v1. They didn't want to wait. We've seen previously teams where they decide to, oh, let's just wait it out. Let's see what happens with the zone. No, they were gunning for him, and I'd love to see that kind of action from the Unnamed.
And I like how you pointed out Zute as well, because in one of the things I did with him, talking to him, he said he's working on a lot of his personal mistakes. That's how he's looking to be better for the team. And it's nice to see him, have some confidence back when it comes to the 1v1s you guys pointed out. But I think now it's time to take a look at our total damage in that last match. I'm expecting to see some big numbers for some big teams in here as well. I'm curious, though, for the Unnamed, where they're going to be placed up against the others, as we can see them in first place and actually behind Execute, behind Loops, and even behind Wildcard, as you see them just, centered pretty much directly in the middle here of overalls at their 1,460 damage.
I was about to say, Wildcard ended up in 9th place, but I mean, the performance they were able to put up there, almost mirroring there of Loops Esports. Could this be maybe the change that we've been looking for wildcard here? Quite possibly. And we have seen Leon. I think Leon is going to end up replacing Sam for the finals, just because he has been playing a lot more, and I think Sam currently might not be performing to what the team wants him to perform at, so it's good for them to kind of notice that and make that arrangement along the lines of what we saw Execute do. Remember, Execute started off with a completely different 4. They added Sute, they tested it out, they knew it was working more, and they just kept Sute as the core 4, and now they've just been practicing more and more and more, and that's why I think if Execute can continue this, their potential is huge as well, because now they're just putting in more hours together, especially with Sute being the new player to that team.
Well, that's what also makes me wonder about tempo, because we've seen HH24 playing a lot and J7 not switching out positions for him. And I would have thought J7 would have been the 4th player on the team going into the finals, but who knows? Obviously, we still have some time to go before we do get there. But what we don't have time for is to get ready for our 5th match, because it is coming up very quickly. But to remind you guys, once again, the Esports Awards are still going on. It will end up in the beginning of November, so you can get your votes in for the Esports Mobile Game of the Year. You can head over to esportsawards.com/community vote and make sure you guys get your votes in for PUBG Mobile. You not only make me happy, you not only make him happy and her happy, you made all of us happy here for PUBG Mobile to make sure it wins the title. But for now, we're going to head into that short break. When we come back, we're kicking off our final match here of our penultimate day in week 4.
Mountain Dew?
Squads. There's loot on the horizon for however you find victory. For the combat chauffeurs. For those who strike from above or from below. For the experts in pan-to-pan combat. Whether you're taking a leap of faith or just aren't afraid of a close call. Fuel your path to winner chicken dinner with ice-cold Mountain Dew. And with exclusive loot from Mountain Dew fuel stations. Spawning on a map near you.
Well, it's time now. We have 1 match left today and 5 left to go tomorrow until we do see our top 16 teams, and it's going to be on Erangel with Group A sitting out. My eyes can be focused on Cloud9, be focused on Influence Rage, Tribe Esports, as well as maybe even XQ on the other side or Pittsburgh Knights. There's a lot of teams still battling for their chance to break through here. Thing is, Dave, and I'm going to go to Dave first since I didn't get to talk to him last time. We're running out of time for these teams. We're running out of matches for them to put up as many points as they possibly can. So desperation, I feel like, is going to come into play here.
Yeah, I mean, starting tomorrow, Group A and Group B, 3 more games to go. Group C, 4 more games to go. So if you are anybody, pretty much anybody beneath that cusp, beneath that bubble, that top 16 spotlight, tomorrow's going to be crazy. It's going to be hectic. I know we were gassing up the Knights here. Tonight, they kind of slipped down. If I'm not mistaken, they started out in like 18th. Now they're in 20th overall. INTZ, 19th. They've been, those baby sprints, as we like to put it. But other teams like the Unnamed, like other squads have just been kind of stealing the shine from these teams that are really trying to capture as many points as possible here.
Well, in Viram, Dave said something there that really stands out to me. Or do you want to comment on something?
I do. Well, I think there's sort of 2 sides as we could have looked at, because there's the teams who are just on the edge of the cliff looking to try and claw their way on top, and there's the teams at the top just stamping on them, being like, no, you can't chase us. And I think today we learned that the teams who made it to the top 16 are stronger at holding their position than the teams are that are fighting to take it from them.
It's all on that finger strength. It's all about the tendons in your forearms to hold on, like when you're bouldering. What I want to talk about, though, is the fact that Dave pointed out something. Group C has 4 games left tomorrow. If you're a team playing the last match of the day, for the last match in league play, you have every chance to know how many points you need to grab before you can potentially qualify. So the fate's in your hands. I'm curious though, Viram, would you rather be a team that has to sit out the last match, or would you rather be a team that plays it?
Plays it. 10 out of 10. Easy. Watching, sitting back, it's one of the most stressful things.
I think it's even going to be
stressful
stressful, though, in the last match, too. I mean, I understand. I totally agree with you. And Dave,
Sure, but at
this.
least fate's in your own hands at
Yeah.
that point. You know what I mean? Like, you're not watching from the sidelines hoping somebody else messes up, because that's really what it comes down to. I've casted enough tournaments where that's happened, where other teams have sort of finished their groups and they're looking at the players there at the end going, please no, and that's just so rough.
That's the quickest way to get fans for your team, or the quickest way to become a fan of another team is watching them get close to the team that you need to be knocked out. But the thing is, right now, teams need to see Tribe struggle. They need to see Meta struggle. They need to see Nova struggle, because Nova currently in that 16th place. If Nova can't hold those performances, they're going to get passed. And yes, they have a buffer here, Dave, but that buffer will definitely shrink.
Yeah, and to kind of go on to what you were saying, Group C, they get that last game. They're also going to have the last laugh, right? Because if they are sitting comfortable, they can pick and choose who they want to take out first and not play against in the finals. Keep that in mind.
Very true. Well, you know, it's time to get underway with our final match of the day. Why don't you two kick us off as we drop in to Erangel.
Thank you so much, Chase. And where did this day go? Oh my goodness, the 5th game already. I think it's been just so action-packed. The time has just flown by. And Dave, I asked for it earlier on in the week. I said, I hope we see more aggression like we saw in week number 1. And oh boy, did these teams deliver. Let's see if that momentum will carry on to our 5th and final game of the day here on Erangel. If you're in the chat, make some hype. Let's get this one going, because Dave, it's coming down to the wire.
But what I'm hearing, you know, reading between the lines, you want to do another game after this, here and I. You're ready for it. You're ready for
Yes,
it.
I could do one more.
Okay.
You know, adjust the entire schedule. You know, 64 players, an entire staff of crew, admins, production teams.
Run it back. Easy. Run it back.
It's fine.
Run it back.
One more. Just one more. Can we just do one more? Just one more for funsies.
It's what is it called? What's it called when like a band gets done playing and then an encore? Hey, let's get some encores in the chat. Let's get a bunch of emojis.
One more game.
One more game. Yeah, that's what we need.
One more game. Exactly.
Give the people what they want. Hey, that would be huge for a couple of these teams that are beneath 16th place. Honestly, they're gonna be cheering for that encore as well. I don't think it's gonna happen. Plane though, look at the plane. Klaze, B4, and Ace all down there in the military island. So 3 squads down there. Yeah, it could be spicy.
That's about one more team than we normally have. So I think Klaze is going to try and maybe head up towards Farm and Milta. I think they're going to try and make that crossing across the channel. We'll keep an eye on that, because oh boy. Okay, this is not the worst circle of all time. Not great, but not the worst. Today's circles have actually been fairly friendly. I have to make a note of that. They've been not too bad. That second Vikendi game, yeah, otherwise solid.
We're used to it for Vikendi. Like Vikendi people.
Yeah, I mean, that's standard. That's standard Vikendi.
Yeah.
Tribe has 332 points in 15th. Nova has 331 in 16th. 1 point separates these two teams, I should say. And Meta, 25 points at 307 would put them tied with Tribe Gaming. That's how close this is. I mean, there are other teams who are definitely, BDM, INTZ could make some. They have a little bit more work cut out for them, but 25 points is it for Meta. Oh boy, Dave.
Executor taking the bait. Executor taking the bait. NTX is just buying time right now. Buying time so that their squad mates can get weapons. And okay, yeah.
No.
They didn't take it.
Come on.
Dude,
are you kidding? Could you imagine? Could you imagine if they just drove headlong into this? It's like, I have a gun and 30 bullets. Is that going to be enough? I think so.
I'm happy they didn't get tunnel vision right there, because for a second NTX is like, hey, I'm bringing them. Be ready. And one thing to note,
they're not Team Queso. They're not Team Queso. Okay.
True. One thing to note, Merle hiding in that bush, able to remain undetected right there. So Papito, really haven't seen much from G25 today. Really haven't seen much from Papito when it comes to the golden arm of PMPL. All right, Papito, line mass grenade. Nice. Good old-fashioned 1v1. Seagut with the double Uzi combo. Seagut, the quick switcherino right there. The jump shot. Seagut missing the mark. Papito with the punch out. Seagut,
oh boy,
back to the lobby, son.
Yes. Yikes. Okay. I mean, to be fair, Papito needed a win, little win there. Papito has been a little bit quiet of late. Needed a little win. Unfortunately, that's
a GG, Paul.
I talk about teams on the edge. G25 is not on the edge, but they are looking to just continue to take fights. What were their drops? I have questions, but the only answer I'm going to get will apparently be written in blood, as this member of G25 can't win that fight. It ain't a 1v1, Dave.
Yeah, HQA spotting out that member right there, devoting all 4 members, right there. The 4v1, that's what it takes. Hey, if that's what it takes, get it done. Get it done, HQA. You need it. 1 point on the board. You love to see it. Papito, still that punch out. Just too good. So G25 Gaming, I mean, we can write a book about them, right? Week 1, they had, 100 chicken dinners. Week 2, week 3, week 4, slowly just sliding down the slide, playing chutes and ladders out here while other players are playing PUBG Mobile. And currently 4th place on the overall leaderboard with 9 chicken dinners.
I'm taking a look back. I'm trying to see
what happened.
G25, after that first week, has had it. They have had some chicken dinners. Okay, I'm like, how many chicken dinners have they had since that first week? It's only been a handful, though. They've only had, I think, 3 chicken dinners since that first week, which just goes to show just how far down they have fallen. That is serious. No, they've only had 2. They've had 2 chicken dinners, I think, and that ever since that first week. That is not ideal for them. But let's get back into this game here. I think it's interesting to show the context, though, because there's something called a power vacuum, Dave. Yeah. When one team is up at the top there, they're a point sponge, they're taking up everything, they become such a presence, everything revolves around that. They're like a black hole, the singularity. But when that singularity starts to dissipate, they're what becomes a power vacuum. Teams need to step up to fill in that space. Who is going to make that hero play? Who is going to be the one that dictates the pace of the lobby? And we've had a couple other teams sort of, make a claim for that here. And I think in these last couple of games, it seems like G25, as we've seen this past week, really isn't going to step back up into their old shoes. So who is it going to be? Is it going to be Loops? Is it going to be Ace One?
Paul, let me lay this one out. Let me lay this one out, though. Finals, all right? They're definitely going to qualify for finals, all right?
Oh, yeah.
Finals is only 1 week, right? It's only 1 week. So, I mean, if G25 could have that pop-off week like they did in week 1, like, that's it. That's all they need. Honestly, maybe they've been just pulling the ultimate debate here of PMPL. They know they qualified, and they don't want to give away their strats for the finals, because the finals, that top 3 spot, that's what matters, right? That's exactly what matters here, and that's where all the money is. So I'm just saying, I'm being optimistic about it, right? And talk about being optimistic. Ghosty also being optimistic as PK. They are so hungry for this 1 point. It's like chasing a rabbit. It's like a dog chasing a rabbit right here. And Ghosty, the driving skills, just too strong against the Knights.
Yeah, Flash and Blade are going to keep on chasing this, but they need to be careful here, because this could be the setups of a trap for all they know. Ghosty is going to jump out, but it's not. The rest of the team is so far behind. Ghosty was the scout, which means that the rest of Defeaters is going to be rotating in behind, but they still have a ways to go. But they are rotating up into this next circle. All these teams sort of taking positions along the river. This whole south side of the circle, Dave, is empty where both of these teams are. So if they want to get into a scrap, unless Ace One really jumps in here, they're going to have the time to see it through.
I think if I was Ghosty, I would have sent it all the way up to the top of the mountain. See how thirsty they really are. Ooh, Papito, take it out from HH24. Tempo going to be making the pull up over here in Sunken City. Only 2 up for G25 right here. It's going to be a 2v4, and you bet Tempo, they're going to want to take this fight.
Oh, yeah, being able to knock out G25 early, because there's always the threat. Keto and HP. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. This is fine. Because there's always the threat that G25 can be the team that everybody saw in week number 1. All these other teams still have to deal with them, and Keto with no HP still able to get it down. Just going to show the potential that this team does have if they can get it all online. But Unico is the only one left up at the back. Spec is trying to chase them on down, as this is going to be the last one standing for G25. And I talk about a power vacuum, the space that is left. Right now, the space is wide open, and it's been open for weeks. This is not the G25 we saw in week number 1. They're going to have to rally, Dave. I hope you're right. I hope they're holding back, keeping their cards close to the chest, because I would really love to see this team step up in the playoffs like we know they can, just to really add another top squad into contention here for this top 3.
Yeah, Paul, I'm a little sad you didn't catch it when I said G24, man, because they lost Pepito right there. They lost Pepito. All right, G25. All right, I get it. I get it. All right, one member up. Inside this nice little building right there, we see Tempo trying to hunt them down. Next zone does go on up. I'm still looking down there in the south. You got the Knights, you got Ace, you got the Feeders. They're still all kind of clustered near each other. We see Klaze B4. They're going to be moving on up from Millie, moving on out of the Nova. J7 though has a good idea right here on where this solo from G25 might be, and little 3-1 split
Maybe
here.
Maybe just thought they heard a footstep. I don't know. They're leaving it be. But shots are still raining in. Nunez. Gosh, Nunez's shots have been good today. And INTZ is just going to drop. They're going to thirst him. What?
This is from Runes, too. Brazilian Rampage are in Runes. Yeah.
Those are shots, man. Those are shots. I mean, he's taking some back, but Nunez, wow. I talk about this idea, the Brazilian Rampage, when they go on a rampage, you know, I mean, like the Hulk, they're not going to be stopped. When they start to get that momentum rolling for the squad, they just feel unstoppable, and I'm definitely getting that sense of them here. And I love the fact that they've been able to carry this over game to game, not being afraid to take the shots like that and pick up that point. And now Tempo Storm completely have to rethink their strategy because, I mean, they're sitting here in Sunken. This is not one of the more defensible positions.
Yeah, and they were kind of getting a little too comfortable right there. I mean, they know there's a solo still, you know, around this general area, but they got a little too spread out right there and kind of just lost sight that there are, you know, 14 other teams in the lobby. All right, so kind of got to let this one slide right here. And G25, the solo, and the dream. I feel bad for defeaters this game because I just realized they dropped Zarky in our first Erangel of tonight. Zarky still in the zone all the way up there to the north, and checking on in with Orlando with that VSS, taking a page on out of the classic Beowulf book right there. Going to be trying to connect those supersonic bullets, the 9mm. We see a lot of kind of, you like that one, huh? We see a lot of drive-by kind of action happening in this game. A lot of teams, you know, in their vehicles, taking some shots here and there.
And the circle has definitely been more in pushing into these rotations, but it hasn't been that bad, all things considered. I think teams are taking their time just a little bit more on this one. We saw a decent amount of teams rotate in early, but I think part of the issue right now is that teams are just so conscious of where they are in the lobby. There is a good bulk of teams that could potentially not make it into this top 16, and that's causing them to be a little bit more cautious. But throwing caution to the wind is Polly looking to take some shots down towards B4, trying to reset. You can hear the shots connecting onto the pan there. Level 4 armor paying off in a big way. But now, this rotation.
Oh, rip. They left Polly here. I mean, Polly popped out to take some shots, but the other squad mates, they just kept going. Oh, man. Yeah, the reason I'm pointing that out is because I spoke to Darius and both Polly here today, and they said their weakest spot was the team communication and really dealing with the, I want to say, new point system. It is kind of an old one at this point, but this is a team that's used to playing it nice and slow and steady, right? But with the new point system, it kind of encourages the vamp of getting aggressive, getting those kill points early. And that's just something that really caught INTZ off guard here. Not today. I mean, today they've been doing really well. But yeah, I mean, it might be just a little too late. We'll see if they can come out on top of this one. Nenabete tossing a nice little grenade. Remember, Pauly was not able to play the previous 2 games because of phone issues. Got that new phone here today, so we're looking to game it out right here.
Oh yeah, and I do respect the fact that B4 is not overcommitting to this though. One player back there is sure not ideal, but they are aware. They do have tabs on it, but they can't stop them from being proactive and rotating in. But the rest of INTZ is still up there, ahead of them, waiting, looming overhead. Yeah, B4 deals with that as Klaze is going to be rotating into this as well. We're jumping on board with Ace as they're staring down C9. This ridgeline could be very important in moving into this next, or it is very important moving into this next circle. Dudu has them all lined up, got the dinner pan. And we start the spray. Here it goes. One player down, uneven, surviving by a scrap of HP, but Dudu keeps the shots going in. And in an instant, Cloud9 is in shambles. 3 players down, uneven, the last one up and alive, and only survived by a scrap of HP. This is going to be the send from Nith all the way in with the buggy action. Mafioso looking to clean these ones up. They need to find the last member. Uneven down below, finds one, but cannot find the second. And in an instant, Cloud9. I thought they knew, Dave. I thought they knew.
I mean, that was just great, though. That was just great. I mean, Ace won. They had 2 members with the DP. Dudu made sure to wait until their squad mate was ready, locked in. Once when that was the case, both of them just unloaded that magazine. 2 members of Ace, they popped in the vehicles. They were ready to make the aggressive push. That's exactly what they did. They cleaned it up. 4 points on the board on the side of Ace. Brazilian Rampage, Garcia currently driving out here in the open with the buggies. They did receive some shots from B4. They're going to be sending that one just a little wide, trying to avoid losing their tires. But I'm trying to look. If they continue on to their pathway, they're going to run right on into Tribe.
Tribe, they've been doing this a lot more this game. And this is interesting, sort of, talking to the analysts and listening to the analysts and their conversations with Tribe and all that, this idea that they need to change up their style just a little bit more. Tribe have been going for these really interesting wide rotations around. They're not taking these fights early and unnecessarily. They're looking to pick up their points more in the late game. More of a style we see, say, a team like Cloud9 doing. And it's definitely been working out for them pretty well so far. They've had really decent placements so far today. So clearly looking to just maintain this, not go over aggressive here. They're in a decent spot. They feel like there's no need to give away any potential low-scoring games, any potential points to the teams that are clawed, scraping their way up the leaderboard, trying to take it from them. And I also do want to note, Pauly was able to find a vehicle and meet up with the rest of INTZ. Okay. So, and they're going to have this next circle.
Good.
So being able to stay alive there and B4 not wanting to overcommit resources to it actually ended up paying off. Really solid play there from INTZ, making the best of a bad situation.
Solid play, and kind of a repeat of what we saw last game. Zute on that off angle. I know Glitter and Seven were mentioning that on desk on how important it is for them to really hit their shots, and we got the same thing right now. This is going to be as far away as possible from that next zone, so Execute looking to clean this one up very quickly. Looks like Blade and both Flash going to be bleeding on out. Trickster and Jet G trying to get on out of harm's way to get some placement points, and Execute executing their dreams right there. The Knights sent to the lobby, 15th place. That's going to rack up 0 placement points there. Worst case scenario right there for the Knights.
That is a back-to-back 0-point game. And I think whatever hope PK had of making to the top 16 might have just died right there with that send from Jetchi. That may just be it. That may just be the end for them. It may come down to Meta, BDM, and INTZ all trying to make it into this top 16. But now, looking at PK, ending the day with 283, I don't think it's going to be enough. I don't think the miracle is going to go that far. They may just be done right there. Oh me, oh my. Solid play, though, from Execute with the nades, the timing, with the smokes. Everything there was so flawless. But speaking of flawless, Ace is going to look to try and get the ace here onto the squad. They've already done some damage to, of course, I'm talking about Influence Rage, who've already lost NTX, who's been such a key member of this roster, Dave.
Yeah, NTX, we saw him pop off on the Vikendi against Team Queso, catching them off guard. That was a huge play from the squad. But it goes back to, like, once when a team early game they get a squad wipe, they get a couple kills, like they're just feeling it. Like you could tell when a team is feeling it. Ace currently with 7 kills, like they are one of those teams this game who are just feeling it here, Paul. And see them continuing to take some shots, get some knocks, get some kills, get some points on the board here. Alpha 7 at the plane crash site. Unlucky for them, it's not going to be within the next zone. Loops will be gatekeeper them. Somewhat of a split, though, from Loops, a little 2-2, and not only that, looks like Loops, they might be a little tunnel vision, or at least they have some information on to Execute. Here comes the push, or at least the attempt to make it on out of this very difficult situation that Alpha find themselves in.
Erangel with a beautifully controlled spray. My goodness, they intentionally did not take any shots to Execute. They realized they already have one task in front of them. They don't need to open themselves up from an aggress from behind. Multiple buggies just zipping on out. That was actually hilarious to watch as Alpha 7 was just being like, okay, this ain't it, Chief. This ain't it, Chief. We need to find another way. and they're going to go all the way around the outside. I believe they're only going to lose... Actually, they didn't lose anybody in the process.
That was so cool. They all went their separate ways. They all went their separate ways, though. I mean, instead of all sending it on in one direction, exposing themselves, they all just scattered and said, okay, make it to the spot. Here's the mark. That's the goal. Good luck. They lost one in the process, but they could have lost the whole team.
As we're seeing Focus in, looking to lob this nade out. Kill switch, another off angle from Execute. This really is becoming this team's trademark, leaving an off angle anchor to continue to take these shots. Dudu's gonna look to try and put some back, though. Fame Boys is gonna fall. That's Klaze being eliminated as well. The action is starting to heat up as we're getting to circle number 5. Dudu, it's just gonna continue to push on in, capitalize on the damage that's been done. It's Fate's gonna look to try and reposition. It all comes down to Kill Switch down here at the end, but the shots are going to connect from a Sute, one of the last ones standing here for the squad. He's able to trade some back. We can't even find the shots. Popping up in and around cover. But where is this other player? It's Fate coming in now, realizing he's got to be with the team. Got to capitalize on the damage they have done. And what looked so good for Ace could be pulled out from underneath them. Fate with the shots. Gonna look to try and take them down. Sute in the back, and it all comes down to Mafioso. Dave, can he do it?
2v1, 2v1. Got to make sure not to overextend. Mafioso might expose themselves to the element here. The numbers are stacked against them. Mafioso taken down. Execute coming out on top right there. Kill Switch might have enough time maybe to get these revives. They actually might have to scrap that because, yeah, the blue zone is now coming on in, and man, how they're going to pay such a hefty price with that fight right there. Yes, they have one up, but what did they lose in the process? They lost a lot.
Almost everything.
Almost.
Didn't even have a chance to loot. Like, didn't even grab meds, anything from that. And that is going to go a ways here. That is going to have an impact. This is pushing on in, but doesn't...
8 kills, though.
To go.
They got 8 kills. So, I mean, that's
they're feeling good. They're still feeling
finish.
good about that.
Yeah, not bad. Not bad, but a solo, it's going to be tough.
But he's still taking shots. Hey, make it 9. Hey, make it 9. Hey, Dave, make it 9.
It's Kill Switch after all. The top frag leader of PMCO looking to reclaim that spot here in the final 2 days. B4 Mixzera currently dodging and juking as they crawl their way on to Nenebete to get this revive. And oh, I think, was that a classic little boy grenade right there? Oh, Brazilian Rampage. Looks like they'll be crashing into each other. Ghosty's still alive in this shack. But little boy on the outskirts. Oh no, Brazilian Rampage there just surrounding this. Molly on out. That's a huge molly from Ghosty.
I mean, Ghosty, never say die. Never say die. I don't care if you're coming into the lobby in 24. Okay.
Oh.
Wait, what?
Oh,
wait, what? What?
Did it bounce outside?
Ghosty! Okay.
You definitely made it work for it,
Ghosty
though.
going incorporeal there for a moment. Phasing through the grenade. Love it. Yeah, I think it might have actually bounced out as well. The angle of that, absolutely nuts. So we jump on board with a 1v1 now. King A, Kill Switch. I mean...
King A!
King A! King A!
King no more. As Kill Switch still on that reign of terror out there. The solo men, like I mentioned, they got a bunch of kills. So I'll see anything that they could do at this point. Just keep racking up the points. Just keep racking up the points. That's the objective right here. Let's see if they can do so. B4 currently throwing grenades on top of them.
Yeah, Tempo Storm looking to get involved as well. Mitz?
Where's Mitz? Mitz?
Mitz?
The shot, Mitz.
Take the shot, Mitz. You just saw the rest of the teammate rotate out. Take the shot, Mitz. Let's go. Let's go. Because Tempo Storm is going to continue to push on in. Mitz. Try and make sure they're in a better angle, though. And there it is. Not expecting that. As INTZ not going down quite yet. Tempo Storm going to try and push on in, and now the shack, the Brazilian Rampage, just executed defeaters in, will become their own grave. They dug it for themselves as Tempo Storm's getting involved. But HH24 is still up and alive. Mitz didn't actually confirm the kill. And now Tempo have to completely reset at the back of this, but the circle's going to be pushing on in. And they're just abandoning
Next coming.
It be. And now, hey, 5 points. 5 points in terms of kills. And if he gets Spectre here as well, no, that's going to be the reposition and the execution, the redemption for Tempo Storm. Add a little bit of revenge to the plate as well. Not served cold, it's piping hot.
That feels good. That revenge always feels good. You gotta assume HH was caught off guard, really salty about that one. Like, who would have guessed the snake waiting behind you that long? Spec also has time to pick up J7, which could be huge for them in order to possibly get this chicken dinner. B4 Mixer going to be bleeding on out. B4 kind of all separated But Paul, what I'm looking at, Loops up there on the high ground. That's a yikes to me if you are one of these other teams. And they got 4 up. They got the whole team. They got the high ground. Oh man, Loops are looking to get the dub here.
Yeah, they have the power position primed for victory at this point. We talked about the idea of like when a team peaks. You know, Luke started out not super strong here. They're looking to maybe try and take this one over at the end as the other teams are cannibalizing each other down at the bottom of the hill. Tempo Storm getting involved in B4. See Alpha Down, everybody is getting involved. Nenabete look to try and find the shots. The drop shots are there. Nenabete, what a threat in the lobby. Never count this team out. The last one standing. And this is
3 solos.
Only a handful of solos and all 4 members of Loops.
Yeah, 3 solos versus Loops. Tempo though, 13 kills right there. If Spec can get 2 more, that'll be equivalent to a chicken dinner. That could be huge for the squad. But yeah, Loops gonna be playing this one slow. They don't have the, okay, there goes another one. They don't know exactly where these last 2 solos are. They have a good idea as they make their approach downhill.
Yeah, and the smokes could be a very good indicator of this. Spec gonna try and take some shots, gives the position away, meaning a 2nd place finish, or 3rd place, I should say, as Nenabete is still down here towards the bottom. But in this situation, it's only a matter of time as Klaze Esports came in late to the chicken dinner game, but they've got themselves another here on match number 5 on Erangel. Oh my goodness, it feels like Vikendi because it's Loops getting the win. Oh my goodness. Good to see.
So this is what it is. And this happens a lot to me. I say something towards a team, and they're like, nah, Dave, that ain't the case. That ain't it, Dave. I tweeted that Team Queso are going to overpower Loops here in PMPL. I tweeted it. Hey, and I stand by it. And Loops, they saw that. They're like, Dave, kid, you don't know nothing, kid.
Nope.
They got the chicken dinner. I mean, that's what I like. I like that type of stuff. I mean, prove me wrong. Honestly, prove me wrong. Loops getting the dub. They had 4 up at the end. They just pushed down that hill, making it look so easy. So easy.
I mean, that's the Loops that we looked
that.
at, right? For World League, that's the Loops that we were expecting to come into the whole tournament, and it took them a long time. Sorry to cut you off there very much. I was like, so excited to get this one underway. But that's the Loops that we were looking for to show up from World League, and I mean, hey, they did it towards the end. I'll take it, but can they maintain it later on? A little bit sad, though, to see, like, out of the 5 remaining teams, none of them are really fighting for top 16. They're just kind of duking out in our top 8 placings. So really rough for all the other teams out there. However, it is also good that the teams who are already in top 8 absorbed most of the points that you can get in placements towards the end. So any extra points you could get there did technically net you a decent placing later on. But in Viram, that's crazy. 1 day left now. 5 matches left in total. We heard that Group C have 4 left. The other groups have 3 from Dave earlier on. I really don't know what's going to happen tomorrow.
I don't want to try and guess. Look, Cam, Jukes, they got the fun job. They get to help crown that top 16. You know, we were just here pushing them downriver. Now they're going to go over a waterfall. We'll see who survives the drop. And at the end, we're going to have 16 of the best teams, or the 16 best teams in all of the Americas. And, well, that's where the fun begins.
Well, hey, the drop couldn't happen without a strong push from your strong biceps, guys. But thank you very much for joining us today and bringing us all the action. I believe we'll be seeing you 2 in the finals, though, coming up next week. So don't get too rested because we're going to be back with some more action in just a few days' time. Let's bring our analysts back in and start talking about that last game, 7 and Glitter. Yeah, Loops. That's the Loops, right? That's the Loops we were expecting.
Well.
They win the game.
Okay. Yeah, but
in a different way.
Yes. It's only 4 kills. This is good though. No, this is good. This shows an improvement out of Loops. This shows that they can adapt to whatever playing style. This shows that they're not only relying on their aggressiveness, and this is huge for going into the finals, and it is their 2nd chicken dinner. Look at that right there. Tempo Storm, 23 points, 13 kills. Damn, Tempo.
Tempo's gone off all day today.
Mixing up Yeah, I like that they're also mixing up their roster. I saw HH24 playing alongside with J72. Rain was sitting out. I'm actually really enjoying that. You see Klaze Esports there, 4 kills, but the chicken dinner is huge for him. B4 Esports there with 15 points. And then we have, actually for this match, we had 3 teams with over 10 kills. Execute as well, 10 kills. We saw some great stuff out of Execute that we'll be showing you in a telestration in a bit. Ace 1 as well. This is the Ace 1 Glitter that we've been saying when they can be aggressive, it is so good to see. We saw them take out Cloud9, and the way that we're able to perform that, the way that we're able to execute that, it was really fun to see.
Yeah, and we haven't been able to see them making those pushes, those aggressive plays lately, so it's definitely good to see out of them. INTZ up there with 11 points, which is going to be huge considering Meta underperformed in our last match, and then Alpha 7 and Brazilian Rampage rounding out the top 8. And then 9th through 16th here, PK, 2 points. Honestly, there was such a big point sponge on the first page that we've got like nothing going on here on the second page, but Influence Rage falling off here with only 2 points. Tribe, only 2 points. And then at the very bottom, what's going on? G25 again, 1 point. Cloud9, dead last, 0 points.
When was the last time G25 got a chicken dinner?
Right?
Week 2?
It has to be.
I have to
Or maybe
double check, but I think it's like week 2 on the final days of week 2.
Yeah, it is tough times for G25, especially if you're a fan of them after the outstanding performance they had in week 1. But we need to move on to our outstanding performances in this match with their Mountain Dew Game Fuel moments. Let's take a look at what all went down in that last match. I'm expecting to see a lot of tempo, a lot of execute in there. I mean, they got like over 10 kills apiece. I can't remember the third team off the top of my head for some reason, but you already see off the bat. I mean, the thing is, Tribe, we saw very early on get into an early fight up against G25, and they lost one player super early, which is so unfortunate for them because they didn't have many games left just to accumulate as many points as possible to create a buffer even bigger than what they had before for top 16. But, you know, you got to play with what you're given sometimes.
Yeah, and luckily for them, I mean, they were able to get that extra 1 point with King A being able to survive a little bit longer. But the way that's the play that we're talking about with Ace 1, the way they were able to just execute that push and also be patient. We saw one place, I think it was Doodoo at one point. He was waiting for the right time, and then he went for it and started knocking some of the players and causing some of that damage. I love to see that. Something that I wanted to point out is we do see some of the highlights here in the background. With G25 Gaming, remember, on week 1, they ended up getting 100 kills. Like, they were that first team that just got 100 kills in just 1 week, which was spectacular to see. But ever since, in the 3 weeks after, they've only gotten 120 kills, which leads me to believe, and I know this might be a little bit harsh as we're watching some of the highlights now from Fate, do you think maybe that was just a fluke? They were just carrying that momentum? Oh man, I hope I'm wrong, because they're just such a, they have so many good players. They have Pepito, which we have seen him perform still pretty good. We've seen him throw some nasty nades and win some engagements. But I hope by tomorrow, I need to see a completely different G25, especially going into the finals, Glitter. I cannot have this G25 going into the finals.
Well, I went and I checked for you, Seven, and it was week 3, day 2 was the last time that G25 pulled down a chicken dinner. So it was definitely a decent amount of time ago, but at least it wasn't our last week. So maybe they can pick it up here. I mean, obviously today was definitely not their day, but they still have tomorrow, and hopefully they can maybe start like a good groove moving into finals, because they're going to need it if some of these teams are going to keep performing at the level that they've been performing at. Because right now, what G25 is doing is most definitely not a top 3 performance, right?
Yeah, and I was going to say, going based on that win, right? You said the last one was week 3, day 2.
Yes.
Like, if you look at the other performances, 8th place, 1 kill, 8th place, 2 kills, 11th place, 1 kill. Like, don't get me wrong, the chicken dinner with 15 kills is pretty awesome, but the other performances are going to hurt the way you're going to be playing, because going into the finals, there's going to be 4 straight days, and that's it. You're going to have to play every single match, so you cannot sit out. You cannot just think, oh man, we did something bad in that last one. Maybe we didn't push the team the way we wanted to. You're not going to have that extra time to go back with your team and analyze a little bit of certain plays that haven't happened before. So that's why starting tomorrow, I want to see a completely different G25.
Yeah.
See, that's what catches me off guard so much about them, is the fact that, like, what realistically could have changed so much from week 1 to week 2, because they're just missing that raw fragging power that we saw Pepito put up 32 kills in the first week, and then you only put up 30 kills between week 2 and week 3. I don't know where that fragging power went, but what I do know is we're going to take a look at our total damage in the last match. We're going to expect to see Ace 1 up there, Execute up there, Tempo Storm up there as well. I'm expecting to see Tempo quite high, actually, and I'm still really curious, because we interviewed their coach, Advo, and he said, you know, they're set on playing a set 4 for the finals. But at this rate, screw it, play 5, man. Just like switch players in who are doing well the day, and switch out players who just can't perform on that given day.
Yeah, and that's something that Seven and I were kind of talking about too while we were watching this match, because as we're watching everything, we're trying to figure out who has the potential to be in those top 3 positions. And Tempo is definitely a team that we were talking about because they've managed to adapt so many different times this season, and they have been so much more consistent. And it's not just consistency in one area. It's not like it's only kills or it's only placement points. They have stepped it up in every single area. When they have a lot of kills, they also have a lot of placement points, and they've managed to work with a variety of rosters, everyone putting out a ton of fragging power. So I'm definitely keeping my eyes on Tempo moving forward.
Yeah, we talked a lot about the consistency as a team, but also the consistency between all the players performing well whenever they are participating. But you know what? That's the upside of having a 5th player like J7 who can rotate in so well across so many different positions within the team. We've seen G25 try to play around a little bit with it, with Cordobes coming in, but still hasn't netted them the victories or the extra they were looking for. But a lot of teams, I think, might be missing out on that because you look at teams like maybe XSET, and I don't mean to call them out in particular, just the first one that comes to mind. You know, if one of them are having a bad game, you know, we talked about, you know, Joey having a bad game a couple of times, you can't switch that player out. He has to play all 5 matches in that day, and the next day, all 5 matches in a row. It's not like you get the game off. It's not like you get a day off. It's just 20 matches back to back until you do have our victor, and you cannot afford to have a bad game if you want to be a top 3 team. And speaking of top 3s, you guys ready to see our leaderboards right now? Have we seen B4 past G25? Are we seeing Tempo still maintain second place? Well, yeah, they're definitely maintain second place, but there we go. Queso and Tempo. Even Loops. Wait, G25, where have you gone?
Whoa.
And Alpha 7, look how far down.
Look at G25 Gaming. Yo. See, this goes along perfectly to what I was saying. Like, you cannot continue to have those bad performances and rely on how good you did on the first couple of weeks, especially when this is a 4-week term. Like, oh my gosh, this is crazy. And then you have Execute moving up 3 spots as well. Ace 1, even though Ace 1, remember Ace 1 was at one point they were first place, and they have fallen off so much. This is going to be insane. And then we got to give props to Tempo Storm. I mean, Tempo Storm moving up to that second place there, the way that we're able to perform today. And I also love what you were saying there, Jason, with them having that extra player, something that we noticed when they first put in J7 and he started performing well. We were saying, hey, this is great for that team. They're going to have something to fall back on if maybe somebody's having issues with whatever it might be. Whether it's the internet, maybe they're just having an off day. It happens. That Tempo Storm, nice.
You're not going to let HH24 live that down, are you?
No, never.
What's also impressive about that, too, is that 3rd through 5th still have 1 more match to play compared to everybody else on this page.
Yeah. Hold on.
Yeah.
I think Loops can maybe make it the top 3.
Stop it. That would be, if this happens tomorrow, Loops, I will die of a heart attack because that's going to be an insane day. Okay, now we're looking at 9th through 16th here, and we see a ton of movement on this page as well. I don't know what happened today. Wildcard is dropping down even further. Brazilian Rampage has moved up. XSET falling a little bit, but nothing too dramatic. I mean, Cloud9 did get their way back up, and then they dropped down a little bit to 14th instead of 13th, but at least they're not in 16th. I mean, that's a lot better. Tribe's kind of maintaining their placement. Nova still holding on to 16th place, but the fact that it's shifting so much here, one, is indicative of how close the points were, and it's indicative of how insane some of these teams played today. I mean, we saw the Unnamed just completely popping off all day. Influence Rage stepped up quite a few times, and it's showing here in these overall rankings. Brazilian Rampage decided to come out of the gate crazy hot. I don't even know what's going to happen with 17th through 19th at this point.
I think Wildcard Gaming must have listened to our at the beginning of the show saying, hey, this team only needs 0.3 points for the rest to just be able to qualify to the finals. And they were like, hold my Mountain Dew, watch what we can do.
Oh, see!
Hey, INTZ, listen, I'll be the first one to say, I was one of the non-believers. When we were talking about INTZ, I was like, there's no way. But slowly but surely, they have showed up. And I'm kind of starting to pull for them. I'm kind of hoping to see what happens there towards tomorrow, considering that Nova Esports is currently in 16th place. And Nova Esports, to be fair, they also didn't have one of the craziest days. I think for metagaming and Pittsburgh Knights, especially Pittsburgh Knights, I kind of have to agree with what Paul was saying during that match, is that after they lost that fight there, I think that's it. I think any chance that they had to make it to the top 16, they're not going to be able to make it, if I'm being fair. We see BDM Esports, Klaze Esports, 19 Esports helping with Addiction, and Defeaters there to kind of round up all the teams. And my question is, for tomorrow, it's going to be the last day for a lot of these teams that we're seeing there on the third page. Are we going to see them maybe do something crazy again? Are we going to see Helping Code Addiction try to, if possible, hot drops loops again? What are we going to be seeing out of those teams? We've seen in previous tournaments, those teams become a spoiler team, trying to spoil some of the other teams, maybe try to gun down some of the top tier teams as well that are currently in the first page there on the top 5. So, oh man, tomorrow's going to be awesome.
The thing is, we don't know what they're going to do. The only way to find out what they're going to do is to watch tomorrow, of course, 7. But you guys are going to be here anyways, because you got to break down all these matches. Thing is, I think you're right about PK. INTZ, they have 2 matches left to go. So not only do they, again, need to close the distance between them and Nova, they also need to create a buffer so they can stay ahead of them when we still have matches left to play for other teams. And now we're seeing like a little bit of a comparison here between the 2 teams of INTZ and PK. And, you know, fair enough, the stats are pretty similar, to be honest. I mean, really similar, except INTZ, I think in this last week alone, have really been able to step up here.
Yeah, I think for me, the biggest surprise out of this too, it has to be Pittsburgh Knights, because this is one team that has 3 chicken dinners, and we have in the top 16 at the moment, we have Tribe Gaming in a way qualifying to the finals, and they have 0 chicken dinners. I feel like if Pittsburgh Knights was just able to at one point just say, you know what, hey, listen, this has worked out for us. Let's stop changing our gaming style, our play style so much, and let's just focus on maybe mastering one gameplay. I think it would have been great for them, but it's just such a surprise, man. 3 chicken dinners and you're not going to be able to make it to the finals. It's tough.
Well, I mean, Loose didn't get their 2 chicken dinners until 1 today and then 1 earlier on in the week, and they were still able to maintain like a top 8 position off of that. But again, consistency in placements, consistency in kills, and consistency was something that we talked about with PK very early on in the first week about something they needed to step up. But you know what, guys? We got to end the show now, because again, the quicker we end the show now, the quicker we get to come back tomorrow and bring you the last 5 games here of our league play. Then we still have our finals to come up just a few days there after that. So you two get some rest, because we're not done anytime soon. And I'll catch up with you guys tomorrow. But you guys at home, I'll also be catching up with tomorrow, because we still have more games to play at the exact same time at 1 a.m. CEST and 4 p.m. Pacific time over in the US. So make sure you're here, because if you're not, you're going to miss out on who's going to be going through to the finals and who's fighting for top 3.